ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一抽烟，2个人影都看不到边，为什么守株待兔？让你也逃不出我手指间。一个惊喜，一个2个人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you?
为情低头看。哎，那个大活人上了哪处
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya! 陈师兄，就是你的不朽面具终于。 するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリー
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000唱，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again. Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一股烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱守待旦，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个丢失，一个
Ooh, look.
过人命无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? for this. Just call it a day.
啊，这可列卫青低头看。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛第3双周的3排的周决现场。大家好，我是任栋。在开场解说席为大家送上了晋级队伍的精彩评论。那么现在在我身后的队伍也已经准备就绪，让我们欢迎战队登场。 本周所有晋级的战队代表也已经来到了我们的台上。昨天单排的比赛最终一战主旋律就是 OUG 和 YZG。赛前，苏苏有什么话送给你的对手，同样送给支持你们的粉丝？
加油啊！
加油！那同样的话 ，YZG 现在已经豪夺2次周决冠军。面对第3双周，问下神有什么话送给支持 YZG 的粉丝以及同场的对手？
目标还只有冠军吗？
目标3连周决，问下素素同意吗？
给他了。
好，赛前放出烟雾弹，究竟今天会谁可以夺冠？让我们共同期待无间进无限，精彩的第3双周比赛为您呈现。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Gut Moxie, I'm joined by Dunkin' Donuts, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through potentially 8 games. If you cut solos yesterday, it went all the way down to the wire with YZG TW5 taking his 2nd ever bi-weekly final. And now, Dunk, all eyes are very much on YZG. They've done it before. Can they do it again?
Well, you're absolutely right about that one. Taking the double bi-weekly final championship. Insanity! And the first one, I think I will never ever forget for the rest of my life. Well, maybe not the rest of my life. Maybe the rest of my NARAKA career at the very least. But that Viper game that won them the bi-weekly final on the first bi-weekly, the flawless Viper game. That's before the Viper buffs. Insanity! So I'm very, very excited to see whether or not YZG is going to be able to pull it out of the bag yet again today. And considering that they went, they didn't play on day number 3, Moxie. They played day 1 and day 2, racked up an insane number of points, and nobody was able to touch that sort of that level. No one was able to catch up to them. I think it was 2nd to 5th on the current standings were all playing on the 3rd day, which is and not one of them was able to come close. Insane. I'm very, very excited.
Well, what I'm very, very excited for, and I'm sure what everyone else at home is very, very excited for, are the exclusive cosmetics that you're going to be able to get your hands on. And this being a bi-weekly final, this being the 3rd bi-weekly final, it is the time of the champion bubble. So make sure that you are watching with your account linked, because this is the last day that you have ever to be able to get your hands on that one.
Yes, do not miss out on it. Make sure to go in the top right of your screen when you're watching on Twitch. That is, if you're looking to get your hands on these, go over to the Twitch channel and go up the top right and make sure that your account is linked. Make sure that you're getting that progression going so you don't miss out. But Moxie, today, as we just said, it was very, very exciting. Unfortunately, no SEA teams made it through this week. Unfortunately, we saw 521 actually outperforming Alliance on the 3rd day. Alliance getting around 43 or so points on the 3rd day, and then 521 actually getting 51 or so. But due to their first day, they just weren't able to scrape by. OA, I believe, was in 12th place with 95. And if 521 had just gotten 5 more points, they would have made it through. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So we are going to be going through it today with a... hey, perfect. Thank you very much, production. There it is. We've got OA in 12th spot with Alliance, SR, SS1, FPX, ASE. All pretty close together in terms of pre-post points. The points that they're carrying forwards from the group stage into the finals.
Yes, 63 is the match point threshold, and like you said, YZG, no other team really getting close to them, and that is reflected in the amount of pre-purpose points that they're going to be able to take on through. They're coming in with 21.2 points ahead of all of these teams. That's an entire game of NARAKA, Dunk. So let's hope that some of these teams a little bit lower down can hit the ground running, because YZG might potentially send us on our way with an early finish to the day.
They could indeed. And I will say though, in the past, YZG, although they are a very dominant team, they actually seem to struggle at the very beginning of the day. It could be nerves, it could be just warming up, whatever it might be. But in the past, we've seen them not do as well in the first game or so. It's usually the first game and just that one, but they don't do all that well, and they need to get the ball rolling a little bit. But once that happens, yeah, we might be going home early today. We'll have to see.
Especially because, like, you and I, we were talking about it, right? We're on the new patch, which means Viper rework. It also means flying knives are coming in through, and those are absolutely lethal. When combined with things like that Tianhai, making sure that players can, no matter what they're playing hero regardless, follow up on those grabs coming on through from those Tianhais in the V2 state. But YZG have been, for the most part, picking up their most amount of points with the Viper Tessa Wu Chen, and this now being the Viper rework, and us starting off a Morrisal night. If YZG are able to lock that comp down, they could be picking up an awful lot of points very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember though, I think it was in Biweek 1, we saw them playing the Viper comp in game 1, and it just being an absolute flop. They got Draco Storm in end zone, and then everything just went wrong, and then they died with Draco Storm in that end zone scenario. And we all saw it, and I saw it, and I was just, how does this happen? This should not be happening. But then, at the end of the day, they just flipped it around. It was the two ends of the spectrum. One flop, one absolute tear through the lobby. It was insane. So here they are, the GOATs themselves, YZG. Are they locked in? Are they ready to hit the ground running, as you said? Because that could result in the early end to the day.
First in placement on average kills and first in placement on average damage. If that doesn't tell you the dominant team in 2025, I'm not sure what else will. And we can see that just showing the stats for that Viper, Tessa, and Wu Chen composition. Something to point out though is that this being a bi-weekly final and us in the first 3 games, all of these teams are going to be starting with nil plat, no hero points. So whoever is in those other phases are not going to be able to access the heroes that get picked by the teams above them, which means that everyone in the first phase will be able to access the Syra. Potentially everyone in the second phase is going to be hedging their bets with the Viper Test from Wu Chen.
I'm interested to see how much Viper gets picked in this first game. I have a feeling that we may even see more Viper in first phase than we see Syra. Actually, it could very well be the case. But we'll see. You know, the monk composition has been doing extremely well, but with the rise of Viper, it was on the rise. You know, the Tianhai, the Kylin, the zipping, it was doing really well, and then all of a sudden Viper gets buffed, put straight into the mix again, and is even stronger. And now, it's like, do we want to play this against Viper? Are you crazy? I don't know. I mean, it's definitely still
kind of
doable.
Balance out though with knives, because like now you have way more follow-up as opposed to just having to rely on your Kylin ultimate. And then you're investing 2 ultimates and all of your zip utilities going into sending out that F1 to lock onto the Kylin so that he can keep his health bar topped up to get as many dashes as possible. And that was actually something that a lot of teams started punishing inside the realm of game, where we would actually have to see those Tianhai teams use the Tianhai ultimate, hold off on the Kylin ultimate, and then use it afterwards, because if they were up against the Xiphon composition, Zai's ultimate lasting 30 seconds, it would outlast the Tianhai V2. So you needed the Kylin for that crowd control option. And I think now that Flying Knives have been able to follow up as opposed to just having to burn a Kylin ultimate, the Tianhai comp is looking a little bit more tasty.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think as well, when it comes to the Viper comp matchup, I think if you're popping Kylin ult relatively early, because once the ult is popped, you're not really bothered by silence at that point, you can definitely make something happen. But I think it's gonna come down to whether or not these teams are open to, or which abilities they're gonna look to go for. Because the anti-heal F2, no, is it F1 now or F2? I can't remember which one it is. The anti-heal one. I think it's F2.
Yeah, it was F3. Now it's F2.
Now it's
the silence
F2,
is on the F1 now.
Yeah. It's so confusing.
Yes, F2 became F1, V2 became V1, and V3 became V2. Is essentially what has occurred to the
It's
Viper.
one of them. You know which one we mean, chat. It's the anti-heal one. That one.
The shotgun blast, yeah.
Yes, the sort of the little 500 damage missile on a button that applies anti-heal debuff to whoever you hit with it, which can be really, really good, of course, against zipping, against Kylin, because he's not going to be able to heal himself from his own slashes. The zipping healing applied to him isn't going to be as effective for quite a long time. But we'll see. I want to see if there's anything else that's been cooked up, perhaps, you know, something spicy, you know. But well, I don't know. Maybe that's for a later date, perhaps. Well, actually, no. I'm calling it. We're gonna see Taka in Nbpl trios, ladies and gentlemen. I got my hands on the test server yesterday. I'm hyped. It's ugly. It's very, very cool. I'm about to be kicking people in the face now. I'm very excited. But that is not yet. We still have to wait a little bit. Who knows when that's going to be coming to Nbpl. But for now, we've still got the previous patch that we're actually all currently on, I believe, as the So we'll see what comes up today. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a little bit more Feria, because I think that Cannonball variation was definitely doing a lot better last week for sure in the previous group stage days. But what do you expect?
Too.
Anything?
I'm expecting some Justina to come out. We're seeing a couple of teams still experimenting. Meta very much still hasn't fully settled, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly is the strongest. The TN High Zip Kylan had a lot of value in the previous patch, and Syra 2 being as absolutely monstrous as she is now that, you know, Wave Roll got nerfed, so you can't just full burn all of your stamina to be able to dodge eternally out of those stun dazzles. It really does have some big consequences that we're seeing into those Ram of Yang fights. And Xiphon is still up and kicking. Budget composition very, very strong. You need one set of purple armor, one set of purple weapons, and you look at how, you know, the game is now with the scaling. That makes it pretty nice for the teams with the Xiphon to go into a Ram of Yang feeling more prepared than the TN High and more prepared than the traditional Sand Siphon, because Takeda V3 requires an awful lot of gold weapons to actually hit its stride.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it not do very much, and it just isn't as strong if you don't have it scaled up. And it's the job of the Viper comps, which have gotten stronger, to, you know, stop them from getting there, stopping them from scaling up. So because the Viper's stronger now, it's going to be even more difficult for Takeda to be able to do anything really. But
and Temi too. It's the problem for Sand Siphon, because, you know, it used to be called Brain Dead comp with how easy it was to play. If you made a mistake, it's fine. You had so many different things that meant that you never actually got punished for it. Temi Ultimate being one of them, where you would be able to drop that massive wind wall. No one would be able to get you. You could use it to isolate players if you had Yang depletions that you didn't have to worry about getting third-partied. You could use it to isolate points of interest, like Morris Blessings, back when they were actually a box on the ground. And Temi was using things that we called box comps for that exact reason. And then Syra came along. And that laser beam, it has range, still counts, apparently, as being able to beam onto whoever is on the other side of those Temi windows. And we've seen it be a problem in solos. We've absolutely seen it be a problem in trios when Spirit Well contests come out to play.
It's clearly a melee attack, Moxie. I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly a melee attack that's going through the wind wall. Yes. It is a laser, after all. Lasers in pretty much all gaming are not considered projectiles, so to speak. So it makes sense. but really? Regardless, though, we're going into our first round selection very soon. We've got everyone very locked in and ready, or at least we hope so. And they're probably hoping that they're feeling locked in. They're hoping that they can get the ball rolling very early, as we talked about this plenty of times. The pre-posed points count for a lot. And also, not only that, but the MVP rule system, the match point system, very, very impactful because of the pre-post points. It's why it counts so much. Because if you get to what was it? I believe 64.
63.
63. 60. Close. 63. If you get to 63 points, and then after that, you get one more MVP after you reach that point threshold. You win it all. Win it all. Just ball out. Take the cake. I'm the champion. Easy clap. But we'll see if they're actually going to be able to do that. And look at this, Moxie. We've got the quadruple Syra composition coming out in first phase.
Ooh, who's gonna go? Is it gonna be more weighted towards the Tianhai or the Viper Tessa? It's even! It's a 50-50 split! And that's very interesting because YZG are actually the team in the third phase. But no, Syra, Zai, and Matari all going to be locked out from these teams, given the fact that they're all starting these first 3 games out of a potential 8 with 0 hero points. And now that everyone has seen that Viper Tessa Wu-Chen is still very much up for grabs, we could well be seeing 6 Viper Tessa Wu-Chen comps getting locked in for the first game. No, GG are going to be opting for the Tianhai, and so too TE. So it's going to be 4 of each composition: 4 Xiphon, 4 Transformers 2025 variant, and 4 Attack on Titans coming on for. And that's going to be making this first drop zone very aggressive indeed, because Morrisal Knight means increased Firefly spawns. Tessa is one of the only heroes on the board currently who just needs 1 Firefly to instantly gain access to the first cast of that V1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think thinking about it while we were watching the rest of the character selection play out, I think it makes sense. So if you're going into game 1, right, and it's nighttime Morris, you're going to assume that players and teams are going to be very willing to play Viper, if not they want to play it. And so instead of going for the Viper comp in that first round selection, instead what they're doing is they're going for the counter composition, which inherently has Syra in it. It has Syra, Zai, Matari being the heavy counter towards Viper, of course. So they're counter comping preemptively in first round selection, locking in Syra, as opposed to going for this Viper. Because if they go Viper in first round and then all the other teams don't go for it, and then they're not sort of racking up the points on it, and then the other teams down below will also go for the Matari, and then it's just a mess. It's just a Syra dominant lobby with Matari, and then you're just sat there as Viper. Just, what do I do? Everyone's playing Matari. I only have 1 ult. What do I? So big brain, Astro Brain Gaming coming out from the first phase gamers. We've got the quadruple of each. Very exciting indeed. But let's take a look at these drops, Moxie. The very populated northern part of the map right there.
I mean, no surprises. It's Secret Tunnel and GG are on the field. So they're going to be dropping that. SR and TE both more than happy to actually challenge them for it. Didn't work out so great the last time. JL and OA going to be going for the Fireflies around Sunwing's Rest, as I'm sure we'll also be getting to see a couple of teams dropping around Celestra so that they can gain access to the Fireflies on that wall as well. Speaking about hero abilities though, it's a little bit of a clash of personalities in terms of the Viper loadouts. I saw a couple of teams torn between whether or not they wanted to lock the F2 or even the F1, and we've got some different teams running the V1 and V2 variants as well. But we're going to be kicking things off with OUG and Alliance. Yuma already trying to pick a fight as NI7 is going to come to blows first. The Halbert's going to be setting them up into that Comet coming on through. Drops down with the RMB, is going to be peeled away though with the Tessa F1, but that's the combo breaker gone from the hero, and that means that Alliance can look to try and punish. Yuma's already down though as YZG have rolled up, and I'm pretty sure, given the fact that TXJ has already got that ultimate, they're able to get their hands on 2 Fireflies, and the Viper is here to play.
The timing attack, beautifully done by YZG. They see these other 2 teams landing on top of each other, and then they think, oh, we could just land a little bit to the south and just come in and roll through them all. But we're heading on over to another scrap off. These Firefly games are very aggressive early on, and it looks as though we've even got a Moonbane coming on through. OA and SS1 fighting it out. SS1 are the Moonbane holders. They do lose a member, but their trade comes through onto Tutik. Now a 2 versus 2. Zwan running around with that Matari ult. Oh my goodness! Kablam! Coming through onto Meng, the Moonbane. There it is, the Moonbane prowess, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it yesterday. We see it every week. The big purple snake in the sky is very dangerous. You have to be careful about that one. And SS1 are able to take full advantage, making it work, and coming away with 6 kills early on.
Yeah, action's not finished though. SR is going to be coming to ahead with TE Xiaonan going for that Tian Hai transformation. Only has a blue weapon, so he's not going to be doing all that much damage, but SR immediately going to be spacing on out, trying to make enough distance between themselves and the Tian Hai before these grabs can start coming on through. As we can see that Rico is actually in that Syra V1, getting a little bit too close to comfort, but utilizing the dodges, and even if someone gets grabbed, you might potentially be able to look for that stun with the triple charge of that laser, as it's going to be that Zai applying the fire tick burn for Xiaonan, so that when he pulls out of that ultimate, the healing efficiency is reduced by 50%. And off of the back of that one, the TNI has no sustain to stand on.
They do not. Here we are, though, looking at SR. They're pretty happy with what they've got so far. Yes, they do have one of those common armors, the white armor onto Rico, but Zhao, with that purple armor, looking very happy indeed. This is the budget composition. Looks as though they have managed to find Youth hiding in a bush. He parries out of the bush, seeing that blue focus getting charged up, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to 1v3 this one. Huge numbers disadvantage there. Heading on over to another scrap-off occurring. Another Moonbane as well on top of it. SS1, the Moonbane gamers, they're on a roll right now. 6 eliminations, and they do not want to slow down just yet. Baby you. Oh my goodness, he's not having a fun time right now, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, down and dead at the edge on the side of this cliff face. It looks as though OUG are going to try and make something of this, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. YZG are also going to be rolling up Moxie. Are they going to be able to clutch this up and take them all?
They do have that Viper V2 still to go. They got drawn in by seeing that Moonbane on the map, and TXJ thinks this is winnable. He's going to utilize that Viper ultimate, finding the hits onto SS1, punishing the fact that this was a timing attack. This was a third party coming on through. So that Matari was not able to come on out with the ultimate in time. Zuan was getting pressured down as quickly as YZG could turn onto her in case that Matari still had the ultimate coming on out. Jinyu is actually still around, but gets hit by the Tessa V1. And TXJ now just has to wait for a little bit of opportunity. Out comes the silence, the F1 of that Viper into the pole sword swing. The cliffside is making it a little bit harder for YZG to be able to confirm damage off of that CC, but it's setting up the skull rushes absolutely perfectly with this purple pole sword, which is chunking the HP down in one fell swoop.
Chopping at them, chopping them trees down. Very nice indeed. TXJ, he's cooking right now. We were talking about it. Are they going to be able to hit the ground running? And it looks as though they have been able to do so. 5 eliminations on the board already. Very, very opportune, very good at taking advantage of this third-party situation. SS1, although they were caught in this third party, although they were on a roll before and have been they've been halted. They've been halted in their tracks. They still managed to get 7 eliminations on the board, regardless, using that first life, that first rebirth very effectively. But now they're going to be tasked with recovering and getting that full reset off and seeing if they can potentially set up the Realm of Yang. But heading on over to the northern region, we have Sunwings Wrestle just north of it. JL and Wolves going at it. Cuckoo, unfortunately, not able to live through this burst down from the Viper composition. We do see LJX just barely navigating fading away from that monk grab. JL, they're not slowing down. They want to make something happen here. I don't know if they're going to be able to, but oh, as I said it, the grab comes through.
Yeah, and the follow with the Kylan ultimate, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to be able to secure that kill. One Punk's out of the ultimate. He does have the F1. He goes for the overhold, actually finds the release on the LMP. And will be able to connect onto Night HQ 2 times back to back. Now he's got the F1. He's been able to clear the space as well for the Dragon Slayers and Tenezes coming on out from Zhao Zhao. And that is actually JL finding a lot of damage onto Wolves, who have not been able to secure these eliminations. And that's bad news bears, because now the third party's here. Look on the mini-map, ASC showing up to the party.
And JL may have effectively griefed Wolves here. ZK's popping that ultimate, but it's not gonna save you, buddy. ASE coming in like a steamroller, ready to go. The F2 coming in with that big damage, mitigating any possible healing. They'd already used that Wu Chen ult. Very nice indeed. JL did put up a good fight. Unfortunately, they didn't get any kills on the board, but they have taken this team down with them, so to speak. Wolves on the run. One of these players is down for the count. They're going to have to resurrect elsewhere. LJX trying his best to disengage. The Tessa ultimate is going to catch him. It is going to connect, and I believe he is going to be going down off of this one. Not very much he can do, unfortunately. The flying knives, the hang sword to chase down, the Viper. It's over for LJX. But we'll see them recover later on moving forwards. But looking at the leaderboard, 7 eliminations is still the highest scoring, followed by YZG on 5. And here we are getting ready for the Realms of Yang, Moxie. Already, that early game went by in a flash.
Yeah, and I mean, no Moonbane on the field either to be able to cordon off one of these entrances. It is going to be all hands for themselves. And when you have Viper teams in the area, they're going to be looking to secure some assassination hits, some griefs on teams entering into those portals, if the full team even manages to be able to make it through. And unfortunately for a lot of the Transformers teams, they were the ones on the losing end of these fights. So even if they have the Rebirth, they're not going to be in a position of loot scaling to actually take that Realm of Yang entrance. Alliance now over towards Shipwreck, going to be cleaning things up against FPX's Kiki. Now just trying to get the last couple of hits of damage onto Fu Yan, chasing them down. NY7 investing that Zai ultimate as well to make sure that this fight is finished as quickly as possible, so we can have a look and see that GG and SR were both able to keep all of their players intact and make it into that Realm of Yang. And it is going to be a Transformers versus a Xiphon composition. CGS wasting absolutely no time in going for the TN high, jumping behind that pillar so that SR aren't able to utilize it to break LOS and stop the grabs from potentially connecting, as Rico is already down.
That's insane. We don't even see the Kylan ult get popped until after he's dead. But definitely a blunder in neutral here coming out from Rico, and GG going to be able to take full advantage of this one. SR, we're looking at like they were in full advantage considering the loot that they had under their belt, but no, GG to be able to fully dominate this Realm of Yang with that loot disadvantage, taking that early scaling into the bank, locking it in. But we're heading over to this other Realm of Yang taking place at the same time. Alliance up against SS1, and in this one we have the mirror matchup with the Xiphon coming through, Revenge, along with his counterpart on SS1, Water, both in that Syra ultimate, trying to make something happen, trying to heal and peel at the same time, trying to set up for some kind of damage. But it looks as though both ults are now expired. Alliance and SS1's Zais are now going to be popping ultimate. It's like it's just one after the other at this point, and it looks as though SS1 are going to be taking the initiative, able to isolate NY7 and take him down very quickly, creating that numbers advantage that is so sought after in trios. It looks as though Alliance are down, and SS1 are going to be able to claim that Realm of Yang victory, securing that golden longsword. Very nice indeed.
Purple flying knives as well, which is nothing to scoff at. Like you said, SS1 doing a very good job of identifying the out-of-position player, understanding with G1 utilizing that Zai F2, you can close up the distance and take it to a 2 versus 1 very, very rapidly. And then off of the back of that, it all spirals out of control. You've still got the Zai ultimate up to be able to catch the players behind the pillar, and then at that point, it's just a 1 versus 3. And it's a matter of playing with your food so that you can get that buff to run for as long as possible. As ASC pick themselves up like Tiger's Press, that's going to be from a Spirit Well on the overmap. We can have a look and see that SR and OUG, SR immediately going for that revive, now going to be hot on the heels of OUG, but unfortunately for them, this is not a composition you want to be taking a fight against when you have that Yang depletion, given the fact that Tessa gets 2 casts of her ultimates, but more importantly, Wu Chen can teleport the team away if things start going rough.
Yeah, and it's even after the nerfs to Wu Chen's ultimate to that V1 allows you to teleport you and your teammates away. It's still very hard to just catch up to them at times. You know, you dump 1 ultimate, perhaps 2, and the desperation's kicking in because you need that bloom. You need to cleanse the Yang depletion, otherwise you're going to die. You're not going to be able to stay alive in this game. So sometimes you just get a little bit too trigger happy and you pop 1 too many ultimates, and the Wu Chen teleports them away and just completely negates those ultimate pressure. It becomes very hard to really come back in those fights, but we shall see if they're able to manage it. For now, we're taking a look at TE and OA. Ooh, 2-tick getting juggled immediately by that Kylan ultimate, and TE do not have a buff right now. OA do have that Vermilion Burst Mites. They have that safety net if need be. 2-tick getting it juggled, getting knocked around by this Kylan peak. On the opposing side is going to get the same treatment. Meng does get caught by the grab, and 2-tick and Meng both get grabbed. The kablam comes through. BP next on the docket. Can Xiaonan find this grab? He's trying to catch him. Meng has escaped with literally a sliver of HP, but I don't know. Is he? I think he's out. I think he might be out scot-free, but it looks as though JL's rolling up and might be able to take advantage of a weakened and resourceless TE.
Now, ultless TE, which means that JL will be able to confirm the damage kill onto TE's Zip. Peak will go down. 1 Soul Bloom picked up for 1 Fong. Still, though, having to cleanse one of those players. Never mind, they're able to get one, I think, off of the body of OA, potentially, given the fact that the Yang depletion for the entire team just disappeared. As that's going to be very good news for JL, as we can have a look and see, oh my goodness, there's so many teams in the surrounding area. SR, 22 seconds left to get 2 of their players cleansed. Might be able to find a bloom off of Revenge, but that Viper ultimate is going to zone everybody away from the body. And SR did manage to find the blooms just in time. 20 seconds left. Might be able to recover, but unfortunately, because of the fight that they were forced to take, because of that depletion, they're in a little bit too thick of a patch of teams around them. They've lost one of their players, could potentially find their revive onto them, given the fact that Yang depletion had been cleansed by the time the body dropped, so you can actually see it just there. It has a Ken. It is currently ticking down. Unfortunately, it's next to a Riptide dealers, and that's a very hot locale whenever we play Immortal War.
Oh, absolutely. The amount of loot, the amount of resources, the armors, the weapons, etc. that you can get from the Immortal War shop is very, very impactful in these games, and they unlock as time goes on during the lobby. And it looks as though not only are they not going to be able to get the rest because of that populated area, but also because SR Zhao is going to be going down to ASE. Mist and Xiaonan are just going to be chasing him down and making his life very difficult, not able to recover from that one. And on the other side, we have TE, who are a member down, having lost that zipping in the third-party situation. And now Youth trying his best to 1 versus 3, not able to make it happen. But on the other hand, we do have that res coming through. So, didn't technically lose a member. He lost one, then gained one, Not too bad, not too bad. Could be worse, I suppose.
GG now. Second round of Yang going to be going head-to-head against JL. The first one, blink and you miss it, and it was over. This time it's going to be a mirror match. CJS hasn't started trying to win the rock, paper, scissors, but now that one of his players has gotten grabbed, it becomes much more important that he prevents that follow-up damage. But because he's having to play preventative, he's not getting to play aggressive, and his health bar is already sub 50%. He needs a grab right now to start getting a little bit of that back, but JL know this and are keeping him constantly on the move. If he's running, he's not grabbing. If he's grabbing, he's not healing, and JL win the Monk versus. And now it's a matter of the Kylans trying to find value with the V2s coming into the mix. F1 is going to be invested. LXM being able to capitalize on JL playing a little bit too close to each other inside that stack, but he gets interrupted by the LM beyond that dagger into the Kylan follow-up, and JL's coordination has been clean in preventing LXM to dash through.
It has, absolutely, but is it going to be enough? Because they're still looking pretty healthy on the side of GG at the moment. LXM are coming out of that Kylan ultimate, setting up for that scale rush. One Fong does get parried into the bell, but he's extremely low. He's still taking a considerable amount of damage, trying to turn it around with the 0.9 RMB focus on those fist blades. This Stoneform release coming out from CJS does get parried on the second hit. GG still going strong. They're still keeping up that pressure. JL desperately trying to disengage, but it's not going to happen. Sends that last-ditch effort, heal his teammates' way, but not soon enough, and GG gonna be able to claim that third purple armor and that second golden weapon. Very nice indeed for them, as they do take full advantage of those high-tier weapons with that scaling factor on the Tianhai and the Kylan. Now heading over to YZG and Alliance, scrapping out over in Sunwing's Rest.
Yeah, YZG getting Draco Storm. The Viper, Tessa, and Wu Chen team going to be doing so much damage alongside the Dragon-like might on those halberds that TXJ is currently rocking. They're not going to be committing to the full chase down, though, as there are so many teams in the area, and they know that that potential third party is going to be incredibly punishing, even with Draco Storm currently up. Much better to play the sidelines and see if you can snipe away some of these kills when players get a little bit closer. Forbidden Seal has been kited to from Alliance's end, though. The Xiphon composition taking safe cover inside the no-ult zone, understanding that YZG can potentially still influence this fight, as can any other Viper test from Wuchen composition. As long as they use the ultimates on the outsides of it, it can still connect to the players inside of that dome. So Alliance not going to be sticking around. They literally just pop that Forbidden Seal and then keep themselves on the move. But what it has done now is paint a massive target on the map. Everyone has seen that Forbidden Seal go up. Every single team with Yang depletion has been drawn to the fight. Can YZG find the eliminations cleanly through it all, or are they going to lose some of their players in the midst?
This could be a bit dangerous. As you said, that dinner bell has been rung. Ding, ding, ding. Got the Forbidden Seal popping up here, ladies and gentlemen. Come gather round for the meal. But no, we'll see if they do get third party. For the moment, they're still on the chase of Alliance. And considering all these tree houses, all of this terrain, it does make it extremely difficult to actually hold one of these players down. They may have managed to do it. For the moment, they do find that Tessa enchant coming through. I don't think it's going to be very fruitful. It's not going to net them very much. And YZG, I think they're going to disengage. We see them backing off just a little bit there. And we might see a re-engagement come through, but for the moment, they are going to take a breather. For now, though, we're heading over to FPX, spawned up very close to JL. It might be going for that scrap-off, but we don't know just yet. For the moment, we're taking a look at GG, who, in fact, have lost a member. The burst coming through from ASE. ASE absolutely cooking right now. They've taken down 2 players already in the blink of an eye onto a Draco Storm GG, no less. Absolutely insane. The Draco Storm is... What? That's insane, Moxie.
Yeah, we are going to get to see the Transformers 2025 teams going head-to-head. They both revive, they both have Yang depletion, so even though they're both on Tianhai and want the other Monk to be able to live a little bit longer to keep the attention off of them, they have to knock each other out or they go out of this lobby regardless. One Funk gets a grab, gets the slam. DGE is going lower and lower. He will gain a little bit of his health back before his ultimate drops out, but unfortunately, the teams that were patrolling on the outer edges of the zone, Tian High ultimate is a very noticeable event occurring on that map. That hitbox is pretty sizable. So Wolves, having scouted the perimeter, knew that there were two teams, two transforming teams that lost the Realm of Yang fight, and that would have to take a fight. And the Viper Tessa Wuchen composition went hunting. They were out for blood, and they found a lot of tasty eliminations, taking themselves up to a total of 6 so far.
But look at SS1 right now, Moxie. I hadn't noticed until just now. 13 eliminations. ASE also on 9. Absolutely enormous. YZG also looking to try and catch up, picking up their 8th. Their 8th eliminations now here onto who I believe. Who was that? I didn't catch the player that did go down, but we are going to get a replay of this fight between ASE and GG. Absolutely exploding. LXM just disappears. He's just not able to survive the Tessa ult, the Viper coming through. Look at this. Beautifully done, beautifully spaced out. ASE able to take full advantage of this team and the terrain. Just clinically executed ASE. Oh my goodness, no wonder they're doing so well this game. Seeing them up onto how many? 9 eliminations.
9.
Insane.
Yeah,
Massive.
I mean, that's Moonshard.
Yep,
They've got
true,
Moonshard
true.
Soldier on those flying knives, and off of the back of that Viper stun from the V1 into the RMB first stage swing from the Pulse Sword. Yeah, that's a lot of incoming damage that you're not going to be able to touch out of. So definitely keep your eyes on that one. I'm sure ASE will be pulling out that combo, as we can see them potentially showing on up to grab out that Spirit Well, but no, everyone is fighting inside this Forbidden Seal currently. ASE are here, JL are here, OUG are here, Wolves are here. Everybody is showing up to the party before they rotate over towards Sunwing.
Oh, wait a minute. They might be caught on this rotation. JL, Kuku, oh, beautiful parry, but the F is going to come in, denying any possible follow-up. And, oh no, JL, they're the ones caught in the middle. They have been sandwiched. They have been hunted down. The Wolves, the wolf pack, smell them. Get back down this tree. We wolves can climb. And they're gonna try to keep chasing him down. Zhao, he's using that F, but he's got, oh, wait a minute. Okay, all right. Let's one of us light, one of us release. Let's not release at the same time, guys. Wolves, a little bit of a blunder. They're still gonna keep chasing him. I don't think he's got very many avenues of escape here, unfortunately. So even though he did get that very nice parry, he's going to go down regardless. Of Wolves picking up another kill for themselves. Looking at ASE over here on the rotation, they are extremely stacked. Mist, gold armor, gold pulse sword, full attack, and then on top of that, fully stacked Juggernaut. That's 32% attack, ladies and gentlemen, with a golden pulse sword, and I believe that was F2 as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna do about 700 damage. Very nice.
That's not a shotgun anymore.
That's a rocket launcher.
Straight up AK. That is not gonna be a fun one to take, especially if you close up the distance and go for it when we're contesting Spirit. Well, that Viper dropdown is going to be lethal, and it is going to be the name of the game. Viper dropdown. We've got a Sunwing Rest final zone, and like you said, you can see all of these teams all the way up as high as they possibly can for the Viper dropdown to be in the surprise factor, and also so that you don't have to worry about your Viper getting taken down in the charge up of that V1. Less important if you're running the V2, she can attack when the chain is charging on up, as opposed to the V1 where you're stuck in that state until the snap goes off. Moonbane is going to go off at the same time. Oh, actually forcing a team to fully reposition, rotate out with a Wuchen teleporter. But unfortunately, when the space is this limited and the Wuchen teleport has that little time to set up, a lot of the time it's out of the frying pan into the fire, as OUG's Baby U just learned that Wuchen teleport deposited them right into the midst of another team who were more than happy to welcome them with open arms.
Oh, hello there. Welcome. Let me take that loot you have there, old boy. Ah, excellent. Thank you very much. No significant kills happening just yet. Really, OUG do lose 2 members. One is now fully down for the count. Tessa is still in can form. We may be able to see some kind of res come through, but I doubt it, considering how populated this area is. That being said, though, a lot of these teams are now turning their attention over to this Spirit Well, which is coming through. YZG trying their best to go for it. They do have they're going for the initiative play. YZG immediately getting forced out again, but the problem is OA have that Draco Storm already, having picked it up from the previous Spirit Well. They're gonna be able to control this, but perhaps not. Perhaps it can't match up to the Moonshard Storm. Yep, they have 2, Moxie. 2 Moonshard Storms. Get out of here. With the miniguns coming through, buddy. You ain't going nowhere. You get caught by one of these. Good luck surviving. Oh
That's insane. The dome's still up too, so you can't even range pressure them. But they can absolutely range pressure you. ASC though. You see that Han is going low, and they pop the cord of the Wu-Chen teleport before he goes down, potentially looking for a full reset before they drop down and try and recontest the Spirit Well yet again. But Alliance have seized their opportunity. They've still got the Matari ultimate. The Zai is going to get hit by the Tesla enchantment, and you can see MI7 immediately changing his position so that when he gets enchanted to walk forward, he's not walking into another team. But because they're having to play for the full peel, Spirit Well is yet again open for the taking. We potentially get to see a full-time out here, Dunk, as there are so many teams with a very good ability that lets them lay a stake to that space.
Oh, absolutely. I actually think it's gonna time out. I don't think any of these teams are gonna be able to get their hands on it. SS1, they're gonna try their hand at securing this one, but look at the progression. They haven't even gotten a quarter yet. Now, only just now have they managed to get a quarter of that progression, that capture through. They are still receiving a lot of damage incoming from all these projectiles. SS1 Water is going to go down relatively low, losing all of that armor. SS1 still trying to dip their toe back in to that golden circle. Wolves going to try their hand, going to take their turn. Okay, it's my turn to stand here. YZG say, no, get out the way, buddy. They have Dreadful Whale coming on through, one of the best possible Jades for contesting the Spirit Well, as you just go, you're just untouchable, really. The gold focus, absolutely enormous. It cuts through all of those ranged projectiles, and it might actually be what gets them this Spirit Well. They've almost got it, Moxie.
Yeah, really good Tesla enchantment comes through from QGG, just covering the base with that V1. They saw that another team, OA, was a little bit too close, could have griefed that Spirit Well grab, and QGG is not going to allow it to happen. The Tesla enchantment comes out, the parry comes out, and the additional damage the Draco Storm is doing on top. But oh no, they wish and teleported directly to space that was already occupied, and even with Draco Storm, their health bars are starting to go lower and lower. It's a Dreadful Whale spam that comes out so that everyone can take cover behind that Wu-Chen Wind Wall and look to reset those health bars, but SS1 and ASE are not going to be making it easy.
No, they are not. Oh my goodness, YZG, they're on a roll. They don't want to slow down. That Draco Storm is going to do so much for them. The lightning strike, it's just so difficult to deal with in such an enclosed space. It's going to be very hard to avoid. ASE trying to hold their ground on this rock formation with those Moonshard Storms. Alliance Yuma is going to go down to YZG here. CXZ going to be able to pick up that kill. QGG dashing around, rolling around, trying to get that heal off. That fire tick, cutting down those healings, but expiring. And we get that heal with the Wu-Chen F as well. The F coming in from OUG SS, but he immediate regret on his face. He's just back in the... Ooh, how dare you? He pushed back into the zone and fully eliminated. Missed. Now popping that ultimate. The V1 might be huge if they're able to get this stun. They do find one. QGG stuck in the zone, and that golden pulse sword with the big damage, the maximum attack. Is it going to be enough? I don't believe so. His teammates coming in for the peel. YZG say, no, sir. You will go down today. You will not take my teammate.
Yeah, the V2, so even with the Phantom Step, ASC weren't able to find themselves iframing through it. And now it's a matter of, is it going to be Alliance? Is it going to be YZG? ASC still have that Tessera alive too, and could make a play for MVP, being able to win with the last player standing and getting the kill score multiply. But Alliance with this Zai managing to have the ultimate still online for Revenge. Syra ultimate still going off. The Tessera enchantment does come on through from ASC's end, but Revenge at the moment absolutely untouchable inside the dome of that V1. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be anyone at all? TXJ is eating the full damage of the meter dump coming on through, but no, he avoids the CC stagger, and I'm not sure actually if he was the last person standing. I think it might have been a draw, and that's going to be able to bag YZG their first and potentially not last win of the day. That is not a good start to the bi-weekly final for these teams that were already behind YZG because of the pre-purpose points.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see going up onto those neon banners up above them. YZG coming in with that MVP. Yeah, this is not what you want. This is not what you want to see, but still, a very good game coming out from a lot of these teams. SS1 were actually going to secure the MVP, I believe, or potentially, because they had the 14 kills. And I think that if YZG hadn't been able to pick up that last kill, because there was 3 of them alive when the zone had fully closed, one of them goes down to YZG, taking them up to 14 eliminations. And then, of course, as you said, the draw came through, making it so that neither team were able to get that multiplier or that that first place placement points, meaning that I think actually maybe they would have come through with the MVP regardless, even if they were on 13. But still, coming in with a massive game 1. I was saying, you know, leading up into this game, YZG, they haven't done so well in their first games of the day in previous bi-weeklies. Perhaps they've addressed it, they've changed it, they've changed it around, but they've solved their issue, and they're coming in swinging, and they're going for that trophy. Wait, third bi-weekly championship is looking more and more feasible, Moxie.
I mean, we did say that the Tessa Viper Wuchen composition is their strongest. I mean, the start that they had was absolutely brilliant, that they were able to get all 3 of their players. It wasn't just the Tessa was the one to secure Fireflies, their entire team came into that third-party timing attack opportunity with ultimates in hand. As we can ask you our first question of the day. How many players chose Wuchen in game number 1? We actually did the maths for you all the way back at the beginning of this game. Question is, can you remember? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? Get your answer into Twitch chat right now, and keep your eye on your whisper box to see if you're walking away with the spring split random gift. But YZG are going to be walking away with an awful lot of points. And that is very concerning for all of the teams in this lobby, because they're going to be getting closer and closer now. Not so much as marathon running, but sprinting towards the match point eligibility of 63 points.
Yeah, they've got the ball rolling already. Game at number 2. Will they be able to replicate that same result? It's 14 eliminations in second place. We're about to see, I'm assuming, the score line so far for the day. They've gotten very, very close. If they get, you know, even if next game they get a not so amazing game, you know, and at least in comparison to their first, you know, they could still get a big game number 3, and then be in match point eligibility for game 4 and take it all and end the day early. So we'll see. But as we saw as well, SS1, ASE even, they came to play today. They did extremely well with their composition choices. It's not going to be easy, but YZG, they've triumphed above all in the previous bi-weekly, so they may have the secret sauce. And here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of game number 1. YZG on 16.5. SS1, who had those 14 kills but weren't able to stay alive until the end game, with 15. ASE on 12.5. Wolves with 8 eliminations, along with OA 10 and 9.5. Then Alliance with 7, 9.5. GG on 6. It's still looking pretty close in terms of scoreline. You know, the pre-post points may actually be the most impactful thing for today's final.
Yeah, and we could see Alliance there with the 2.5 ranking points alongside YZG. They're the reason that YZG didn't pick up more points, because if they'd been able to bag 14 kills as well as last team standing and the kill score multiplier, they would have potentially have gotten close to 20, and then they would be on 40 out of 63 needed and 1 game away from walking with the MVP eligibility. But we're going to be having a look at the overall standings to see what exactly that has done. We know that YZG are still going to be out above the rest, but the question is, has the distance started to close on up? Unfortunately for a lot of these teams in the bottom half of the standings, no. It's taken GG the pre-purpose points and the points that they picked up in game number 1 just to be able to find themselves starting where YZG began the day.
Oh my goodness, Bugs. It's looking pretty cooked. YZG on 37.7, more than half the way there to that match point threshold. SS1 with their 15-point game, 28.4, ASE on 26.3, Wolves on 24, Alliance on 22.4, OA on 21.9, and hey, yeah, big ups to Alliance, the GOATs. They stopped YZG getting that kill multiplier. Well done, boy. Everyone giving them a pat on the back backstage. Okay, good job. Okay, we got another game. Let's go, boys. We've got to lock in. Can't let them win again. But we're going to take a look at those highlights brought to you by China Unicom at YZG kicking off the beginning of that game.
Yeah, there it is. YZG coming in with the third-party opportunity, and this time again coming in with the third-party plays, managing to take advantage of the Moonbane, showcasing these teams' location on the map and closing up, making sure that they prioritize that Matari. Dreadful Whale now coming on through. Like you said, the Soldier, the reason that they were able to put themselves into a position to pick up that Spirit Well, the Tesla ultimate, just the icing on the cake to make sure that they're able to stick the landing. As into the zone they go, Harry pulled on off. Tesla enchantment yet again into Dreadful Whale, follow through, even with the Viper snap in play. YZG are still picking up eliminations.
Yeah, no, they don't need yeah, we got one too, buddy. No need. The fact that they were able to salvage it as well when QGG almost got bursted at the edge of the zone. Insane. Very, very nicely done by TXJ to come in clutch. And then at the very end here, we see him surviving until the last moments, getting that one extra kill and securing that, at the very least, that second place draw. And of course, we're going to see TXJ getting that MVP for his team, the MVP of the MVPs of game number 1, F1, the Silence F with V2 coming in with 15,000 damage, surprisingly 14,000 healing as well, and then we have 4.2 thousand of that 15k on the coming out from the dual halberds. We do see the dragon like, so it does make sense coming in. Benthic Descent on top of that. We have Assassin's Lunge. We've got just a little bit of damage reduction. The Switch Desert. The skills and ultimates are doing it quite a bit. You know, not very much, but you're probably wondering, bro has 15,000 damage and 6 kills. It comes down to the fact that we saw them in the highlights as well in that game, but they were able to just come in at those opportune moments and snipe away these eliminations without having to actually deal all that much damage, allowing other teams to do the heavy lifting, coming in at the perfect time. Not to say that this is easy to do, because coming in with this timing, all these teams are very ready for third parties. They have to find that perfect moment and with the perfect execution. Otherwise, they're not going to get anything out of those third parties.
Yeah, I mean, it is a staple. Like you said, the Viper teams, when they do MVP, they tend to have a little bit of lower damage stats, unless they're running the F2 variant with that shotgun blast. And a lot of the time, we then see the majority of their damage, the lion's share, actually coming on out from that now F2, previously F3. But being able to identify the fights that are going on, taking that moment as well, because you have to remember, they're not the only teams looking to do that. They have to make sure when they enter into a third party, they don't find themselves themselves getting third-partied in a couple of moments afterwards. But you have to remember, TXJ has been doing this and using this composition for a very long time, because they were actually the ones who first invented it. First when they were TE, then utilizing it in JL. So you have to figure out, like, how do YGG slow down? Because now they're locked out of Viper Tesla Wuchen. Okay, surely that's the strongest composition gone. Doesn't really get any better for the rest of the teams in the lobby, though, because now they have access to something like the Xiphon composition, which, yet again, DXJ invented when he was on JL. They were the origins of the budget comp.
DXJ, if you didn't get the hint, he's kind of the GOAT. You know, he's just kind of the genius of the scene. He's done everything. He's the creator. He's the overlord of the community over there in China Trios. He's able to dictate the pace, to dictate the meta, and of course, you know, as the creator, he does know how to do it very, very well, to make full use out of it. Initially, you know, we weren't 100% sure whether or not he was going to be able to replicate those results, going over to a different team onto YZG. But you know, we shouldn't have been worried, should we? He's coming in and he's rolling through with the insanely good gameplay coming in. But speaking of gameplay, we're going to be going into that second game very soon. We're going to go over to, I believe, Perdoria. No, Moxie, we're going to a nighttime Perdoria with fireflies again.
Ah, Pedoria. It's honestly my favorite map. I adore Starry Night Holoroth, do not get me wrong. But just Pedoria having so many unique points of interest that allows these teams to show their personalities, right? GG going Twilight Pass, everybody knows it's the drop location, and normally landing on GG is a challenge in and of itself, but Twilight Pass adds an additional layer to that danger threat with all the poisonous jellies floating around the position. So GG very much fortifying their defenses in that particular aspect of the map. Then you've got Imperium, where we see a lot of teams actually land on but never stick around, because the second that they realize that a team is getting a little bit too close to getting too many kills towards that longsword extreme portal opening, everyone sort of scatters away before that one can occur. But we also have Arcadia up in the north, where teams are going to be vying to get their hands on Wolfen Essence, or trying to grief those who want to get their hands on those. And then with floating piles as well, providing an extra little way of recovering your game, and it being a nighttime Pedoria, it also means that when the floating piles spawn, additional fireflies spawn, and if we see the continuation of the Viper Tessa Wuchen, that means that we're going to be having Tessa V1s at the beginning of the game, Tessa V1s at the midpoint of the game, and probably a lot of Tessa V1s at the end of the game too.
Absolutely. Those floating piles, I have to say, are probably my favorite out of all of the mechanics on Perdoria. You know, it creates not only the potential for initial scaling, but as you said, the recovery, and then just mid-game, just sort of topping up on loot, getting those fireflies. It's and if you know the timings for them, because they do spawn at specific times, if you go and look that up, if you keep an eye on it, you're going to be able to just constantly rotate around the map looking for these floating piles and get those little extra bits of loot. Very nice indeed. And the thing is, before when Perdoria initially came out, and also as time has gone on, teams have been progressively clocking the fact that these floating piles are very useful and very important to contest, because you know, if you're looking to go over to a floating pile, it's very likely that you don't have that much loot realistically. You know, you could be going over to a floating pile not to necessarily loot up for yourself, but also to try and take advantage of an underscaled team and try and catch them unawares. So a lot of these teams, these floating piles get contested very heavily nowadays. But here we are taking a look at a bit of a highlight off the back of game number one. We've got SS1 and FPX in the realm of Yang, dashing around, scale rushing left to right. Kiki eating a bunch of damage from that Syra ultimate. SS1, this was they were on 10 kills at this point. They were absolutely killing it in this lobby.
Yeah, so and just with that Zai V2 able to take out some eliminations. It's out of the Tianhai transformation sequence too, which means that it's the Zai's time to get aggressive. But no, returning to the point that we mentioned about things like the floating piles, it's a good thing Mercury River provides an additional layer of safety if teams decide to take a cover inside the water. And we have actually seen, I think, some of my favorite moments have occurred where you have like two teams fighting it out in the foreground, and then just ever so slightly off to the sidelines, you see the hellfire above the water, and you're like, I don't see a player, but I know that there's a player there. And the safe rotations have been able to come on through with a lot of those teams going into the Mercury River to survive the rotation when the zone forces them to have to move if they don't have access to something like that Wuchan V1 teleport.
Yeah, you see the bubbles blip, 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 coming up from the Mercury River. Is that there's one of the indications. Another thing that you can use is you activate your grapple as long as your grapple isn't set to auto, where you instantly grapple the moment you press the button, and you have it set to switch. It's in the gameplay settings. You can go and adjust those things around. You can also set it up so it's not just the grapple aim assist that you have on the left click. You can also set it up so you have grapple aim assist and manual aimed grapple on either button, whatever you like. But if you open up that grapple, sort of the ADS or the FOV, whatever it is that you want to call it, you can actually see them underneath the water. And not only that, but camera lock. You can also just spam camera lock, because sometimes it is a little hard to see those bubbles. But yeah, there's a few different ways to catch them. But as you said, it is quite funny. Just suddenly, surprise! And they can do a special attack out of the river as well. Just straight up, just kick you in the face out of nowhere. Insane. It's a very, very good addition. I do very much like Padoria, and I always wonder, considering that as new maps have been released, we've had Holoroth and then Padoria, there's been an increasing number of unique mechanics added to these maps as they've been released. And I always wonder, will they ever go back to Morris Isle and add a few of these things? Or will that just continue to stand as the vanilla map, so to speak? It does have the unique Firefly caves, which doesn't exist in any other map. But they don't really have those weather factors, that sort of thing.
No thorny roller. You know what? Celestia could use the thorny roller. Just saying.
It already has the wheel. What do you mean? The thorny roller as well.
Kiting path, right? Because everyone goes to Celestia to be able to kite and live. So if you have a thorny roller that goes around the alleyways, kiting would become much harder.
How would you? The little alleyways in Celestia are pretty. They're pretty narrow. I think maybe not thorny roller. Maybe one of those giant boulders. A giant boulder just rolling
Indiana
through.
Jones style.
It's rolling down the pavement. I can just imagine myself in Tarkarol just running away from it. Ah! With that forward camera. Oh, it's hilarious. Anyway, enough of the silly joking around. We're going into game number 2. What have we got cooking up? We've got Padoria coming through on the nighttime. It's gonna be oogly at the beginning, as it usually is with these Fireflies. But are we going to see the same number of Viper comps coming on through with the Attack on Titan? Or are we going to get a little bit more Titan, perhaps? A little bit more Transformers? What do you think, Moxie?
Verticality has long been the enemy of the Transformers team. Not so much now that, Tianhai can jump much higher than he used to. It isn't a case of when a team kites over towards a cliff, you have to immediately drop your ultimate to be able to scavenge up after them. But verticality, unfortunately, still makes it pretty difficult, because when the monk is in motion, he is not able to grab something that we were seeing teams do inside the Tianhai Transformers mirror, inside those Realm of Yangs. We got to watch as, unfortunately, GG and JL went head-to-head. And their monk got lower and lower and was not able to look for grabs on players when his health bar started deteriorating, because the other monk just continued to chase him, hounding him both on the low ground and then jumping on up to knock him off of that pillar to make sure that he wasn't able to sit up there and go for a grab on a player and then get that punch, being able to regenerate some of his health without his team chipping on in. And there was a lot of verticality on Padoria.
Yeah,
I would definitely say it's a very strong map for the Viper Tesla Wu Chen, especially because, as we talked about, right, a lot of this map is going to be telegraphed. There are going to be certain points where teams are going towards those floating piles or going towards those unique points of interest that make it much easier for the Viper teams to be able to track down where everyone is going to be around them at every single stage of the map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The monk certainly does suffer. But I think that maybe because of the addition of Kylin, because before there was no Kylin in sort of Transformers composition, but now that there is, I think that may make up for the weakness. But that being said, Kylin is not what he used to be. You obviously remember before when Kylin was, he was just the absolute, just like the death wrecking ball running through everything. Just the car crash, just coming through that windscreen and just grabbing you by the throat. Come here, boy. He's just like absolutely dominating everything. In those days, back in that day, Kylin was absolutely cooking. And one of the things that was really good about him, because he was that position one, he was the carry, he was doing more damage than he does now, he was able to take advantage of those end game situations where the verticality comes into play, which is actually more common on Padoria, as we talked about it, having more of this than any other map. So, but that being said, he's not in that state anymore. He's still good, and he's definitely better now, but he's not as good as he was. So I'm not sure if that sort of ability, the prowess of taking advantage of this verticality, is going to be enough to cover for the weakness that Monk has, as you said. But we shall see. We shall see going in to this first round selection very soon. Let's get it. What do we have? Oh, ooh, okay. So yeah, no new Transformers just yet, but we do have some Syra.
Yeah, we do have some Syra, and ASC actually going to be running Syra, Justina, Viper, so taking out the Wu Chen and the Tessa for the crowd control and chain stagger that you can set up with the Justina and Syra getting to play off of each other, and then also setting up that Viper ultimate coming for. I wonder if it's going to be the V1 or the V2 coming on out for Miss, as we can see JL debating it. Syra's gonna be locked in, so two teams going for Sen. Xiphon Wolf's gonna be locking in that Xiphon composition with the Matari. You can see that they're definitely anticipating the composition that OUG, TE, and GG all swiftly locked in. However, we know that YZG can't run it because they used it last time, so it's going to be a Transformer composition coming on through for them instead.
Okay. So how many Transformer compositions are we gonna get? We've got the YZG, now SR, and Alliance. Are we gonna get another two? Perhaps one more? Okay, going once, going twice. SS1 coming in with the fourth new Transformer composition. Are OA gonna follow suit, or are they gonna go for something else? Wait a minute. We haven't seen. Is it 2024? Is it?
It's old Xiphon.
Old Xiphon, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the day, Xiphon was originally played with either Zipping or Kurumi. Kurumi ended up being slightly better, but because it was harder to play, because it required more like fine-tuned execution, Zipping was still a good pick in there. But very nice, Moxie.
Yeah, I think they saw that the Viper Tessa and Wu Chen had been made more expensive and therefore deducted that there were a lot of teams on that composition and wanted to prioritize the Matari as a way of being able to hit the ultimate and avoid the Viper ultimate and any of the subsequent follow-up damage, something that the Tianhai teams are definitely going to have to be figuring out how to play around. The good news for the Transformer teams, though, is that the more monks there are in the lobby, the better the teams actually do. Where it becomes a little bit dicier, though, is for control of that spirit world, because traditionally we see a Transformers team roll on up and prioritize being able to position themselves as that Spirit Well spawns on up so they can utilize the dome and the fact that it blocks incoming range damage from everyone outside of the dome. And that means that the monk doesn't have to worry if he's in his ultimate of being taken down by things like Venom Tip and Repeating Crossbow, which was something that the Temi actually started being run with the TN High to mitigate when we had Sandformers to come on through. However, once that first Transformers team has rolled on up to the Spirit Well and burned through their V2, another Transformers team then takes their moment, and then another and another, and if that goes on a little bit too long, that Spirit Well has 180 seconds for a team to pick it up before it just poofs out of existence entirely.
Just fades into dust. But absolutely. But taking a look at these ability choices, we do see the F1 V1 coming through for the Viper on the Viper Justina Syra composition. So they're going to go for that silence along with the 5-second stun, interestingly. And we see the other Vipers, or at least one or two of them, running the F2 with the V2. A little, the Viper personality crisis persists even after the buff, ladies and gentlemen. No one has truly decided, but I say that jokingly, but there's lots of different reasons why you would want to run one thing over the other, and vice versa. It comes down to your strategy, what you're attempting to accomplish. Are you looking to try and burst people down quickly? Are you looking to hunt certain team compositions? Are you looking to hunt the Xiphon? Are you looking to hunt down the Sand Siphon or the Transformers, that sort of thing? Whatever your objective may be, you typically adjust whatever it is that your Viper is going to choose to play because of this objective and to suit that goal. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, kicking it off with JLOUG very close together. We don't see any activity just yet. We've seen the Fireflies get picked up as Kukutu does have that ultimate, but no weapon yet. But regardless of whether or not he has a weapon, he is still going to be able to put that ultimate. He's still going to get that laser coming on through. But OUG, they see this coming and they pop that no ult zone very quickly.
Yeah, interesting, because Jimmy was able to get their hands on Fireflies, but it feels like because they're behind in terms of the loot disparity, they go for that Forbidden Seal to force JL to have to reposition, rotate away, understanding that there's going to be teams drawn in by that coming on up on the map. As OUG now going to be running into FPX. Kiki goes for the overhold, releases the RMB, gets a lot of damage onto the blue armor that SS is currently running. He is away from the mix, but you can see that Forbidden Seal absolutely ginormous on the left side, just on the horizon of that map. And OUG now caught between two teams. SS1 going to be also directly behind them right now. So SS trying to build up the damage to regenerate that rage into the V2. Zuan already having the Zip ultimate is not going to be able to stick around for long though, as Xuan able to find the power into the follow-up damage with a purple pole sword. And this early in the game, no one from OUG has the armor to withstand the chunk of that hit.
Absolutely beautiful play coming out from SS1, turning it around instantaneously. No chance for recovery. That Tessa just gets absolutely exploded. We're heading over now to Skygaze Cove. ASE and Wolves just scrapping it out. ASE they have already used that Syra ultimate. They are kind of an advantage though. They do find that Dragon Slayer into Nessus, but a beautiful parry coming out onto from LJX onto Han, but the parry gets griefed. And Han is not going to take that damage. Wolves, somebody is getting a slap on the wrist after that one. The single hit parry would have killed. We would have won. It does happen. I'm joking, but it does happen. But it definitely would have netted them the victory in that fight, I believe, if they've managed to get that kill, because of the Soul Bloom coming through. Soul Bloom's in Immortal War, giving you double the resources that they do in normal rank. Now heading over to FPX and JL, you see Fu Yan trying his best to kite away over to his teammates who are resurrecting on the Rebirth altar.
Yeah, two Sand Siphon compositions, both with that Cyrus of the Temi ultimate ignored entirely off of the Syra V1 procs. Now it is going to be Cuckoo repositioning. Kiki does have that Takeda V3 currently in the mix, and he has got those shoves to lead into the immediate follow-up damage of the LMB on that. Pulsar swaps over to the fan. Now looking for the 1-2 light attack stagger to set up for his teammates. He has to be careful that he doesn't lose. The overhold comes on out from Xiao Xiao. Will be able to find the Takeda's damage, but he manages to back on off. Xiao Xiao now with his own Takeda ultimate, but gets hit max distance longsword RMB. He's so incredibly low, activates the F1, goes for the error. Now they're not going to be able to blue attack into him, but they can absolutely drop down RMB him. And Xiao Xiao is taken out of the fight, leaving it now to FPX. Taking a 3 versus 2. The Syra ultimate cycles back into the mix for both of these teams, but Cuckoo gets stun dazzled by the other Syra V1, and he is unfortunately going to lose a lot of the shield because of this.
This is not looking good for JL. They've already used the resurrection on Wanfeng and Xiao Xiao. Cuckoo 2 he still has that rebirth, so he's not down for the count just yet. He will be able to recover, but his teammates are fully dead, and he's now going to be tasked with recovering the game fully for the team, finding it not 1, but 2 rebirth charms to actually get all of his teammates back up on their feet. Not the start to the game that you want, really. Not at all. They go for the aggressive play, go for that run back on the res, but it just doesn't pay off, and they're gonna pay dearly for it. Now, YZG looking at pretty stacked, pretty scaled up already. 2 purple armors.
Yeah.
Focus slide as well on TXJ. They're
prioritizing lead scaling. They have 0 eliminations, and I thought, okay, maybe they've lost a fight initially on drop, but they've still got their rebirth charms. So they actually have prioritized scaling themselves up to better set up for that first realm of Yang, which would then in turn scale them into the mid fighters. We're going to be having a look at OA versus TE. Tessa Enchantment of that V1 will be able to connect onto one of these players, and OA now just getting to keep up that pressure before that Sultan can be interacted with. Tusik eating so much damage, goes for the early release on those fly knives before goes for the overhold of the RMB, getting that second stage focus. Will be able to find the elimination off of the back of it as TXJ is then put into the absolute blender right now. He gets frozen, he gets stun dazzled, he gets beamed. He does, more importantly, get the V2 cast off, and now he can look to put pressure onto ASE's hand, who is still grabbable by the Tianhai, even in that Syra ultimate state. Unfortunately, as we talked about, the Tianhai having to take a little bit of time navigating the cliffside as ASE kite away before TXJ is in position. There we go. We've closed up the distance. One player looking for the second. Can we find it? No, the ultimate's running out. TXJ doesn't want to wait around, wants to go for the slam and follow up damage immediately, as YCG have not been able to find the eliminations that they're looking for. This is dangerous because the Viper team is going to get the second cycle of ultimates.
They may be able to, but I'm not sure if it's going to be in time. YZG having assassinated, bursted down one of their players to making it into that 3 versus 2 with focus slide on top of it all, Moxie. You ain't going nowhere, buddy. It's just focus slide gaming. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Another one of those Jades. Phantom step, velocity. Oh my goodness. We love it. Fun and interactive gaming, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Focus slide, cutting him down at the ankles, just not able to do anything about it. He was already at a numbers disadvantage. It's like an extra player. Focus slide is genuinely absurd. But regardless, we're setting up for this Realm of Yang coming through. I believe we have SR and Alliance both positioned right on top of this, not looking to fight just yet, I'm assuming. I don't think they really want to scrap it out on top of this Realm of Yang. They're happy to handshake and simply go to this Realm of Yang, as that is their main objective. They don't want... They're both running the new Transformers, so fighting here would just be completely counterintuitive, and there's no need to fight. So going into the Realm of Yang, YZG, I believe, are trying to get over to another Realm of Yang portal that they're going to go uncontested. But considering how many teams are positioned to actually go in, there's always a possibility that they don't get in. Oh, okay. As I said, they make it. They make it. They're through. Let's go. YZG up against OA on the budget Xiphon composition.
Yeah. So I thought maybe we were going to get a Transformers mirror fight, but no, it is going to be Xiphon. Oh, with that Matari ultimate being used to refresh the Xi F2, not to avoid the damage of a Viper ultimate. And it's going to be continuous pressure TXJ, and it does go for the Tianhai V2. The fire not actually applied. The Xi mistiming the iframe that TXJ is afforded, so the F2 sails harmlessly through him. And he can now look to position himself onto the pillar and find these grabs. OA are still holding on to that Xi ultimate, though. So YCG have the power in the first stage of this fight. The second half becomes a little bit more questionable, and that's the reason why CXC is still holding on to his. He's looking for an opportunity. Another Xi F2 is going to be invested. Out comes that Kylan ultimate now from CXC, keeping up the pressure, knocking and interrupting 2-tick before he can hit in with the Xi V2, applying that fire tick pressure. The Kylan continuing to keep on top of 2-tick, who's trying to find the isolation onto that zip with the fire, absolutely debuffing that zip healing output. OA doing a very good job of living the duration of the ultimates from YZG. Unfortunately, Mong does go down as I say that, and 2-tick now on the back foot, gets a zip F1, manages to hit the staff RMB, goes for a second, tries to find it, manages to get the first frame off, but gets parried before it can hit the purple focus, and YZG with that last little bit of peel will be able to come out on top.
Focus line. TXJ having a great time. He's I bet you if we had the face cam, he'd just be chuckling. What you gonna do? They're having a great time. They played fully for scaling early on in this game and not going for any fights. They find that fight against ASE, the attack on, well, actually it's not Attack on Titan because it is the Justina Sara variation, but it's close. With that Viper still in play, they win that fight, go into Realm of Yang, win Realm of Yang with a disadvantage, no less. The line in this matchup is that you want to try and, like, usually you want to go for the Monk initially so he can tank a lot of damage that they might be outputting. You don't want to be losing any of your armor before you go into that Monk Vajra state. And then you want to try your very best to keep that Kylan ult as long as possible so that it can match up against the Xi ultimate, because then Xi is obviously going to get disrupted so much by Kylan dashing through. She's not going to be able to stay on her feet and actually find that stagger with the empowered focus attacks coming out from her ultimate. So you want to try and do that, but Kylan was forced to use that ultimate before Xi even popped the ult, so they were at a pretty decent disadvantage going into that sort of the middle stage of the fight, but still able to come out on top. TXJ positioning extremely well, not finding himself getting focused down. Instead, it was the zipping, and QGG able to kite it out perfectly. So props to YZG, beautifully executed Yang. We're heading now into another fight going up against OUG with their Viper composition.
Was also potentially looking for the third party alongside Alliance. CXC is going to get hit by that Tessa V1. YZG backing on off as SS1 also show up to the mix with the Kylan V2 in full swing for Juan. They're keeping a track of OUG, who just teleported a little bit closer to where they probably wanted to end on up. And SS1 with this Vermilion Birds might more than happy to keep up that continuous pressure. CXC also not wanting to get caught out behind as we head into the full middle area of Skygaze. Celestial Barge is also now going to be coming into play as OUG trying to lose their pursuers amongst all of the different layers of that ship. We can see the focus slide into the lava damage coming on out from YZG, setting on up for that guaranteed LMV off of the pole sword. However, OA on the outsides of that fight, capable of utilizing 2-tick's V2 on that Zai to keep up the pressure and apply that damage onto the backs of YZG. They've got to be careful that they don't overcommit though, as we did see the Tesla enchantment coming on out to the mix. Lava has now run out on one side of the map, Alliance potentially kiting away over towards the wheel. Will activate the disc and continue that pressure, as it's been a very long time. It feels like I've got to see so many of these teams in this era of Skygaze.
Yeah, in this area of Skygaze as well, as you pointed out, the lava, it really comes down to who's able to get that lava immunity and who's going to have the just like huge advantage. You do not want to be fighting on that lava when you don't have the buff that makes you completely immune to it, because it's just a straight up disadvantage. You're going to be taking damage directly to your health bar. So you definitely do not want that. And another thing you definitely do not want is to be in FPX's position right here. Unfortunately, it looks as though all three of these players are going to be going down to Yang depletion. Oh my, it's just heartbreaking. It is the most tilting experience to have this happen to you. They were on 6 kills as well. They were doing very well, but just Yang depletion is killer. You know, you get caught with Yang depletion in mid game. You don't find a team to fight. You're just not going to really be able to do anything, unfortunately. And it looks as though here we have YZG and SS1 just very happy to handshake, because again we have.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, they're just sort of like giving each other little love taps, you know.
Focus slide. TXJ just showing focus slide.
Yeah, they're delaying their entry to Realm of Yang as well, so they can maximize the duration or the effective duration of the buff as well. But
it is going to be YZG going head-to-head against SR who were able to recover their gameplay. YZG, we know that TXJ has focus slide. We also know that Xiao is going to be rocking that V2 full. Mirror comes on through. TXJ already losing a lot of his health, goes for the stomp. Has been able to pick up one player, is going to be interrupted by the kick before he can fight the grab. And yet again, Xiao continues to apply the pressure onto TXJ. We know he's got focus slide. He puts himself onto the other side of the pillar. Jun is actually going to go for the Kylan ultimate, trying to chase down where that low Tian high has gone to. And it's going to be a game of pure coming on out from the side of YZG's. Kylan looking to interrupt Jun before the Zip can apply the F1s onto the Tian high's body. Jun now again gets the dash, gets to try and chase down some of these players from YZG, but he's eating the pressure now coming through from CXC's own V2. Goes for the crouch LMV with those flying knives, gets the max range connection with the LMV as well. And that's another player now brought down from the side of SR. Off of the back of that is just going to be YZG playing with their food and kiting out that Realm of Yang for as long as they possibly can. As we head over and look at the Spirit World to see that GG is doing the exact same thing.
Oh yes, absolutely. We've seen this time and time again. The min-maxing coming on through. It's good to see it, because this is all stuff that could have been done before, but it wasn't recognized. You know, it might seem obvious to us now, but before, when these mechanics and these factors within the game were introduced, it wasn't obvious at all, and it's taken time, but it really does show the evolution of Nbpl and of the game as a whole. So very nice to see. But we're taking a look at a replay from the Realm of Yang. SS1 up against ASE, absolutely slamming through. The grab comes into the flying knives, and ASE's just got nowhere to go. SS1 popping off, getting their hands on a Draco Storm, along with YZG as well. And again, there's no need for them to really fight. Another factor that you have to consider in this scenario, they're giving each other the respect of not standing on top of each other with Draco Storm and going for the same shop. But there's no need to fight. One, because they both have Draco Storm, so they'd be completely mitigating the advantage they have with this buff. Better, it's always better to fight somebody without this buff or without a buff entirely. And then on top of that, they don't have any interest in taking each other down going into this end zone because there's lots of Vipers, there's lots of other compositions, and if they eliminate each other, then they're going to be isolated and potentially find themselves getting focused out by the entire lobby, as they may be the only Monk team left. And as we've talked about before, the more Monk teams there are in endgame, the better.
Oh no, there's only one play left for JL though, and that is unfortunately now going to change. Cuckoo is taken down by OUG, who spot out the straggler and will be able to find the elimination. ASC, by the way, went into Realm of Yang with that Justina Syra Viper variant, and Mist was taken down so quickly he didn't have the opportunity to pop his V1. That's absolutely insane. But given the loot that they currently had, them going for a Realm of Yang is a lot of confidence, but potentially misplaced given the fact that all three of them are still on the blue armor. They might have thought that they were able to steal away a one uncontested, but that at this level is a huge risk to be able to undertake. Although it does give them a 5-minute guarantee of surviving into this lobby on a second life with that Yang depletion now coming on out into the mixes. SR going to be chasing down OA, forcing that Zai F2 out early. Jun X on the Kylan ultimate, going to be able to keep up exactly where OA kited on over to. One body dropped, one soul bloom secured. SR will continue to apply this pressure, but as we talked about, some of these parts of them have very good kiting locations, and Celestial Barge is one of them. The Matari has fallen, but not the entire team, and with YZG showing up with Draco Storm still having a 30-second expiration date on it, SR have to be very careful that they do not get caught out by some of these other teams in the area.
Yeah, you really can't be getting caught in the middle, sandwiched between multiple teams in this scenario, as you're just going to get absolutely crushed by the sheer weight, the prowess of these teams. Kiting one team is hard enough. Kiting two, when you're in between them, is even more difficult. But we're taking a look now at ASC. As you said, all triple blue. It's not looking good. They have spotted out GG, but GG having that Draco Storm and being on the attack on Titan composition as well, they I'm not sure if they're really going to be able to commit to this fight with confidence, and instead I think they're actually going to be following them over into Skygaze Cove, potentially finding a separate fight to try and third party or to just take as a straight 3v3. But now OUG, speaking of a 3v3, we've got SR and OUG fighting it out. SR being one of the teams with Yang depletion, having cleansed only one of their players, being Zhao, are trying to take this fight up against this team. Alliance also very close by in the mix. This might be death for SR. Unfortunately, Yumar coming in with the focus slide. The Pulse Sword sliding LMB, doing damage, and he's got no Monk ult, no Bell, and no teammates to help him survive, and he is going to go down to the hands of Alliance.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Like you said, that was SR's only player who'd been able to secure a Soul Bloom. That Kylan is still saddled with that debuff. ASC now have rotated into Skygaze, and it is going to be the full CC lock attempted coming on out from this team. Can they manage to secure these eliminations against OA fast enough to not get third-partied? Zhao is going lower and lower and lower. Has to utilize that Justina F2 to find a recovery. Force out the R&B on those fist blades. The stun dazzle also connects onto OA's PP, but Zhao went for the follow-up R&B and gets parried. However, Han was able to find the elimination. That's another Soul Bloom picked up, and with 1 second left, unfortunately, ASC are going to be losing their Viper as GG just lost CJS to the Moonbane. That's making it so difficult. Moonbane is throwing his hat into the ring to control the Spirit Well as NY7 moves between the lines and stays alive, utilizing the hitbox of the Tianhai V2 to cover the zip, picking up Yuma. As now out of those ultimates, YZG look for second cycle of control.
What? We need to just get this in our heads, ladies and gentlemen. Moonbane is dangerous. What's going on? Oh my goodness. GG goes down, loses their Tessa, I believe. and then we see just, oh my god, just actually insane. Just, I don't even know how many hits of Moonbane that was. Felt like 6 or something along those lines, and just all in one spot, one after the other, of completely obliterating that player. And thank the Lord that zipping was had ultimate up. Otherwise, they too would have gone down to that Moonbane. Alliance are going to be the ones picking up that Draco Storm. But goodness me, what is just an emotional roller coaster whenever we see Moonbane now. I swear, it's just every single time. Will they? Won't they? Will they respect it? Because it certainly warrants respect. I think at this point, if it's not clear to you, you need to get your eyes checked. Genuinely.
Yeah, that's very much a sort of lightning conductor, it feels like, for Moonbane every single time we do see it coming out into the mix. TE, though, going to have to be very wary of how they rotate around Alliance, who are going to be gatekeeping their rotation. Little bit of pressure for Moonbane is going to be coming into play. And this time around, I'm pretty sure everyone has learned if you play with fire, you're probably going to get burned.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially that purple fire that's extra spooky. You don't. That's extra spooky, extra devastating. Alliance making their rotations around the edge of this Moonbane, at the edge of this storm. I believe TE seems to be the focus of their attention. They are on this Viper composition, this attack on Titan comp, but they don't want to. They don't want them to survive until those to the end game, and not only because they have no right to be really surviving this long, considering it's Viper and Wu Chen, but also the fact that they could very easily grief one of these new Transformer compositions and fully deny them their time in the spotlight, as endgame with monks, with all these scaled up jades and weapons, is exactly where they want to be, exactly what they want to get to. So we'll see moving forward, once this Moonbane drops, whether or not these teams are going to be able to fend off the Vipers or focus them down. Alliance taking the initiative, going to be going over to the Spirit World to try and secure the Draco Storm coming on through on this final one of the game.
Yeah, utilizing the Draco Storm that they had previously, but NY7 inside that Tianhai state already is going to have to time the drop of the ultimate to not get hit. Unfortunately, will not be able to iframe the Tesla enchantment. However, it's still going to be alive. Alliance's 2 other players, the Zip and the Count, doing a very good job of focus attacking to cover the Tianhai, as well as taking advantage of the dome that we mentioned, blocking all of that incoming range damages. But GG now deciding that they want to try to make a play with their own Viper ultimate. Yuma does get hit by it, but he's still got that Kylon ultimate coming into the midst. At the same time, he's being intercepted by another Kylon's ultimate, but Draco Storm is secured on the side of Alliance. That's going to be 2 ultimate cycles now coming through for the Transformers team, with all of these players stacked one on top of the other. Yuma is in an absolute field day right now, with the damage that he's getting to put down onto the players of OUG alongside the Draco Storm. That is extending that damage even further with the lightning AoE off of every single one of those dashes. And OUG are going to have to hope that that Wu Chen teleport went unnoticed as they reposition themselves. YZG going out into that zone. TXJ activating the conductor wheel of the lava so that YZG can get access to the lava proof debuff coming on through, as well as keeping up the pressure onto all of these players in pockets of space where the lava can still reach them. Is not going to get spotted on out, will be able to get that fully on off without being punished and held into the zone, as OUG are still under threat from these Transformers team. SS trying to carve out a position of safety for them with the Viper ultimate, will be able to find the stagger onto TXJ, but the parry comes on through. The Wu Chen teleport at the last second, bailing them out before the Viper falls, and with Draco Storm still lasting for another minute, no one is going to want to actually take a fight properly.
No, not at all. Those Vipers, when they were jumping into the Spirit World, it's like, guys, I silenced him. Guys, hello? Where's the rest of the lobby? Please? No one wants this? Okay, GG. Okay, all right, fine. He can have the Draco Storm. Let's just let him have it. 2 Vipers did the same thing, trying their best to make something happen, but no other team showed any interest Now we have the last few moments, the zone closing in, water up on top of this tower, on top of this roof, and trying to find these grabs, but just not able to really find any of them, unfortunately. This is a lot of avenues of to break line of sight, protect themselves from any of these grabs. Now coming out of that ultimate, GG taking the high ground along with TE. Both teams very close together, much more interested in focusing down SS1's Water, who had just used that ultimate on the Tianhai, and perhaps these other Tianhais. ASE down below on the ultimate low ground, trying to hold this basement or this secondary level of this I don't really even know what to call it, this giant castle part thing. SS1 is going to get caught by the grab, those one, eat in the damage, the Flamebringer coming through, YZG picking up another kill, going up to 11, tying themselves up with OUG also on 11. Alliance NY7 now coming out of that ultimate. SS1 have lost 2 members, 1 Kylan left alive. He may be able to make something happen if he's able to hold on to that ultimate. As we can see, he's sitting at the very, very top, at the ultimate high ground right now. He's completely out of the way, but will he be able to stay there is the main question.
Will YZG be able to walk away with the kill score? Multiplier is mine. They're at 50 points almost. If they get that kill score multiplier and a couple more eliminations, then it is entirely possible running a Transformers team which has access to the Tianhai V2 to survive the heal situation, and the Kylan V2 which has the 4 seconds of invulnerability or of immortality. With the Keeling Guard, TXJ looks for a grab. He's already got 1 player. He's going to have to drop them though because of that Viper stun coming on out, and it's going to be followed by a Tessera Enchantment and a Justina Freeze. ASE presence still very much being felt by these Transformer teams, as poor TXJ has not been able to find the impact that he was looking for. His helper is going lower and lower. He's got to jump into the center, but he goes down inside his ultimate. At the same time, QGG gets picked by SS1, who start to jump ahead of their competition in terms of this lobby. Alliance still making a play. CXE with the Killing Guard going to be staying alive for a little bit longer, gets the dash through so many of these players. Their health are getting to regenerate off of the back of all of that damage, but it is not enough. ASE will be able to keep themselves alive, denying YZG the kill score multiplier. And I think off of the back of that damage done, YZG do not find themselves on MVP eligibility, but Dunk, it's gonna be real close. They'll 1 game off of 63 points.
They are, and it's looking like the 4-game series is more and more a reality moving forwards here. It's definitely very feasible here, ladies and gentlemen. OUG is going to be able to claim that MVP for this game number 2, but YZG was still very, very close to them in terms of points. And CXZ, I believe, was on that Kylan just mincing through everyone piling into that one small corner inside that building. Oh my goodness, just having a ball dashing through over and over and over again. Sadly, because of that anti-heal debuff from the Storm, was not able to heal up anywhere close to as much as he would have if it wasn't in effect, meaning that he does end up going down and does run out of those dashes. Nonetheless, though, they surely were able to pick up at least another 1 or 2 eliminations in that chaotic last few seconds. I believe it was ASE who survived until the last moment and claimed that first place finish for themselves with the multiplier. Unfortunately, though, I don't believe they had as many kills as they would have hoped to when getting this kill multiplier. As that, I believe the one who survived was on blue armor at the very end, so they weren't a very scaled position going into that end game. Regardless, though, props to OUG for their MVP. They're looking to contest YZG moving forwards, but I don't know, Moxie. Woo, spicy one.
Oh well, I was about to actually give away this answer, so I'm really happy that the question popped up before I opened my mouth. Which team chose Justina in game number 2? Was it A, OUG? Was it B, ASC? Was it CJL? Or was it D, SS1? I'll give it a little bit of time for the snow to settle to the ground before giving you all the answer, and we'll have a look back and see both our faces. And also, now we get to look forward to seeing what exactly that's going to do to the overall standings, because the thing is, since that Justina was still in play, TXJ did not get anywhere near the value that he could have done for that ultimate. So game number 1, everyone says thank you to Alliance for denying YZD a kill score multiplier. Game number 2, now that enough time has passed, ASC! ASC! Very much everyone is going to be giving gratitude and gift baskets to ASC for having that chain CC. TXJ, the second he went for that V2, got staggered out by a Justina freeze, staggered out by a Sire ultimate, staggered out by a Viper V1 too. So he literally spent the entire duration of his ultimate CC locked. He could do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he did not have fun. It's yeah, not very fun. It's like going up against Feria, Justina, Syra, or something along those lines as a monk. You don't get to play the game. It's just not possible. You're CC locked the entire time. But here, looking at this scoreboard, OUG 18.5 in that first place, but YZG in second with 15 or so points. So they still popped off in that game, absolutely. But let's take a look at the stats coming through from OUG, running that attack on Titan composition. 17,500 damage coming out from SS on the Viper, 12,000 coming out from Jinyu on the Tessa, and then just under 15,000 healing coming out from Baby U on that Wu Chen. But he did have the most kills on the team with 8 eliminations, 5 assists, Jinyu with 3, and then 8 assists, and SS with 5 kills and 7 assists. I wonder, actually, will we see the Wu Chen MVP come through for this team? It's certainly possible. But let's take a look at those standings, Moxie. Not too much has changed, has it, really, in the bottom half?
No, not so much in the bottom half, where both of our eyes are going to be drifting, as I'm sure everyone in chat right now is going to be YZG as this one and OUG. Oh my goodness. YZG 52.7 points after game number 2.
Yep. Okay, guys. All right. Let's you gotta give him a chance, you know. It's just it's a bit unfair at this point. Come on. You can't say that. They are playing insanely well. To be able to get 2 games back to back over 15 or 15 or over is insane. They're like, considering their performance as well in the group stage, they've just ascended. They've unlocked a new level. You know, it's just something that occasionally happens in these kind of scenes, in these environments. Some teams, some players just all of a sudden just instantly get to a new level above everyone else. And it looks as though the YZG might be one of those teams. But let's take a look at these highlights from game number 2, MVP by OUG, brought to you by China Unicorn. We see OUG constantly peppering this team, third-partying with those cannons, looking and waiting for that drop down. This fight was immense. There's so many teams. We saw, I believe it was YZG and SS1 running next to each other, chasing the Viper comp because they wanted to take them down, but then eventually turning on them as they just completely lost line of sight.
Yeah, here's OUG as well. This is the aftermath of that spirit while being captured. And everybody just wanting to stay out of Alliance's space. Baby Ina getting to play above absolutely everybody, as well as getting SS that position to drop down from the rooftop with the Viper ultimate to connect onto as many people as possible. The Wu Chen going from body to body, picking up the soul blooms, getting the heals, being able to shield the damage is one of the reasons why Baby with that foresight is going to be able to come on through with, as Dunk predicted, the Wu Chen MVP. We've got Erudition and Space Storm for the Soul Jades with damage reduction, Kavlim group heal, which explains the 14,707 healing output, as well as a damage reduction and an attack sorted. 6,000 of the 14k done by the cannon without a flame breath or a rupture gale, so you better believe that that stat would have been even more inflated if that sorted had been on hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen those big cannon numbers coming in the past. You know, I think I can't remember the highest one, but it was something around 20,000 just with a cannon. They do a lot of damage if you get those jades, especially with something like Juggernaut or what have you. You know, it's a lot. And we've discussed the possibility of Flame Breath and Rupture Gale being a little bit too strong paired together, and whether or not it might be worthwhile to either separate the two jades again, or to simply make the joined jade one tier higher. But you know, the discussion is everlasting. We've talked about this countless times, and who knows, maybe one day they will look into this. But I personally, though, Moxie, I've had this idea for a little while. I think they should add a new tier of jade.
Oh,
you know,
I mean,
on top
there is
of gold. Yeah, so they could move some legendary jades up to the extreme level, and then move some really good purple soul jades up to legendary, and then balance it out a little bit that way. Because well, it's just ideas, throwing it out there. Maybe we'll see that one day. But for the moment, before our third game of the day, we're going to be going over to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here after that short break, showing off the most recent collaboration. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie, and we're going to be taking you through our third game and any games that may follow afterwards. But judging by YZG's performance, we may not be going past the game number 4, because they've been playing extremely well, haven't they?
Yeah, and since it's still, you know, game number 3, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be in phase 1 selection as we head into our third map, which is going to be Holoroth. So YZG are going to have the pick of composition that they want to be able to secure. And since they're going to be in phase 1, they're now going to have access to Syra. So a lot of eliminations and also the opportunity to grief the heal-off situation too. I imagine that they're going to be hitting match point eligibility unless something goes horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, and judging by their performance, not only this like today, but in the group stage, and then in the previous 2 bi-weeklies as well, it's highly unlikely that they're going to have a flop in this game. It's possible, but it's unlikely, and but we'll see. We'll see. You know, it may come down to not them having a necessarily bad game or a flop, so to speak, but another team coming in and doing extremely well. It could simply come down to something like that, because we've seen SS1 performing extremely well, ASE doing very well, like OUG coming away with the MVP last game, GG, although they haven't done extremely well so far today, they're still a very, very strong team. All of these teams, in fact, have it in them. Like, we've seen MVPs from all of these teams, that we've seen them pop off and do extremely well. I think the only team that's not really been able to find their footing so far is FPX. They've had a bit of a mare today. They've had a bit of a disaster. But, you know, they could very easily turn it around out of nowhere. But we'll see. Going into Game 3, Moxie, what's your prediction for that first phase?
It's Syra. It's definitely going to be Syra. I think it's going to be Zyphen Syra. I don't think it's going to be San Siphon. Even though this is very controversial, me saying this, San Siphon's strongest map is Holorf, right? Unarguably, it is 100% Holorf. Unfortunately, though, as we got to see from all of the teams running San Siphon on Doria with that POV, every single time its multi-ultimate went up, it was just ignored entirely because of Syra being able to just come in through with that V1 and bulldoze through any mitigation impact, or sort of forcing the fight to slow down. So I think definitely in terms of the first phase, it's gonna be Syra and it's gonna be Zyphen.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that one. I don't see them picking anything else. And yeah, because Zyphen, not only is the San Siphon underperforming somewhat, but Zyphen is, you know, it's the budget composition. For those of you at home who don't know what we mean when we say this, the budget composition is Syra now. It used to be Kurumi or Zipping, and Matari. And the reason why it's called budget is because this composition can function at a similar level as these other compositions with less resources. Resources meaning, or referring to the armors that they have and that sort of thing. So you can get away with running just the one purple armor if you've not found any other ones. Any more than one purple armor, you're chilling, you're balling, you're just gaming. But having just one on your Zai allows you to contest all of these other team compositions when they may have better loot than you do, and they may have triple purple armor, and you can still come out on top. So it's definitely a very good comp for snowballing as well early because of Zai's prowess. 30-second ultimate, the fire damage, Matari just being a menace, dashing through everyone. They do have to play it very well, especially considering that none of them have neither Zai or Matari have a combo breaker. However, it's definitely very, very strong. We'll see. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not YZG can pull it out of the bag, because if they do, it could be an early day. Not that that's what I want, but it's just a very exciting thing to happen. Absolutely, because it's a true achievement to manage to do that.
Oh, there it is. Yep, YZG, first phase. It's only game 4 and afterwards that the phases get shuffled around and the teams get stacked out according to their placement in the standings. So when we head into game 4, YZG will be in the last round and will continue to be in the last round until until 4 teams overtake them and knock them down to a second round selection, if we even make it that far. Because like YZG, they're in a really good position where they don't need a MVP finish in this game, because even if they MVP in this game and they go past the threshold of 63 points in this game, they still don't finish the day. They have to MVP a round afterwards, which is going to be the open season state of everybody trying to chase them down and come in with the objective of stopping YCG and also stacking up points. But ooh, that's not Zyphen. It is a Syra still in the mix, but it's going to be a Syra Justina Feria. We've got a new wrinkle of cannonball composition coming through from them.
This comp we've seen. I think the only team that's actually done all that well with this composition is YZG. I believe that they're the only team that has really managed to make this one work and actually get significant good results from it. So who knows? This could be it. It's definitely, they're very consistent regardless of whatever composition they're playing. But judging by what we just saw picked in second round, and the fact that there was one of these comps picked in first round, that's 5 Attack on Titan compositions coming out already.
And like you said, YCG being the only team that has done well with this composition is not necessarily a positive. I was going to say because they're going to be the only ones running it and are therefore going to be way easier to identify. And immediately Wolves looks the same thing. Hold on a second. Wolves just gave YCG the opportunity to costume change.
Okay, guys, what's going on here? I mean, I don't believe I've seen Wolves run this composition, but they could have very easily been, you know, figuring it out and spending the time having seen YZG like pop off with this composition and put in the work to try and fully figure it out. So it's certainly possible they're going to be able to match YZG's previous performance. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The fact that there's 2 teams now running this composition, it's gonna make it very difficult for for everybody else to discern which team is YZG. But it's also gonna make it difficult for Wolves. You know, perhaps they didn't realize that YZG was gonna pick this and tried to pick it on just for the sake of it. But is that not counterintuitive in and of itself? Because in the past, YZG is the only team that's been running this and doing well with it, so they just painted a target on their back by doing this. I'm not really sure if this was the smartest choice.
Yeah, OUG are actually going to be opting for Zyphon with the Karumi rather than the Sire, as we can have a look and see F2v2 for NiHQ, who is going to be playing the role of a VVV. In this instance, it was the VVV Silence who sort of like pushed this ability into the mix. Before then, everyone was running the Farrier F1, but that Silence is incredibly impactful of being able to prevent these players, even if without a Viper, from being able to go for those really crucial things like combo break out of extensions or utilize the ultimate to buy some zoning space. No surprises, YCG are also going to be going for the F2v2, so pillar drop for whoever is going to be using the ultimate a little bit early, or potentially for the Farrier herself if they go up and match up against a Tianhai team inside a realm of Yang, where you can utilize those cannonball shots and stagger out the Tianhai from being able to complete those slams onto the players that he's been able to grab. As we can see, SR and OUG going to be landing left side of Salvation Podium to get their hands on Fireflies, as well as access the puzzle box, which Holoref having the unique mechanic of you can get a legendary weapon before the first realm of Yang becomes that much more important for scaling heroes when they go for their ultimates, to get their hands on that weapon incredibly quickly and beat out everybody else to the chase. My question is though, where are YZG? Because they're definitely not dropping alone, since I cannot see the icon. Not there, they are tucked just behind TE.
They're very, very close to them. Both teams are spawning on these Fireflies, and they're like just tucked in between these 2 gold zones. We're heading over to where the action's taking place. OUG and SR fighting it out. The Zyphon up against the Attack on Titan here. Jinyu is going to eat that Dragon Slayers into Nezas, but SR is already a man down, and it looks as though that's going to be accelerated even further very quickly. And OUG going to be able to make short work of SR, picking up 3 eliminations right off the bat. Now, moving over to OA, making the rotations through Plume Castle. SS1 also on the outside, looking to chase down JL. SS1 has managed to find themselves a purple armor and 2 blues already. Not the best weaponry, but definitely a good chunk of effective health here. As definitely a good thing to have at this early on as that Viper comp, because you do so much damage already with your team composition. You got the very burst oriented objective.
Yeah, and I mean, JL saw that purple armor and immediately kited over towards the Forbidden Steel to deter them from taking that fight. ASE and FPX not really taking a fight just now, very much feeling each other out, both of them having blue armor and blue weapons. ASE a little bit split in terms of their kiting path, going much more horizontally around this map rather than vertically. So it is now going to fall to Zhao Wen on that Matari to be the buffer, the player between the rest of their team and FPX, so that the Matari can ult and try and get everybody to safety. As Kiki looks to try and find an entrance connection with the F2, won't be able to find it, goes for the double jump over the RMB from the flying knives, and now actually goes for that Zai V2, catching ASE's Han a little bit away from his team, and now Han is forced into throwing out that V1 to try and throw the stun dazzles out and keep up the pressure onto the Zai, preventing the V2 from following through.
I'm very surprised that FPX is going to be able to actually just straight up run them down here, as we saw ASE running over to this specific location where there are two Fireflies, and they had full ult advantage initially and are now on the back foot, having lost one of their players very quickly. But ASE, they're certainly putting up a fight, and they're fighting back against this onslaught. Now Kiki having to back off, being chased down by Han, the blue flying knives. He's trying to chase him. Fuyano with that purple greatsword, trying to make something happen, trying to peel for his teammate. Han is going to be forced to use that combo breaker now, having no grapples. Wasn't able to close the distance onto that player he was chasing down. The dash coming through, the R&B on that greatsword is going to do a chunk of damage. Han trying to kite away, not getting caught on wake up, thankfully, but it's not going to matter as his teammate goes down, and all three players then focus their attention onto him, denying any possible way of escaping with his life.
YZG having a little bit of a quieter start to the day, but I'm sure since they're on a cannibal composition, if we cut to them, they're probably going to be taking it just as slow as we saw them previously do with their Transformers team, so they can look to scale on up into the first realm of Yang fight and have the best possible advantage of winning it. Wolves, familiar hunting grounds. This team absolutely adores to path through Matard, as it's going to be Imperial now that we have a look over. It's not GG that we're following outside of Waterfall. It's going to be JL on Alliance going head-to-head. Cuckoo goes for the RMB on that fan. We'll be able to find the connection as well as the uppercut follow-through to keep up the pressure as the Wu Chen utilized that F ability to carry himself above the Cyrus head. Now Y7 has gone down. Here's GG. Would have been Imperial without GG showing on up to the mix. Unfortunately for Alliance, that third party is going to be lethal. They're going to lose revenge, and GG rolling on up to the mix a little bit later have been able to lay claim to that familiar territory.
They have indeed, but it looks as though they went down early on and took they resurrected. I'm not sure if they died in this area and then resurrected, bided their time, waited for that team to fight. Regardless, they did lose their lives early on, but are able to salvage their game, their early game at the very least, by coming in at the opportune time and claiming that third party and finding that one elimination and holding this space now, the territory, as you said, and going to be able to loot up before moving forwards. Now, SS1 Zwan looking to try and come in and grief this team, trying to find FPX, slacking Zwan, popping out that ultimate. I do believe they have Matari ult ready to go, but they're not going to need it at all. Oh my goodness, Moxie. SS1 with the blunder, not able to get that Moonbane down in time. They are going to lose two members now. Zwan coming in, see if he can make something happen, but he's just going to have to try and find the res.
Ooh, he's so close. He's trying to stick the res, but FPX are not letting him through. Those bodies are potentially going to bleed on out, but Xuan will be able to find the connections, keeps tapping onto the cans to keep SS1's players from fully bleeding on out as Kiki, with the pressure from the RMBs of those knives as well as the musket, keeps up the pressure onto the Wu Chen. But Xuan's been able to find the grapple extension, and with the reinforcements are there, it is just one Wu Chen versus the entire team from FX, but he's done what he needed to do. He was able to generate the rage necessary to complete that Wu Chen V1, and with the Moonbane in the mix, the third party is actually here. SR and OUG now going head-to-head inside the city of Tang, allowing the Wu Chen to fully revive both of his two fallen teammates.
It's just so much action taking place in this city, the city of Tang, the city of oogliness right now. Kiki is gonna go down to SS1, but SS1 having lost a member, Zwan, you know, it's looking somewhat even at the moment. Zwan does not have that ultimate, so it's not gonna be an easy escape if they get third party, which is exactly what happens. ASE jumping in. The dinner bell was rung, Moxie. The Moonbane being dropped on this area instantly meant that everyone knew there was going to be a fight taking place. They knew there was something happening over there, so they positioned themselves, they rotate around and get there as quickly as possible. But now yet another Moonbane has been dropped in this area, making it so that all these teams that turned up are going to have to take a quick step back, slow down a little bit before they can look to try and get aggressive once again. Speaking of, ASE are going to be able to peel off this stun, the charm from OA, and OA2 Tick's just going to go down within seconds, not able to use anything, not able to use that ultimate, the parry coming through into the immediate follow-up. Massive, very nicely done by OA. OA, they were in a good position, but just immediately cut down.
Yeah, FBX gonna be looking for those eliminations. PP now the last one left. Oh no, the Wu Chen isn't able to pull off the V1 in time. ASE take him out of the mix. And potentially with that Moonbane still in play, that action is going to continue inside City of Tang. But I think a lot of these teams, you can see so many players in Soul form, going to be heading on over to the Soul Altars, where TE are currently lying in wait inside this purple invis bushes. ASE clock it, immediately a back turn and reposition, as we're going to have a look to see JL versus YZG. This is YZG. We're finally going to get to see them. We got a glimpse of them when they were looting on up. And it looks like they have been able to scale. That's a lot of purple soldiers, one purple armor, actually going over to the Justina rather than the Zai. As we're going to be following Cuckoo's POV, looking for a little bit of entry damage coming on through with those knives off of the back of the pill, looking for the drop down. QGG's already had the F2 force on that. Justina drops down with the LMB, will not be able to find the connection. CXT's actually in the middle of that Ferrier ultimate. QGG also going for his ultimate at the same time, but he's getting so much pressure with the chase and of that Matari. Utilizes one of those dashes, not for a free setup, but to avoid that Zai F2 before keeping himself scale rushing around those pills. The stun dazzle is able to hit onto one of them. QGG looking with the drop down to find the follow-up damage, but he now gets hit by the Cyrus CEC and goes for the overhold of the RMB to be able to connect through that pillar onto the players of JL on the other side, throwing out back-to-back RMBs, all with the safety blanket of his Cyra V1 behind him. But now that the ultimates are done, who is going to be able to win the long-term sustain?
This is not looking good for YZG, although that being said, looks as though Xiao Xiao does find the knock-up with that Zai ultimate, but not able to fully follow it up as his ult immediately ends the moment he goes for it, making it just very confusing as he RMBs and just gets the flying knife RMB stage 1. Just very confused, not able to get that full follow. QGG does lose a lot of that HP. Thankfully, the group heal comes through from one of his teammates, is going to be able to heal them up just a little bit, and they might be able to turn this around. And JL, all of a sudden, they were on the front foot. They had that Zai ultimate, but it ending just as they were able to follow up from that ultimate, meaning that they don't actually come out on top. YZG able to stabilize the group heal coming in. Absolutely huge for them. This might be it, Moxie. It might be it. 3 kills. You know, slow start, but they had a slow start last game, and they still ended with 15 points.
Yeah, 7 more eliminations before we even take into account ranking points, and YZG will be over the threshold. Actually, they need even less than that. 10 would actually take them to 65. Crazy stuff coming on through. The last time we saw a team finish off a day within 4 games was Wolves, back when White Tiger's prowess was unnerved and you could literally Thanos snap the lobby and go from 0 eliminations to 20 in the blink of an eye, which was exactly what Wolves were able to do back to back to back. And in fact, it was actually Wolves the last team that were able to come on through with 3 bi-weekly wins underneath their belt. Can YZG do the exact same thing today? They're definitely looking on track for it, as now they're going to be looking to try and take down GG out over towards Frozen Lake. LXM already forced onto the back foot. GG do not have Yang depletion. They don't have to take this fight. In fact, they've got Vermilion Bird Smite, so they're going to be hyper buff too. Forbidden Seal comes into play. No one having access to their ultimates means YZG can't run away. They're full sending it. TXJ utilizing the second stage of follow-up of those flying knives. The RMB keeping up the pressure onto CJS before he swaps over to the LMB to catch him with the spread. And that's another elimination picked up from YZG. GG's Free Throw was able to kite to the other side of Forbidden Seal, so that Syra V1 is going to come out into the midst. But JL saw the Forbidden Seal, saw that there were two teams fighting, and roll on up because they've got Yang depletion and they need to drop these bodies.
They certainly do. They're trying to find the chase down onto TXJ. TXJ now going to be popping out of that Forbidden Seal zone. Is going to get that ultimate online and kicking it. CXZ also, he's kind of stuck in the mix. He's still got a ways to go if he wants to try and get that ultimate off, but he is being chased down and pressured by these other players. GG diving in. It looks as though JL is going to take the kill onto CXZ, not able to disengage. QGG as well in a similar situation does go down to OA's PP. We have so many teams popping up in this area, and as we've talked about before, the Forbidden Seal is just the dinner bell. It just means that every team who's even remotely close to the area, within a couple hundred meters, no, even more than that, 400 meters, is going to be able to see this dome pop up and just head right on over there. Now heading over to the Salvation podium, the puzzle area. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. But underneath the podium where the Thorny Roller lives, it is his domain. Wolves disrespecting it a little bit. Oh, come on! What are we doing?
Guys, stop, look, listen. That's... Oh no, it's gonna come right again. The Karuvi ultimate is at least gonna... Oh no! Thorny Roller gets an elimination in 2025. Wolves, 26 seconds left on the time bank to be able to pick up these bodies. Still needing 2 Soul Blooms. And it is gonna be OUG's baby losing his life as Thorny Roller hits another player. Yet again, FPX rolling on up to the mix of the third party, though, having all of their ultimates on hand. Kiki with the Zai V2 is going to be the first to proc Vez, gets the pressure and just keeps it up. The stagger onto 9HQ, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Zai can still parry you inside your ultimate, but you can't parry those chain dives. And off of the back of that, FPX will be cleaning up, as I mean, YZG, yeah, they lost Vermilion Bird Smite on that fight in Frozen Lake, but I don't think they're unhappy about that one, Dunk, because they picked up 30 extra eliminations off of the back of it, and they're at 59 points almost. A couple more eliminations, some ranking points on the mix, and YZG in 3 games are going to surpass match point eligibility.
They could very well do so, Moxie. But you know what I'm looking at right now? Having talked about FPX leading into this game and saying that they, unfortunately, were the one team that didn't really seem to be able to find their footing so far, are on a tear. And they heard me. 11 eliminations so far in this game. They are gaming. They're definitely looking to try and catch up to the rest of these players, as they certainly are going to have to. They want to try and deny the win for YZG, or at the very least just come in at a higher position if they do end up taking it all in game number 4. FPX are going to be able to claim yet another elimination as well, going up to 12, catching SS1 in the zone on their rotations in water. And Juan are going to look to try and find the resurrection, but they're going to be denied it for a second. The musket shot coming on through to disrupt one, but they are going to get that resurrection. The Wuchen F coming in as well. OUG desperately trying to salvage their game as well. Very close to this team. SS. Oh my goodness. He does go down though. He immediately died to a player. He teleported into,
oh no,
I think into somebody else. I'm not really sure what's going on. There's a bit of a mess down there. Let's go to the realm of Yang where we know what's happening.
Yeah, YZG versus GG. Who is going to come out on top? Both of these teams hyper scaled up off of their previous realm of Yang win. But TXJ on that side is absolutely unstoppable. Stun Dazzle has already been able to bag and secure an elimination for YZG, making it a numbers advantage to their side. Free are now out of that Syra ultimate. CGS does come in with a late Zai V2, but unfortunately gets CC'd up by TXA on the tail end of that ultimate. Zai still having that ultimate in the mix, has another F2, throws it on out, trying to take advantage of YZG stacking a little bit too close together. Everyone trying to fiend for the elimination, but no, YZG tie it off cleanly, and that's another 3 eliminations picked up, Dunk. That's going to be legendary dual blades coming on through for them as well. And when we look at the overall standings for this team, I'm pretty sure they're a stone's throw away from 63 points.
I think they may already be there, or almost just like just maybe 1 point off. Oh my goodness, insane! They pick up the Draco Storm as well. They're gonna be able to dictate the pace of fights moving forwards, going into this end game, this transitionary period between that mid to end game. We've got FPX, Wolves, and I believe one more team in this area right here, looking to try and sort of. Just testing the waters at the moment. JL having won their Realm of Yang are going to also have Draco Storm. Are we going to position over to the Spirit Well? That's the question, because there is a Spirit Well on the map right now, but it's just not been picked up. And it looks as though Alliance may have just done exactly that. They were delaying it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We may see their perspective soon. But no, well, actually, TE lost one player in the Realm of Yang. Or they have one player with Yang depletion. Did one of them go in? Surely they haven't.
So.
Two, because that would be, yeah. Alliance claim the Spirit Roll right here. We see them looting up, and it looks as though the I don't know what happened there actually. Only one player with Yang depletion.
Oh, 62.2. YZG are on 62.2.
Less than a point.
They just need to either outlast some of these other teams or get one more elimination credit, and then they're MVP eligible. And with Draco Storm in play, yeah, they're definitely gonna be gunning for it. As we can head over and have a look to see Alliance and JL, 2 teams, both with Draco Storm, who've kited on over to the outsides of Plumed. No one really wanting to take a fight against each other, but them both more than happy to just patrol around each other and try and look for a timing third party on whichever of them ends up taking an actual fight first, given the fact that they're both on the fight for Tessa Hu Chen composition.
Yep. Looks as though FPX and ASE right here are not interested in fighting each other, as they're both on this Xiphon composition. GG sees the Xiphons moving as a herd. Okay, let's join in. All 3 Xiphon compositions now rotating around the map in unison, it seems like. Not interested in fighting each other just yet. It's only a last resort. They'd much rather head over, find one of these other team compositions so that they can take them down first and not risk. You know, they could go for this fight, but it's dangerous. And look at this, Mox. What is this soloist? What's happening right now? Why is there G Wolves have found each other too?
Yeah, the problem for GG is that TE, the other team with Yang depletion, only have one of their players with Yang depletion. So they're not forcing a fight, which means that GG have to force the fight instead, but then that tips their hand. CJS trying to go for the skill, which is just hitting in with that hit of damage from the legendary greatsword, but he's putting himself into focus fire position. And if one of these players goes down because they have Yang depletion, they die immediately. They can't get picked up, unlike the others. CJS having to use all of his stamina as well as that Zai F2 to avoid the burn, the pressure of the Syra microwave beam, but it's still following him. ASC, the Syra V1 is too much for GG to stand, and they lose the hyper carry of the composition.
The Syra coming in with the beam, denying escape. There's nowhere you can go, and that's the sad thing as well, because GG, they have their Syra too, but hitting the orbs to heal your teammate is a lot harder when your teammate's trying to kite away from the enemy Syra, lasering him down. The hitting the orb is way harder than hitting the beam, so it makes it very hard to actually kite this out. You have to like just try and stay at the same like altitude essentially, and not actually like go up and down, because otherwise you're going to make it extremely difficult for your own Syra to heal yourself, to heal you. It's just almost impossible. Now heading over to the Spirit Well, YZG and Wolves both positioned around their Spirit Well right now. YZG might be the ones taking it for themselves, though. I don't think Wolves are going to contest them. I think they recognize big bro with the gold armor. Let's yeah, okay, all right. You can have it.
Well, with the 2 gold armors, Dunk, not 1.
Gold armors. Yeah, 2.
2 gold armors. Yeah, YZG are going to be kiting this one as long as they possibly can, ringing the bell, getting some information of whether or not they need to put to the gas pedal and pick up that Draco Storm before it does become hotly contested, as that 1 elimination off of MVP eligibility. Alliance and SS1 going to be doing a little bit of last-minute Christmas shopping. As we can see that Spirit Well still has not been picked up. OA potentially in the area. JL have also rolled up to the mix, so now YZG... No, never mind. JL saw the 2 cannibals and think better of staying as close as they were. Cuckoo's still sniffing around. He doesn't want to give it entirely on up, as one of these teams is going to have to cap that Spirit Well sooner, otherwise it's going to go kaput.
Yep, it's going to disappear if neither team picks it up, but I think they are about to do so. I think we'll be seeing it pop up in a few moments. For now, TE making their rotations alongside OA and Alliance, all pretty close together. They've sectioned off this northern part of the edge on the outskirts of Imperial Village. Well, I think, can we get the Draco Storm already, guys? What do we do? We just... there's no need to take it yet because they're not actually being pressured. But let's just, okay, here we go. Okay. Here it is. They're gonna take it.
Now TXA is okay. TXA is so far forward. This is a huge risk for YZG. He does get tested or enchanted. But yeah, there it is. YZG picked up Draco Storm. So TXJ, even if he gets pressured without his players to be able to kill for him, he's going to have another Syra V1 to keep up the aggression. And with that, the pot has been stirred. YZG instigates so much aggression as all of their teams cannibalize the safe spaces, stacking one on top of each other in that desperation to escape the cannonball composition rolling on up with Draco Storm.
The Alliance may be cornered. They're in a bit of a bad spot. YZG is slowly creeping forwards, finding that way in, but Alliance, they do manage to break away. The very edge of this Moonbane, YZG, they're apprehensive. They recognize that Alliance is headed on over to another Viper composition, following behind T. Look at all these Vipers.
No one wants to be the one next to YZG.
Yeah, no one wants to fight each other. No one wants to fight the YZG right now. No one's interested. This is a YZG. There we go. TXJ having been the forward force, the attacking player had not picked up that golden armor. He's heading back over to grab it from that Spirit Well, and now this secondary or this final Spirit Well is going to be spawning in relatively soon. I think that's where all these teams are headed. They're positioning themselves. But YZG, like a sheepdog, herding everyone in that direction. They're going to be able to potentially push them off it, as they still have another 50 seconds on this Draco Storm.
Yeah, the corral comes through. JL currently in the driving seat of this Spirit Well. How long that is going to be the case, that remains to be seen, since there are so many teams stacked around each other. YZG not actually making... Oh, no, there we go. Ferrier puts the V2 down. That's the second V2. Wolves and YZG splitting the Spirit Well in two. QQ is going to see that the dome is going to pop, and JL will be able to get their hands on Mystic Mike. YZG were not able to get their hands on it because Draco Storm still being in the mix, but they do what they need to do. The fighting has occurred, and YZG wisely don't put themselves into the front line. They go for a sideline position, a spectator position, so one of them can swap to the musket, pull a GG, grab the kill, and grab themselves over the match point threshold. YZG cross the path of 63 points, and no matter what happens now, their job here is done.
It is indeed. And as you can see, they get that kill. They're like, all right, let's go. Whatever happens, happens. Doesn't matter. We did what we came here to do. And now they're just running in, pulling the trigger on those ultimates and just getting oogly. Speaking of oogly, we've got another Moonshot Storm coming into play for JL, it seems. With Mystic Might under their belt, they're looking to try and dictate the pace of this endgame, but Mystic Might, it's not like those other buffs. It's not going to give you as much like aggressive potential. Regardless, though, they're gonna try and manage it in any case. SS1 is one very low HP, just barely making it out of the zone. They're having to go through the cave. Unfortunately, is not going to survive, though. LJX picking up the kill onto Zwan with that quick musket shot from across the safe zone. Alliance and TE both at the top of this rock formation, just desperately trying to stay alive and heal up, with all of these teams on the other side just sending cannon shots their way. JL, YZG, Wolves, all of them shooting at them, and they're just huddled together at this point. Alliance, NY7 now popping that ultimate. Will he betray? He's turning on TE. The betrayal coming through. Oh no. An Alliance having been forced in this position. Now they do lose a member, teleporting out, and the Viper compositions are cannibalizing each other, and they are probably going to go down without further ado, as all these other players are going to be popping that Syra ultimate and getting very aggressive.
Yeah, the Lion King moment comes through, but the only king on top currently is YZG. They're getting all of the eliminations. It's absolutely insane. FPX are in with a good chance of taking the MVP of this round with the 15 that they've been able to get, but the curtain has not closed just yet, and QGG hopping around inside this Farrier mech with 3 legendary armor sets up. But YZG as well, actually holding onto the Syra V1 to win the heal-off situation. Yeah, they're more than happy with how this round has gone through. Everybody else takes to the sky. Wolves also having that Farrier V2 still down on the ground to hop into if they feel pressure, but QGG just swaps over to the cannon just before it runs out, gets a hit onto both FX's Fuyan and TE Xiaonan at the same time. And YCG picked themselves up their 15th elimination. QGG now gets to come on through with that Justina V1, catching absolutely everybody stacks on top of each other. TXG with the follow-up of the flying knife as well, looking for the uppercut to chase onto the Syra, who pulled the F1 just to try and escape up the rock formation and lose TXJ's Syra. Zai is going to be in play still with that V2, but the freeze! The Justina V1 catches onto LJX inside the Farrier mech, and TXJ now twists the knife onto the other cannonball composition. It's a wolf eat wolf world, and YZG are the alphas of this lobby.
They certainly are. FPX going down, having had more eliminations than YZG. It doesn't matter. They aren't going to survive long enough, and YZG are going to overtake them. Just absolutely with full confidence, full loot, just absolutely scaled to the brim. Wolves LJX trying his best to survive and hold on to that Syra ultimate until the last few moments so that he can potentially secure that first place finish for himself and his teammates, and potentially deny the first place finish from YZG, making it so that it does end in a draw. But we'll see whether or not that ends up being the case. LJX does come out of that Syra ultimate having been bursted down by the Farrier. YZG looking pretty healthy, but unfortunately for them, JL's Kukutu is going to survive until that last second, counting down to 0, and they are going to end up in a draw. No first place placement, the kill multiplier, unfortunately, but still they get an enormous number of kills, and they've qualified to that match point threshold, and it could all be over after the upcoming game, Moxie.
Yeah, I don't think they're too affected by having that draw to not get the kill score multiplier. QGG bouncing out of his seat with elation for how that round went. We said that YZG just, needed to get a couple of eliminations, a couple of ranking points here. Didn't need to MVP. Nah, they decided to get the eliminations necessary, ranking points necessary, And to boot, an MVP on the top of it too. They're the only team who are MVP eligible. We don't even need to see the leaderboard to know that one. It is now just a question of can they complete the back-to-back bi-weekly final win, and can they do it within 4 games today?
They're just leveling up every week, it seems. There's just no contesting them at the moment. They've figured it out. They've found something out. They found out the strategy. They know what to pick in what game. They know what they're doing. It's all down to a T, and they're showing it. It's showing up every single bi-weekly. And as you said, they only needed to get to match point threshold. Meh, let's just get the MVP anyway, guys. Might as well. You know, it's quite funny because they got that kill. You know, they were playing kind of slow. You know, slow and steady wins the race. They get the kill that puts them over the top, and then they're just like, all right, let's go. Send it. Fully go. Fully. And just unleash and end up winning with MVP.
Yeah, no, like you said, you could tell, like, they had a game plan. They had 2 game plans. Like, going in, they were like, okay, play safe, play conservative. Don't take a fight off drop. Make sure that we're scaling up for loot so we can take a fight inside of Realm of Yang. We don't have to worry about the third parties. Since the Viper Test of Wuchang compositions were overperforming today, taking a fight on drop would open you up to a third party pretty much guaranteed, right? Especially if they try and go for their usual drop locations. Everyone is going to be trying to figure out where exactly they've put themselves onto at the beginning of that map to disrupt the momentum. So they play it as safe as they possibly can. Then when they get their hands on Vermilion Birthmark, it's like, okay, we can be a little bit more aggressive. We've got the safety line. Yeah, there it is. YZG, the only team on match point, and all of the other teams now on the line. Are they even going to get the opportunity to walk away with the title for this week? Because YZG can close it out in the next game.
And SS1 is the closest, and they still would need to get a 14.6 game. That's the 14.6 is not easy. You know, YZG's making it look easy, but it's not. It's really not easy. So they're gonna have to have a really good game. Same thing with OUG and ASE. They both have to get 19 points or so to even have a chance to deny YZG, and that's considering that let's say they even do get like something close to that. YZG could still also get MVP on top of it, and it wouldn't even matter. You know, it's kind of scary. You know, YZG, they're just big brothering the entire lobby right now. They're just, you know, it's okay, little bro. You'll get one eventually, you know. What's happening? We need some VOD review right now. We need to figure out what YZG's doing that is just making them win everything. They're just the GOATs right now. And speaking of, 21.5 with 19 eliminations. FPX on 15 eliminations with 16.5. They stepped it up this game, which is very good to see, but is it going to be enough? It could be too little too late, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing as well is we talked about it coming in ahead of the day, right? YZG are a team that in the past take a little bit of time to warm on up. Apparently, YZG today have already warmed on up, and if they get any better, this lobby is in serious trouble. Even more unfortunate for everybody else. We head now into game number 4, which refreshes the hero points. So YZG are now going to have 9 hero points to be able to play with, and potentially 2 games to try and figure out if they want to be able to cash out absolutely everything and splurge on something like a Syra pick, given the fact that they're going to be in the phase pre-selection. As I'm speaking about Syra, pretty sure TXJ is going to be coming away with the MVP. 33,374 damage done by, we say she's position 3 as a support, but she kind of blurs the line between position 3 and position 2. I mean, to be honest, you can play her as position 1.
Yeah, True. I mean, to be honest, I think Syra is just a team on her own at this point. She just is the team, and it's the extras, just like the side dish. You know, it's just whatever extra you fancy putting on, because she just fits into any comp right now. You know, you can have your steak with meat and potatoes. You can have it with some veggies. You know, some rice perhaps, whatever. Syra is just the staple character right now. And you could just play it alongside almost anything. YZG, there you have it. Above 63 by more than 10, by the way. 74.2. SS1, 48.4. OUG, 44.5. ASC, 44.2. FPX, 36.7. Alliance, 36.4. Like, here's the thing. It's very evident that YZG has ascended to this new level. I was talking about it before. You know, because SS1, OUG, ASE, FPX, Alliance, they're all very good teams, right?
Yeah.
And they're all relatively close together, meaning that they're all around the same level currently in terms of understanding or whatever it might be. But YZG seems to just be that step above, as they're they're around 30 points above the second place team. It's insane. But here we are to take a look at those highlights. Perhaps we can get a little bit of that VOD review in to figure out what's going on with YZG. Brought to you by China Unicom. Take it away, Moxie.
Yeah, this is the second round of Yang. YZG getting to play as aggressive as they like, given the fact that they got those eliminations they were looking for. QGG on that Justine as the POV we're going to be following, as he's going to try and utilize the repeating crossbow. Oh, Venom tip on the repeating crossbow. So every single time this other Syra gets stun dazzled by TXJ, the follow-up is immediate. Getting to come on through with the R&B of those throwing knives into the Justina dash as well. Dodging out of the Comet, hurtling QGG's way before going for the uppercut and zoning the Zai so that TXJ can fall into position with the fan and keep up the pressure before the Zai can hit that gold frame focus of the V2. As now QGG inside this mech is going to be hypercharging up that Justina ultimate with the rage done by those cannon shot connections, comes through with the halberds to be able to close up the distance, throwing out the RMB and connecting onto so many of those players who are forced with an impossible decision. Do you eat the damage of the halberds, or do you go into the corruption tick damage and have that start to chunk through your health regardless of your armor?
It's kind of unwinnable, not gonna lie. And who knows? Is it the crossbow? Is that it? Is crossbow the secret weapon of YZG? I doubt it. It's probably something else. Regardless, here we are. You were absolutely right. I don't think anyone doubted it. TXJ is gonna be the MVP for YZG in this game number 3. 33,374 damage. 12.8 thousand of which coming out from the cannon, and of course he had that Rupture Gale orb with the Flame Breath. 8.8 thousand coming out from the skills and ultimates, so the Syra Beam coming in doing the big damage. Flying Knives as well. He had Tuna, he had Detta rounds. He's just 8 eliminations, 9 assists. He didn't do all that much healing. But if you're Syra, you know, you can just not heal.
Yeah, I mean, who needs
you only
healing?
have to heal when they need it, you know?
Exactly. You don't need to heal your team if everyone else who could damage your team is already dead, which is the Syra mentality of a support.
Yeah.
But you can like see the game plan that YZG had going into that game off of the stat 0 kills before rebirth. Every single one of them had 0 kills in their first lives. And then the second that we get to that first round of Yang and they get the 3 eliminations of 1,000,000 birdsmite, after the races we go, 19 eliminations picked up total for YZG. Absolutely insane stuff coming through from them.
Yeah, absolutely massive. It's gonna be a miracle. It's gonna be a miracle that one of these teams is gonna be able to stop them from winning, because they I don't know. At this point, hasn't YZG just asserted complete dominance over every other team mentally? Like, you're just getting dumpstered by YZG every single week, and you just like, what do we do, guys? What are they doing? Like, it's not luck. It can't just be luck, right? You know,
No.
It's just, it would be crazy. Well, anyway, perhaps we'll be able to hear a little bit more about it, as we're going to be heading over to an interview before our game number 4. So we'll be right back right after this interview.
Wow, what a cute hat, Moxie. Hi guys, welcome to the interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite YCG, QGG come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请钱滚先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 YG 的钱滚滚。
Welcome. So as the only team who reached the match point so far, you guys must under so much pressure. So how do you feel right now? 那其实作为目前唯一一个开了赛点队伍，相信你们压力应该也是蛮大的。所以目前3把比赛下感觉如何呢？
感觉就意料之中吧。
Oh, I think I predicted the result so far. Well, so for the game 3, you guys used Justina, Feria, Syra combinations, but there were like 5 Tessa combinations too. So do you think like those Tessa combinations affect you team a lot? 那其实，在第3把的时候也是用了冰妙喜这个阵容嘛，但是发现竟然有5个红狐队伍，觉得在比赛当中有被他们影响到吗？
没有，因为其实我们也有相同的阵容嘛。
Oh, I think it's just fine because we also use Tessa combinations, so I think it's just fine for us. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did the YZG QGG chose in game 3? 那这次我们的问题是钱滚滚在第3把用了哪个英雄呢 ？A 是顾清寒 ，B 是季颖颖 ，C 是蓝梦 ，D 是席拉。Okay, so please count down time， 也是请钱滚滚给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Well, also I really want to ask you about. So your team used these combinations for game 3. Is that because you predict there will be some other combinations to extend, or just for the hero points? 那其实也是想问一下，那对于这一次我们在第3把去用了这个阵容，是只是为了英雄分，还是说其实是打算用这个阵容去开启赛点，就有一些其他预期？
其实就是平常的阵容，因为第3把我们是英雄分吧。
I think these combinations is just our regular combinations. Also, it's for the hero points. Okay, so what's the answer for the question? 那其实忘记问钱滚滚了，答案是什么呢？
答案是 A， 顾清寒。
Okay, the answer is A. Well, so yesterday, T225 just got the bi-weekly champion of solo. Did you watch his champion interview? 那其实昨天呢，也是正好是 T25拿了一个单排的周冠军，有没有看他的冠军采访？
没看，他说了什么？
他说so T225 said, you guys, he want you guys to have 4 bi-weekly champion for the triples. 他其实在采访当中说，希望3排可以有4连周冠。What do you think about the champion of like his champion interview? 有什么想法对于他昨天的这个冠军采访？
帮他满足这个愿望。
Okay, I think I will reach his wish this time. Okay, 那也是非常感谢钱滚滚来到我们的赛后采访。那我们也是赶快结束到这个快速的采访，然后给你足够的时间去休息，好吗？Okay, so we just finished this quick interview and give him enough time to have a rest. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
拜拜。
くる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおうワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And Dunk, usually the post-interview break signals the fact that we're going from Game 3 into Game 4, and we would be saying, yeah, we're about, halfway through our day. However, YCG, with an absolute astonishing performance, are already on match point eligibility. So do you know what? You and I, we could be done within the next game. It really is in TXJ and the gang's hand now.
It really is, and I don't know, they're looking pretty strong. They're looking pretty good today. It's gonna be tough to it's gonna be tough to beat them, considering they're about 30 points ahead of the second place team. But this, this being said, all of this being said, we've seen it happen before. We've seen teams do extremely well in the first 3 games. It's happened in both trios and solos. And they've gotten to that match point eligibility, they've gotten to that threshold, and then they've not been able to close it out. It's definitely still a possibility that we'll be going further. We'll be going past game number 4 into game 5, 6, or whatever it might be. However, TXJ and the gang, or YZG, they I don't know, they look unstoppable. Like, genuinely, It's not that it's close. It's not close right now. They are consistently putting out crazy number of kills, doing extremely well, and all off the bat of very slow starts. In the past 2 games, they've had slow and steady starts, looting up, scaling up. Like, their loot paths and their hunting paths must be extremely optimized to be able to get all of this loot this early on, and then just be able to not only loot diff their opponents, but just outmaneuver them and just know the exact strategy and the exact line for every scenario to be able to consistently be able to win this much. So I'm not sure if we will be going past game 4, but we're going to be finding out very soon, aren't we, Moxie? What are they going to pick, do you think? What do you think they'll play?
That's the question, right? Because they're going to be phase 3. They're always going to be, from now till the end of the day, unless they get pushed down into 5th position, they're going to be in phase 3, but they have access to, like, all of the teams now. 9 hero points. Their Tianhai team is very, very strong. Their Transformers composition, very, very good. TXJ is one of the best monks in the entire world. Didn't really get to play it when he was with JL. That was actually given over to Wanfeng. But now that he's playing for YCG, we are getting to see him return back to the anchor position of that composition of the Tianhai. The problem for the Transformers comp is that there are so many teams running the Viper. And it's a really, it's a feast of famine composition, right? If you don't win your Realm of Yangs, if you don't secure your Spirit Wells, and all of the time for every single one of those phases, you are targeted as the composition that has to go. So it's by far the biggest risk. The Viper Tesla, which I think is what a lot of people are going to expect. But then you also face the problem of that's the one that's being expected. So the Viper Tesla Wuchang comps probably won't have the same handshake deal that they've had on the previous rounds, where when they see a Viper Tesla Wuchang comp, they let them go because they don't want to, take a fight against each other. They want to look for third-party opportunities rather than starting a fight. But if they think that YZG's on that composition, all rules are out the window and you're taking a fight against them regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. In this game, YZG's definitely gonna have to blend in with the herd. They're gonna have to. I don't think they can get away with what they did last game and just picking this Justina Cannonball comp. They're gonna have to try their best to blend in as every single team in the game. All 11 teams they're gonna be gunning for them. They're gonna try and figure it out as precisely as possible and see which team is YZG, and then fully grief them to deny them the MVP, because otherwise their day is over. They don't have any more opportunities. This is make or break time. You have to grief them. They cannot win, otherwise you lose.
The biggest mind game that YZG could potentially do is lock a Syra composition, because that's going to be the most expensive, right? Everyone in phase 1 is probably going to be picking a Syra, and since they're the last phase, everyone is probably not going to be expecting, or rather, it's a big risk if they decide to sink the hero points into that composition. But that could be the thing that they do, since everyone is expecting either Transformers or indeed the Viper Tesla Wuchen, if they used the curveball and came with the comp that everyone has made more expensive from phase 1, people are less likely to think that it could be YZG they're fighting.
It's gonna be a spicy one, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready? Are all of you in chat, are you ready to see what is about to unfold? Because I certainly am. Let's get into that first round selection ASAP, because I want to know what they're cooking, what they've cooked up. Who knows? Maybe they come up with some random composition that we haven't seen before. Who knows? It could be anything. Anything could happen. They could have been saving a spicy composition that no one's playing until this exact moment. So who knows what could happen?
You know, this is where they come with the Lani, the ASE Lani composition.
Out of nowhere.
So everyone thinks it's ASE.
Oh my goodness. I mean, possibly. Who knows? There's definitely going to be some trickery going on. It could be anything. I don't know what's going through their heads, and I don't think anybody in the lobby is really knows what's going through their heads either. Because if they did, they wouldn't be this far behind. You know, like, actually, they wouldn't be. They'd be able to keep up with them if they knew what they were thinking. So the mastermind TXJ, he's bound to have figured something out that might net them the win today. But I want to get in. Let me in. Let's go. Let's get it. I'm hyped. It's been such an emotional weekend for me. Yesterday, the solo's going crazy. The last second deciding fight at the end of yesterday with T225 coming away with the bi-weekly final win, and then the Taka rework coming through onto test server, and now today TXJ along with the rest of YZG just dominating and just showing up the entire scene. It's been a very explosive weekend. And I'm peaking right now in terms of emotion and hype. So let me in already. Let's see what they've cooked up. Here we are, SRGGTEJL gonna be kicking us off with that first round. And then OA Wolves Alliance and FPX. And then ASE, OUG, SS1, and YZG, of course, in that third and last round selection. Going on to Perdoria Morning Dew. So no more Fireflies.
No more Fireflies, but we're still gonna have floating piles, and we're still gonna have all the layers of verticality that is open to Pedoria's terrain. So I'm expecting to see maybe the Transformers come through in phase 3. It's probably gonna be Cyrus Shenanigans in phase 1, Viper Tesla Wuchen in phase 2, and then potentially teams in phase 3 also deciding to buy on in to the Viper Tesla Wuchen, so there are just an overwhelming amount of that composition in play. TE, ooh, they're gonna be copycatting along with the new comp on the block that YZG have been putting into the world. Both Wolves and TE picking that one up. Viper Tesla Wuchen are actually going to be locked in for one of the teams in phase 1 as well, so we're already seeing a big difference in terms of trend that we saw from previous. Wolves going to be locking Transformers. Alliance going to actually be spending the points on that Syra, as is FPX. What is GG going to do? And more importantly, what's phase 3 going to look like? Viper Tesla Wuchen locked in for OA, and now it becomes the question, do YZG, they've seen that Syra is more expensive. Do they spend the points to be able to walk away and disappear into the crowd of Syra compositions? There's a debate. What's it gonna be?
It's gonna be the new Transformers. Okay. All right.
I kind of like that, because Viper Tesla Wuchen wasn't made more expensive. So they know that there are less Viper teams running around.
True. I mean, it does make sense, right? Like they're able to play very conservative early on, and this is something that will fall in line with the fact that there aren't any Fireflies on the map. So like, they were doing it when there were Fireflies on the map. They're going to be able to do it very easily when there aren't. Or perhaps, who knows, perhaps they'll flip it on its head, get aggressive with the new Transformer composition, and look to go for you know, they could look to go for a timing attack off of a Firefly cage spawn. You know, there are actually the Firefly cages spawn on daytime, so we could see something like that happen, where they look for some kind of timing attack early, or they just get aggressive in a hot drop scenario. There are these other two new Transformer compositions, so they aren't standing out. Wolves is one of them as well. Wolves is just, you know, they've got their number, they know what they're picking, but is it a good idea to pick the same thing? I don't really know. Then again,
but OUG are on it too. Like, these are three very strong teams with very strong TN high players. F1v1 for ASE, F1v2 gonna be coming out for Xiao Xiao. For JL, we'll have to wait and see what 2-tick trends towards on that Viper. But I mean, it's gonna be really tough, because I think, like, if players have spotted out that YZG were doing this slow scaling strategy, potentially they can grief YZG by, like, not giving them the opportunity to do so. But then you have to figure out which of the Transformers teams is YZG, and because it's Pedora, you're also sacrificing your momentum opportunity of your own composition. Try and go for something like Arcadia. It's a very smart decision that YZG have opted for, and indeed, they're dropping entirely alone.
Yeah. So they're going to be going slow and steady. Slow and steady does seem to win the race today, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see. It's looking pretty oogly up there in Arcadia. Oh my goodness. OUG, GG. I couldn't tell. I think it's not SR, because they're over there. It's another one of the red ones. It's perhaps JL.
Yeah, I think it might have been JL.
JL and SS1. JL, SS1, OUG, and GG all landing on top of each other. No, wait,
OA.
not GG.
GG.
OA,
It's OA. GG and
two
TE are
big
landing
ones.
Twilight Pass, yeah.
Yeah, TE and GG down there. And then FPX, SR, and Alliance all together. Wolves also going for a slow and steady. Maybe Wolves has figured it out. Who knows? Maybe Wolves is they've been communicating. They've been learning from each other, perhaps.
Well, TE is going to be starting things off immediately against GG. No slow and steady. This is an all-out brawl off of the rip. Parries comes on through. CJS goes for the overhold. Actually cancels out of it, but that sets up TE Xiaonan. Dragon Slayers into Nessus. So many of the players from GG stacked one on top of each other. He has gone down, though. Peak and Absolute Sliver is getting hounded by two players from GG. Wasn't able to open up the trophy and potentially look for a Grey Armor reset off of the back of it. Alex and Kites over towards the Soul Bloom. Does manage to get the heal before they can follow up the damage off of that Justina V1 freeze, but he gets caught out by it yet again, although there is enough health bar for GG to weather the storm of the blizzard, and they will be able to come out on top.
I feel that Justina, same thing happens with Tarka a lot of the time. You just dash in, or with Tarka, you just go in for the punch, and you're just on their head. And it's just, why? It's just, why does this happen? It happened 3 times for him. He couldn't get the follow-up, even though he got the freeze the first time. Gets the freeze, falls off the stairs. Second time, lands on his head. Just unable to do anything. He got the freezes, but is not going to be able to capitalize. Extremely unfortunate for him there. But now heading over to Arcadia, where all of these teams dropped with SS1, OA, and OUG. All very close to each other. 2-tick trying to dive in and hold on to these players. OUG, SS seems to be the target, but they're all stabilizing and consolidating on top of each other. Not able to actually hold any of them down. 2-tick gets a little bit too close for comfort for SS1, sends out the F and immediately backs off. And JL was actually behind this team and sort of made it through with their attention at their backs. You know, they weren't ready. They could have potentially turned onto JL, but they weren't ready to turn here. And OA, Moonbane is going to go to waste, unfortunately. And I believe that the red Soul Jade has already been taken.
Well, I was going to say, potentially the Moonbane at least buys them safe haven in Arcadia, but if that Vulpin Essence has already been taken and it wasn't OA that picked it up, yeah, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for that team, because that's a lot of money now down the drain. They're picking up that Moonbane money that could have been used when the purple armors become available, buying at the dealers As JL now still gonna be chasing onto SS1. Zhao Zhao looking to come on through with that opening gambit of the F2, connecting onto one of these players on the Siphon composition. But the purple armor is taking one too many hits from the ranged pot shots. Oh, JL are the ones that grabbed the Volpine Essence. And that explains how they were able to weave their way through the two teams. The Zuan is getting absolutely fried. The Tester enchantment from Cuckoo connects onto him, and the follow-up damage with the knives is so brutally fast. SS1 have no time to react.
Absolutely, Moxie. Just no time at all. JL executing this perfectly. Very nicely done. This is exactly what you want on this Viper composition. Quick, clean, clinical execution. Assassinate one player as quickly as possible and create that numbers advantage. Now, SS1, they're trying to fight back. ASE as well in the mix. Water, having lost his two teammates in that Syra ultimate, trying to do something, but the teleport comes through, denying any further pressure, and Syra's ultimate is now down, making it impossible for him to really do anything. And he's now going to get chased down by the remaining members of ASE. Mist catching him with the uppercut. Does avoid that F ability. Very nice from Water, but I don't think it's going to net him an avenue of escape, as Xiao Wen with the Justina ult is going to come through, securing that freeze and that kill, and now turning their sights over to JL.
Oh, this could be a very early pop of that Volpine Essence. The Witch and Teleport's already been burned by JL, and ASE know this. They saw JL proc it, and now they're going to keep up that aggression. The Syra ultimate, the stun dazzles all going JL's way, but the damage is spread between the players. It's not one person getting absolutely fried. And it is going to be Han still just out of that Syra ultimate now, looking to keep up that aggression. Onto JL, drops down, trying to catch them on that reset window with the RMB from that long shot. Doesn't manage to find it. Cuckoo's already been able to fully heal up. Sends out the RMB on those flying knives, and Han's not able to find the opportunity. Skirmishes out of the follow-up damage from the LMB, as Wanfang is actually on the low ground, getting caught out in a 1 versus 3 situation. The Justina freeze was good. The connection onto the Wu Chen, they're able to fight it a second time. This time around, though, Cuckoo with the F1 on that Tesla will be able to cover for his teammate. The Wu Chen window is coming in, starting to heal up a little bit of that armor, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, as Benfic descent on ASE's Mist is going to be able to bring the two players down.
Very nice from ASE, going up to 4 eliminations, currently leading the charge. YZG, still slow and steady, still haven't found any eliminations yet, but that is to be expected. Now going over to the southwestern corner of Imperium, SR up against OA are going to be making short work of them. OA initially had the initiative. They were on the front foot, and all of a sudden SR turn around with this Takeda ultimate and fully burst them down. PP trying his best to disengage, but it's just not going to happen. The Syra ultimate getting the dazzle, and then the Takeda ultimate still was in play, now cancelled, just cutting off any avenue of escape for him. SR also going to go up to 4 eliminations. Both teams, both ASE and SR now on 4. We have OA, JL on 2 each, GG on 3, TE on 1, FPX on 3, OUG on 1. It looks as though we've got a bit of a scrap off here. It's my pile. My floating pile. Get off my boat. Get off my raft.
We've got the opposite extreme for YZGs. They get that for free. Which is insane. They've already got a purple on this side as well in the Tianhai, so that early scaling has done wonders for the threat level that is going to be posed by that Transformers team. We'll have to see whether Wolves have been having the same level of impact as... No, wait, two purple armors. And a purple weapon. Oh, 2 purple weapons. Purple fan, purple longsword picked up for YZG as they now move over towards the Rift dealers. They see that ASE are going to be close to it. And I think, yeah, YZG aren't actually going to be sticking around for too long. They don't want to see if they're going to get pressure, because like we said, this lobby is incredibly aggressive. Any team could be YZG. There is going to be no downtime, no safe haven, and truce over a shop this lobby around.
No, I don't think so. And the YZG recognizing this, immediately going to cut south, go down the map to the very bottom, and get to this realm of Yang portal that's going to be spawning in just here in this golden zone. They may be contested by TE. The TE is a little bit split in comparison to YZG. So as soon as they get there, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to deny them their entry, or really do anything about it. Youth is going to be the first one to turn up. YZG aren't gonna be attacking them. They know that this is not worth it. This is the strat. They know the strat. Polite and well-mannered, but oh no, it's gone awry and they're not getting in.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That was what they were playing for. They haven't got a single elimination because they were so busy scaling up for the first run of Yang, and it's all derailed because they don't get into the portal in time. GG and FPX now going head-to-head 3-3-0 on the Syra with the pulse of goes for the RMB immediately put into stone form. Looks for the RMB to continue. Temmie ultimate comes on down. Both Temmie's investing theirs, but Syra is on the field. Temmie ult does absolutely nothing to buy you safe space. 3-3-0 continues to beam, and LXM is taking more and more damage from the opposing Syra. Fuyan doing a very good job of keeping up the pressure onto the Temmie from GG, keeping a track of where he's tried to kite onto behind that pillar to look for a reset opportunity as the Takedas and the Furin shoves now come out. CGS and Kiki both trying to keep each other occupied before CGS actually goes further away, allowing Kiki to get baited into using some of those Furin shoves onto the rest of the team. Takeda finds the connection of the F1. Kiki now is going to utilize hits. Goes for the jump LMB with the flying knives into the follow-up RMB. And this is just FPX cleaning on up the last player from GG's side.
Yeah, FPX looking good. Fuyan, you're absolutely right. He was keeping up that pressure very nicely. Wait, what did I just see in the kill feed? TXJ just died to the zone.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Oh! Do you want to know why? Do you want to know what I think happened?
Did they get a bounty?
I think they were bountied.
Yeah.
And then he let himself die to the zone, immediately res back up, so that they don't get spotted out, because they know now that they're not able to go into the realm of Yang, they obviously know that this Yang depletion situation is going to happen. The scenario that we've been talking about for a while now, where the teams coming out of the realm of Yang, the teams with the buffs, and then the teams with the Yang depletion are going to be gunning for fights. They're going to be looking for opportunities to third party, find just weaker teams hiding at the edges of the zone, that sort of thing, and they don't want any part of it. Not at all.
Yeah, the problem is TE, actually their Farrier was watching in soul form. Because TE lost their realm of Yang, so they're not going to immediately go for that soul altar. The Yang depletion was changed so that it's a 5-minute timer now rather than a 4-minute timer. You've got a little bit more opportunity. You don't have to immediately spawn on up onto a soul altar and try and take a fight. You can spend a little bit of downtime scouting out the areas, because even in soul form you can see the players on the map. If they spotted YZG going for the revive shenanigans, T could very well take the engagement with all of their ultimates, though they are going to be down some of that loot, as FPX with 1,000,000 bird smite are scaled up and having all of the damage to be able to confirm these eliminations. GG going to be on the outside, also having to try and take this fight because they are under Yang depletion. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to take a fight against the Sand Siphon team.
They are, and GG, they're coming in, they're trying to take advantage of this weakened FPX. FPX not having that ultimate available for the Takeda. Kiki is the focus. GG jumping in, but getting overheld here. The parry does come through, and they are going to be able to claim that elimination, but we're heading over to what is probably the more important fight, I would say. YZG and TE scrapping it out. As you said, the Farrier did spot them out going into that bush, and now the fight has ensued. TXJ is on the run. He's trying to disengage. He does not want to be the one to ult first, as with this composition that they're going up against, if he does ult when he is in ult, he's going to get completely chopped down and CC'd non-stop due to that Farrier, due to that Syra, due to the Justina just having full ult pressure, and they're trying to force out these cooldowns from the enemy team before they have to use it. Xiao Nan having used that ultimate is really good for them, but now they're being pressured continuously by the Justina ultimate in a very awkward position. They need to get these ults off right now. YZG, QGG does go down. Youth having popped that ultimate. No, yeah, having popped that ultimate, making it very hard for them to stay on their feet. QGG still down for the count, having not been able to really get much use out of that ultimate. CXZ trying to make something happen. The Justina Freach coming through. Is he going to be able to get any of these slams? TE kiting back. The terrain is not good for TXJ. He finds one grab. Wait a minute. He's got one. The slam comes through. I don't think he's going to be able to get the regrab now coming out of that ultimate. Here it is. He's going to have to try and kite this one out. It's not looking good, though, Moxie. Will he survive?
Will he survive? He's skill rushing. And in the meantime, CXZ, I think, has actually tried to backtrack over to QGG's body and pick up the zip potentially as poor TXJ is taking all this damage. No, QGG bleeds out. TXJ is going to go down immediately afterwards, and we can have a look to see where CXZ has scampered off to. The weight of the world, his two teammates devs, are now on his shoulders. It started off strong for YZG, you know, they found the scaling, they found the loot that they wanted, and it all went horribly, horribly awry when they weren't able to get into that realm of Yang. They got spotted by TE, who had Yang depletion, and now they're going to have to scavenge the entirety of the map to pick up 2 rebuff charms to be in with a ghost of turning this round around. And unfortunately for them, another worse thing has happened. ASC, who was second in overall standings, have found themselves 10 eliminations and a realm of Yang win against TE. This is poor Peak having to go for the Sire ultimate, looking to try and get enough pressure, but that Viper is going to still be able to come on through with the ultimate. Peak gets hit by the V1, loses so much duration uptime of his ultimate, and then gets chain staggered by ASC's Han, who spotted Peak, still stunned, throws a stun dazzle and extends it. Yawen keeps up the pressure with the staff R&B into Justina ultimate, and Peak is just getting juggled all about the place. He doesn't get to play.
No, he does not. That was, I mean, it was a massive blunder from TE's Peak. It's happened to all of us, though. He comes out from behind the pillar just half a second too early, not expecting to get stunned by the Viper ultimate, and then just gets fully locked down because of it, because he knew his teammate was going to get stunned, and he needed to save him and needed to heal him, but they just jumped the gun a little bit too fast. And here, going into this secondary realm of Yang, we have Wolves up against SS1. ZK, out of nowhere, doesn't expect the flank, gets chopped down by the pulse sword, but LJX does find one, grabs one, is locked up. He is going to get slammed now on top of the pillar. Water constantly pressuring with this Syra ultimate. Does LJX pull it out of the bag? He needs to get a double grab here if his team has any chance of coming away with this win, but no, unfortunately not. He is going to be coming out of that ultimate with no significant value, and NHQ is still in ultimate. He's trying to make something happen, but his ult is about to end, and he's very, very low HP. Zwan now he is getting juggled, though. Is he gonna survive? He's just on a sliver of HP. LJX trying to make something happen, but it's not to be, and SS1 gonna clutch this one up and continue onwards, claiming that buff.
Yeah, second round of Yang fight still ongoing. No surprise to fly. It's Sand Siphon compositions. Rico has to burn that Syra F1. Now gets to commit the longsword LMBs, though, off of that CC set up by his teammates. He's having to be careful that he doesn't get isolated by the Temi, but now that we've got the numbers advantage, we can just back-to-back commit the jump LMBs with that longsword, immediately being able to suction our position directly on top of whoever we are fighting with the target lock on. As SS1 and OUG will be able to get their hands on buffs, SR are going to be able to sit on those just a little bit longer to outlast everybody else's in this lobby. As I do believe YZG still have their Kylan currently alive, but have not yet seen them being able to invest into a rebirth charm, which means that they have not had the opportunity to bring back any of their team. And now we enter into a very precarious part of the round, just like we saw YZG falling prey to Yang depletion and forced aggression. Now too, the same issue is forced, but it becomes even harder to avoid because the map is even smaller.
It is indeed, and Mystic might be spooky as well, but I don't think that YZG's Kylan is anywhere nearby, but poor PP is going to get taken down, cut down, disengaging his teammates already down for the count. He's going to be fully eliminated. They only had 2 kills, so not the best, but, you know, it could be worse. But moving forward, we've got SS1 doing extremely well with 6 eliminations, but not as well as ASE, FPX, or SR. SR currently in 11th place, pulling it back from the depths, having been in last place before this on 12 eliminations. Looking pretty good. And considering YZG's current position and status, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to come away with the MVP this time, Moxie, and might not be able to end it in 4 games after all, as he still has not managed to find that resurrection on his teammates. And, you know, it's really, really unlucky because they invested all of their money into securing that loot and securing those armors, and then they don't get into the realm of Yang.
Yeah.
And then get caught by TE, probably one of the worst possible compositions to go up against as this comp, because as I was talking about during the fight, you know, TXJ was desperately trying to hold his ult as long as possible to deny their just full monk fry strategy. So it was just so bad. And then the terrain afterwards as well, not able to get enough monk grabs. QGG just getting exploded all of a sudden, the Farrier damage, the Justina assassination, making it really tough for them. And then they don't have the money to buy the rebirth chunks.
Yeah, we saw it just there. Absolutely. Well, they have 5,400 coins, so a little bit more time, and potentially they'll be able to afford 1. But Wolves cannot afford to lose this fight. They've got Yang depletion. They've also just invested every single one of their ultimates as FPX look to drop below and kite it out. They're still holding onto their Syra V1 too, so Wolves are going to have to be very careful how they proceed into this next engagement. Jail also looking for a third-party opportunity. Oh no. Oh, CXC. Oh, you don't want to be here. He's on the left side. He's on the high ground. And he's really hoping he does not get spotted out.
Yeah, he's really hoping. But he's also hoping to see if... Oh, wait, did I just see him drop down? No, I don't think so. I can't tell. It's just a mess of name tags just on my screen right now. Very hard to tell where CXZ has actually gone and what's going on. For FPX, Kiki does go down, unfortunately, with the Yang depletion. He's not going to be resable. Fuyan trying to make something happen, trying to cleanse the Yang depletion, but not able to do so, unfortunately. He's going to be immediately chased down by SS1 in their ultimates. No, it's not CXZ. It's NHQ. I saw Kylan, thought it was CXZ for a second there, but no. Wanfeng, NHQ, all going to be going down in the kill feed. FPX is going to get fully eliminated, I believe. There it is. They were on 10 eliminations as well, doing so well for themselves, but unfortunately, they are going to go down in this pretty horrible situation. But SS1 may have overstepped. And it looks as though they're not going to even try and go for this resurrection. Juan dying in the zone. CXZ, here it is. He's fighting. He's looking for it. He's trying to get this elimination onto ZK, but he's 1 HP. No, not the final dash. Oh. Unfortunate to say the least. We go to game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not over just yet.
And YZG might not be the only team on MVP eligibility on that next game. SS1 60.4, ASE 55.2. Both of these teams very realistically could find themselves surpassing the 63-point threshold, especially given the fact that they're going to be so insanely scaled. That being said, SS1 is going to have to try and recover the Zai, as JL aren't going to be able to recover their game. Alliance take down JL Cuckoo. As we can have a look and see who's going to be controlling Spirit World. This time around, it is going to be ASE, and SS1 were able to pick up their Zai. So they are going to be full team strong. ASE, though, with Mystic Might, are potentially going to have a double ultimate cycle. 2 Justina V1 cycles. Yeah, this is a composition you do not want to contest in Spirit World.
No, you do not. This will be very hard to contest. The Viper ult, the Syra ult, the Justina, it'd just be very hard to actually like brute force your way through. SS1, thankfully for them, as we saw that rebirth charm coming through, is gonna resurrect their third teammate who went down in the zone. Very nice for them. It's they do have blue armor. They've downgraded from gold to blue. But nonetheless, it's better to have a teammate than just not have a teammate. I think that's probably safe to say. And I'm sure they'll be able to find themselves a better armor soon enough. Who knows? They might be able to go over to where this Spirit Well was and grab the purple armor that they dropped. But no, it looks as though TE is going to be doing that instead. Peak diving in. Ooh, can I have it, please? Please? Do you mind? Okay, thanks, buddy. Let's go.
It's the hand-me-downs, you know, when one person like upgrades and you throw away your used belongings. The person in the family, like the younger sibling, always gets the hand-me-downs. Yes, they will happily grab that loot. As we can have a look and see OUG going to be rotating out late, not wanting to get spotted on out. They know Transformers teams have a lot of compositions looking to grief them out. The Viper teams, of the Syra teams, whichever the Syra is on. Sand Siphon also being problematic with Temi Ultimate being able to stop the grabs. Cannonball coming back into the mix, which was, you know, designed to be able to go head-to-head, not just with Sand Siphon, but also Transformers, because the Farrier would be able to stagger the Monk out. If you're using those cannonball shots rather than just the base primary rockets, as we can have a look and see. Moonbane is also going to be showing on up to the party, and he's on no one's side but his own. Who is gonna get caught out? It's almost ASE!
Let's be careful, guys. Okay. The spooky Moonbane does a lot of damage. We saw this earlier. Okay. Not gonna stand in the Moonbane. And look, they're learning, Moxie. There's not a single player in the middle of the Moonbane. Thank the Lord. There it is. They're all on the outside waiting. But then again, it could also be contributed to the fact that there are only 18 players alive right now. 18 players means that there's more room, you know, or there's less occupied space because there's fewer people around. SR, speaking of occupying space, they're trying their best, and they're succeeding, considering that they have 2 dreadful whales under their belt. That's 2, not 1, but 2. Junks and Rico both have dreadful whale. Insane. And then they have a Tumulk, you know, just on top of that. They can just pop down the ultimate at a moment's notice, and they're positioned directly on top of that Spirit Well. It's going to be loading in. There it is. A Mystic Might Spirit Well on top of that. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the Draco Storm that some of these teams would want, or the White Tiger's prowess. But yeah, they're still going to be contesting it for sure. Giving that double ult is extremely useful. Youth getting into that Farrier mech, dropping down on top of it. The Tumulk ult is going to be followed up to try and mitigate this. Youth is going to be backing off just a little bit. Zhao's getting bonked, getting stomped by the Farrier mech. But the dreadful whales coming on through it's gonna scare them away. I think that's pretty scary. How can you really get her in there?
2, so when one's charging on up, the other one is already proccing. ASE's Hondo is going to try for it. Rico is going to say, anything you can do, I can do. Second, which means my ultimate is going to last longer than yours. Stun Dazzle, very much going to be a threat for all of these players on the low ground to bleed into that dreadful whale follow-up. But unfortunately for SR, the plenty of it goes down is one of their own. And ASE now holding that ground might be able to cap out the Spirit Well. We talked about the composition not being one that you want to contest in the close quarters. Viper, Justina, Syra, every single one of these heroes designed to grief your game. And there are so many teams in this area. If they see one person get hit by a CC, everyone will turn onto them. And it looks like only TE are going to try to get close enough to grab the loot that gets left behind. ASE cap Spirit Well, and everyone else now has to play reaction.
Yeah, they have to play back. They have to try and slowly move away, just leaving space for the other team that they're pushing forwards as well. Come on, hurry up, move. They're coming. They're coming. ASE is coming, ladies and gentlemen. They're turning up, and they've got the Mystic Might. You know, the damage reduction that's still impactful. Alliance is going to have to use that Syra ultimate to try and survive. Jinyu inside that monk form, the Vajra state, having a Tumulk ult dropped on top of him. They are going to be able to deny any more pressure. But SS1, wait a minute, Water is going to get grabbed and absolutely obliterated. But ASE is going to be the team to pick up the kill. And OUG Jinyu is not going to be able to survive either, just getting peppered down in that monk state. Mist just turning up, putting a dreadful whale out there just into the world. Just doesn't really matter. He's still gonna be alive. He does lose some of that armor, but Xiao Wen is gonna be the wrecking ball that crashes through the icy boulder rolling through these teams. The dashes, look at how many dashes he has available. 5. He has another 4 now. If he finds another double stagger with that dash, he's gonna get another one for free. There it is, gets another one and another one. Cue the montage music, ladies and gentlemen. The Farrier is trying to cut him down and trying to stop him from getting that montage clip, but oh, wait a minute, he might be able to do it. Xiao Wen, he's trying to disengage, he's forced to use the F. Mist trying to find a kill onto a separate player, but is Xiao Wen gonna go down for it? He is indeed, Moxie. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication here, don't you think? Where's my Viper?
Oh, this is tragic, as this one got taken down a stone's throw away from match point eligibility. And ASC now might find themselves facing the same fate. They've lost Han. It's just going to be the Viper for them to try to hold on and get some ranking points to be able to qualify to MVP eligibility. TE's Peak is hunting down everybody out in the sky. Doesn't have the Sire ultimate anymore. Isn't going to let anyone try and take cover behind this tree. If you hide behind the tree, if you're safe from the Farrier mech, the Sire is going to be able to close up the distance and hit you down. And now it becomes a matter of, is it OUG who fall or is it ASC? Baby U is getting targeted. The Kylan ultimate comes on through. You've out of that mech is going to be vulnerable. And Mist tries to go for a play with Dreadful Will. The Viper has V1, not V2, which means that Mist can't do anything except dash and find the stun CC onto Baby U. And off of the back of that, ASC go to 62.7. Mist just has to try and live and find one elimination onto TE, but no! TE, stop ASC from picking up the last elimination needed. That's heartbreaking for both ASC and SS1. They came so close.
Oh my goodness, they get the MVP, but it's not gonna be enough. 0.3! 0.3, ladies and gentlemen, that's all they needed. He should have just sent the focus attack. He got the silence at the end of the stun, having gotten that other kill. He goes because the stun was gonna end, goes for the silence to keep him staggered and keep him silenced to deny the combo breaker. Gets that initial uppercut, dodges through twice into parry, and he was a bit nervous. To be honest, I think just fully send it. Fully send it. I'm not gonna lie. Fully send it, because one parry, although it's gonna be good, if they have a combo break, you know, even though it's one hit, you know, a combo break from another character is going to be, you know, like it's going to be usable theoretically, but I don't know. It's it's a rough situation.
If you have Sap, I can definitely see like why you prioritize the parry. We'll have to see if he's the MVP, if Sap is in the soldier inventory, but oh, that is heartbreaking. I think the closest I've seen from a team not being able to qualify into a bi-weekly final MVP eligibility was GG 0.1, but 0.3, ooh, that's still gonna sting.
It definitely is. They were doing so well, but then I don't really know what happened, because, I mean, there was a lot of open space there, but Mist on the Viper was just, I feel like, I don't want to say tunnel vision, but that's kind of what it looked like. He was fully tunnel visioned on the Farrier team that was sending those turret shots over to his Justina. Xiao Wen just out in the open trying to survive, and not being able to. I mean, I'm not sure if he could have really done anything else to help him, except just sort of jump in front of the turret shot. Get down, Mr. President, you know? But who knows, really? It's an unfortunate situation, to say the least. But you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are with another Answer 4 Treasures. If you want to get your hands on this Spring Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which hero did YZG QGG choose in game number 4? Was it A, Justina Gu, B, Zai Ji, C, Zipping Ying, or D, Syra? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and to stick around as well once you have, to make sure that you don't miss out. Don't be that person who walks away and doesn't get their prize. But here we are taking a look at that, at the sort of like who's at match point. 0.3, 1.1.
It's still just YZG. It's still just YZG. Oh, that's heartbreaking for ASE. Hopefully it doesn't derail the momentum that they were able to find. And I mean, for YZG, like, that's the question now, right? Because that's going to be incredibly tilting. Like we talked about, they were doing everything correctly and it worked for the past 3 games. Play it quiet, play it slow, don't create too much attention, don't potentially get groped by another team, scale on up, win the first realm of Yang, scale on up off of the back of that one into the second realm of Yang, be so unstoppable in terms of the loot disparity that no one can contest you into Spirit Well, and then win game. Unfortunately for them, entering Spirit Well was one of the steps, and or rather entering Realm of Yang was one of the steps, and they were denied the entrance. They weren't able to click into that portal faster than the other teams that entered in first, and it all fell apart from there as ASE 16 eliminations, full ranking points too, as well as kill score multiplier, but it's not enough. ASE and SS1 are denied. And yet again, the target remains on YZG.
It does indeed. And I have to say, it must have been a tilting experience, but they are veterans. They can very easily bounce back. And then not only that, but the fact that the other teams in the lobby that actually did well and came that close didn't get to match point eligibility is for sure a weight off their shoulders. You know, if that team had gotten into match point eligibility off the back of that game where they got so unbelievably unlucky, it would have been really, really tilting. But thankfully, because that didn't happen, it's not going to be as impactful on their mental. Regardless, let's take a look at the total standings. GG, surprisingly, currently in 12th position. Then again, they're not actually that far off. 11th, OA 33.9, GG 33.4, SR in 10th with 35.1, 36.5 for Wolves. It's all very, very close down there in the bottom half of the leaderboard, but at the top, it's still pretty heavily favored towards YZG, 75.7. And ASE 62.7, SS1 61.9. Those two are very close, but then there's a bit of a dip. About just under 10 points, OUG on 51.5, FPX on 47.2, and TE on 44.6. So ASE and SS1 definitely popping off. And I was talking about, funny enough, I talked about those two specific teams earlier on, saying that they were doing very well. And there it is. They're leveling up. They're leveling up their game and they're catching up. But YZG still in that winning position. I hope for their sake that they do, but then I hope for the other team's sake that they don't. It's a very difficult emotional state right now. Regardless, we're going to be taking a look at these highlights, Moxie, brought to us by China Unicom. ASE popping off in the realm of Yang.
Yeah, ASE is missed. This is the moment that Viper ult, the V1 gets to come through. You're gonna see, unfortunately, that Syra peek out at just the wrong moment. There's the stun. There's the immediate read of the situation. And you can see the target change from Han is instantaneous. Out comes the musket. They know that they've got the Syra on the ropes. Once she's taken out, they can turn their attention onto the other players as Mist on the Viper is able to tank the hits from the cannon coming out from the Farrier. Punish her, she drops out of the mech into the fan, RMV, uppercut into RMV, drop down, as well as getting all of that spacing for his two teammates to be able to come on through and take it to a 1 versus 3, as now we get a different sort of drop down. Viper V1, good old traditional and faithful, right from the top, Ropes Mist falls, and away go all of the players in the area.
So this is what happened to GG. I was wondering, because we saw GG having gotten Yang depletion after their loss in Yang, and then jumping onto the backs of the team that they lost to, who had already used their Takeda ultimate, and then immediately jumping in and actually in an advantage. But then immediately we cut over to YZG, who were getting engaged on by TE, and we watched the rest of that fight. But so we didn't actually find out, but GG got third party by the Viper here. And then ASE at the end, you know, he tried his best. He almost managed it. Almost got that extra point to put themselves into match point eligibility, but unfortunately it just wasn't to be. Zhao Wen is going to be that MVP for the team, though, his third MVP so far. 18,000 damage, 7k healing, 7 kills, 8 assists. Most of his damage coming out from the dual halberds, Vajra's grip, Juggernaut as well. Yeah, it makes sense. Juggernaut. We don't know how many stacks he had, but considering his skill score, I reckon it was probably fully stacked up.
Yeah, although 3 of those kills did come before the second life, so deduct the 7, the 3 from the 7, and that gives you 4, so not fully scaled Juggernaut coming on through for him, but still, regardless, if he picks up an elimination, that's definitely going to be pushing the numbers up. 18,000 damage done by a Justina is a lot in terms of that composition, given the fact, like, this is a composition that is designed to just infinite CC change. You should not be taking prolonged fights when you're coming in with a Justina ultimate, off of a Syra ultimate, and a Farrier ultimate. As we can see, ASE picking up the MVP, but unfortunately for them, not the MVP eligibility. So yet again, all eyes will be on YZG. And now, like, for ASE and SS1, because they're going to be guaranteed stuck in last phase selection, they don't want to burn all of their hero points, right? They only need 1 elimination. Surely, at this point, ASE break out the Lonnie composition just to grab 1 kill and not have it break the bank.
Yeah, maybe, you know, we could do that. I'd like to see it. It would definitely be entertaining to watch. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe, yeah, because they only need the 1, so they just need to get to that eligibility. But that being said, they still have the task of denying YZG with of their MVP. So the stronger comp, the more tools they give themselves, the better they do in this upcoming game, the better, because it will potentially deny kills from YZG, even though they play slow and steady at the start of games. You know, they still want to survive until there's end games so that they can try and get the MVP regardless. As if they don't, they always run the risk of allowing YZG the victory just off of this upcoming game. So yeah, we'll see what these players choose to play. I wonder whether YZG is going to be going for what they're actually going to play, because we see them go for the new Transformers this game, right? They could very easily go for a Syra. You know, they could go for the break the bang, just fully send it with the Syra composition. They could do that, or they could go for another Viper team. You know, it's hard to really say at the moment, because there's so many viable compositions right now, and then with this character selection phasing, there's a lot of intricacies, nuances, and finesses as to what picking something in certain brackets. Like at the beginning of the day, we talked about it, the likelihood that Viper was going to get played a lot because it was nighttime Morris game 1, and then we saw the quadruple Syra with Matari getting picked up. And although it's Syra first phase, makes sense, but the fact that the Mataris got picked is also a big brain move, anticipating Viper getting played and being picked up in the upcoming phasing in phase 2 and phase 3. So there's a lot of thinking to be done about what you pick and when.
Yeah, and I mean, for YZG as well, it kind of makes sense why they weren't able to access the Realm of Yang as easily as they did in the previous 3 games. There were only 2 Viper teams. So if you're running Viper, Tesla, Wuchen, that's a composition that's not designed to do well inside Realm of Yang. Very rarely do we see them go into Realm of Yang. So games 1, 2, and 3, which were top heavy Viper, Tesla, Wuchen composition teams, there are way less teams that are trying to get into those Realm of Yang entrances. So YZG had a much easier time being able to enter into them. When we headed into that last game, though, because there's only 2 teams, the majority of those teams were scaled up, were able to find the recovery points that they were looking for, and were ready to go into that Realm of Yang, denying access for YZG, because like we talk about it, it's Predoria. Even if you lose the first fight, even if you lose your hot drop fight, there are so many avenues of recovery available to those teams. It doesn't immediately derail you from being able to go into that first Realm of Yang.
To be honest, I think the one blunder that YZG made, because from the looks of things, and I think it's pretty safe to say, they didn't, it's not that they made a mistake, it's just sometimes it's just bad luck. You know, the RNG as to whether or not you pressed E fast enough frame 1 on the Yang portal. You know, it's bad luck sometimes because they're all playing on the same ping. It's not like you know you get ping diffed on the entrance to the Realm of Yang. So it's not that. It's just a bit unlucky, unfortunately. But I think the one blunder they did make was it could have come down to simply the fact that they felt like they were forced to do it. But we saw that TXJ had died to the zone, so he'd obviously gone into the zone and let himself die, and we assumed that was because of a bounty that was on his head, which makes sense, right? However, I think that they took a little bit. They did it like they did it too close to a Realm of Yang portal, because TE. It's not that they were running around for ages and then found them. You know, it was that they basically came out of the Realm of Yang and then looked to the right and just saw them. You know, and then decided to spawn.
The indication too as well. Like you don't see the names, but you do see the way that they died.
Yeah.
So when you see someone dying to zone, you know that there's going to be a team playing on the outskirts of zone, not like going all the way into it deep, but just on the edge of it, so that they can tactically drop. Like either it's a team with Yang depletion who have one of their players drop to zone so they can then buy them back with rebuff charms, or it's a team who's doing, as we talked about, the strategy to be able to drop a bounty from your head, because you're aware, like if you're constantly having to run from a team because there's a bounty on your head, chances are at that stage in the game you're gonna get shepherd chased towards a team with Yang's depletion, and from there you're gonna be in an even worse scenario, which was just, I think, YZG trying to choose between the greater of two evils: drop a bounty or potentially get dropped into another Realm of Yang depletion team. Unfortunately for them, like you said, RNG was against them, and by trying to take the safer option, they actually took the more dangerous.
Yep, no, absolutely. It's I think, I don't know, like it's hard to really say because we didn't have their perspective on screen the entire time, so we don't know the exact situation. But if it perchance was the fact that they got the bounty on their heads and then immediately did it right there at the edge of the zone, and like, or they took a little bit of time, and then they decided to do it after like 20 or 30 seconds. If that was the case, then I think it was a bit of a mistake, because they needed to pull the trigger on the decision very quickly, because if the bounty came through just after the Realm of Yang happened, or just as the Realm of Yang happened, they need to make that split-second decision happen immediately and go in and then disengage and run away, or just get as far away from the Yang portal as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
That's the scary thing.
Was the TE Yang fight, did it finish faster than expected? Because it could have been that like they thought that they had more time.
Yeah,
some like Realm of Yang fights finish really, really quick. Like we saw GG versus GL finished in like 5 seconds. ASC had a fight where Mist got taken down so quickly inside of Realm of Yang, he wasn't even able to burn his Viper V1. Like sometimes Realm of Yang fights finish much, much faster. Like teams are accustomed to those Realm of Yang fights going longer, because normally the longer a Yang fight goes, the more uptime you have of that buff. You want to be extending the Realm of Yang fight, but sometimes those Realm of Yang fights finish way faster than is expected, and YZG might have thought that they had more time to be able to play with. Either way, it's going to be something that in hindsight is going to haunt them, but I think like because of the information that they had when they made that call, it was probably what they thought was their best option. As we're going to have a look and see what they think their best option is to picking composition wise, but we're going to have to wait to see first and second round selections first. What is it going to be as we head to sunny Holoroth daytime?
Yeah, it's gonna be a spicy one. Let's see it. YZG in that final phase along with SS1 and ASC. Are we going to see the slow and steady scale, or are we going to see the hit the ground running, try and get as many kills as possible? Because we've seen it happen multiple times where teams just they get as many kills as they can early on, and they still end up getting MVP even though they don't live until those last few moments, because kills are just so impactful now, as the kill multiplier on anything but first is gone. You know, it's you don't get any kill multipliers, and the placement points have been reduced overall. It's just you have to win with a lot of kills ideally, but that isn't always possible anymore. As I think nowadays in these bi-weeklies in 2025, the number of times that there's been a draw at the end of a game outweighs and outnumbers the number of times there's actually been a team that wins. I don't know if that's actually true, but that genuinely does feel like the case. It's at the very least very close. They're very close to each other.
Wait.
But here we are. Yeah, let's see.
That's gotta be a mistypo. ASE 1 hero point? Surely not.
Wait, they went all in? Maybe they did.
1 hero point. Oh my goodness. And yes, I called it. They need 1 elimination, just burned heroes that you're not gonna use again. Let's go, ASE. The question is, can they actually get another game after this, or are YZG going to end things right here, right now, before anybody else gets an opportunity?
That's interesting composition. I mean, obviously they're kind of forced into playing it if that 1 hero point is obviously true, but we'll see. Let's see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. They do only need to get that 1 point.
You might get Taka if we go another game, because they're going to run out of heroes.
We'll see Yushan before Taka, surely, right?
Yeah, probably.
Or maybe even Hardy. Hardy makes the reappearance. Where is he? You know, there's the milk carton with Hardy's face on it. You know, like, where is he? If anyone has seen this man, please contact the authorities. He's gone. He's disappeared. But yeah, let's see.
He's disappeared to ASE's hero points have disappeared too. Oh my goodness, 1 hero point. 1 hero point.
I mean, it paid off though. It did pay off because they're that close. They are that close.
I mean, your chance to MVP with off-meta compositions incredibly small. Because like people are gonna know that ASE are the ones down hero points, and when they see something a little bit strange, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, that's ASE." They don't even have to keep a track of where they are. It's just going to be evident by the hero that's played. Okay, so ASE trying to cover their bases. F2, V2. So we don't have Lani combo break. We're going for F2 rather than the F1. Jawan and Han are both going to be accessing their combo breaks, however, as a YZG Sand Siphon. This is risky. Scaling-wise, this composition can become an absolute beast. Early in the game, especially when that semi-ultimate is getting a lot of pressure by other Cyrus in the lobby, things are going to be looking a little bit rough as we're going to have a look and see where everyone is going to be landing. Wolves over towards Matab, OUG Salvation Podium. Imperium is going to be seeing SRGG and TE all vying for that location, as JL are going to be landing as close to Yushan Ruins as they possibly can.
Let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. GGSRTE, Alliance FPX, SS1 on their own. It's make or break, ladies and gentlemen. And funnily enough, YZG, we've seen that they are going on to that scaling composition, the Sand Siphon. Are they going to be able to scale up, or are they going to get cut in their tracks? Because that's exactly what happened last game. You know, it's going to be a difficult one for sure. They are spawning a little bit closer to these other teams than they have done in the previous games. So it's possible they're going to be more willing to fight early on, or it's simply that they just were forced to spawn here, and that this was the best possible one, the best possible square that they could choose, with the objective of scaling up early on. But here we are jumping into this game. JL and OA fighting it out, and it looks as though OA's already lost a member. Meng is down. Tutik overholding on these flying knives, trying to create the threat. The damage does come through. The dagger LMB is going to get released though, and Tutik is not ready for it, unfortunately. BP is going to get chased down, tech chased down by JL. 3 versus 1. And JL very happily going to take 3 eliminations off the bat in the first few moments of the game. Heading over now to YZG, and it looks as though they are being contested by ASE, no less.
Yeah, the YZG have locked onto 2 sets of purple weapons already off of the rip. QGG, though, is going to be lacking a little bit of that armor. Gets caught out by the Volda F2 into the 1-2 uppercut extension. Now, without that F1, does manage to find the damage off of the back of the staff and the nunchucks from TXJ to be able to confirm these kills onto GG. And that is a good start to the match. ASE's on is going to fall as well. And YZG, having cleaned that one up, are going to be able to hold on to those purple weapons and start scaling on up to the first Rumble Bank. That is not a good beginning for ASE, though. They needed one singular elimination before they could sit back and guarantee that this map lobby was a success, and they are yet to find it.
Let's see here. SS1's one is going to go down. Unfortunately, Alliance Revenge claiming that elimination, but then Alliance immediately losing Yuma in the back to FPX ZGE on white armor and blue flying knives. He does have that ultimate available at a moment's notice. There it is. The combo break does come out the bell. He's not going to be able to iframe this Tessa ultimate, unfortunately, as he did pre-input that ultimate cast before the Tessa ultimate came through. He's going to get staggered, but we're heading over to YZG, the stars of the show today. They are going to be able to pick up this elimination to Xiao Zhao and quickly follow up onto the remaining members of JL. Cuckoo 2, he's down for the count, and YZG, they're getting very aggressive early on, Moxie. This was it. They had enough. All right, let's stop playing slow. Let's go. Full pedal to the metal, gas. 6 eliminations early on. This might be it, Moxie. We're heading over to
I like
SRG.
the mix-up. The mix-up is very good for a point that we will return to later, because first we have to watch as poor Zhao is getting absolutely decimated by that Viper ultimate. So DS is going to overlap it. Tessa V1 does get stun dazzled. However, Rico did get enchanted, and that's going to provide a 3-second window of respite for the Halberds to shred down Jun X. Free will be able to find the elimination credit off of those flying knives, and Rico is now just left to try and fend off the team of GG. But when he falls out of that V1, CDS is going to be directly on top of him, looking for the grapple, goes for the parry in case it's a focus strike connection, and GG this time have ordered their synergies correctly. 1 focuses, 1 light attacks, 1 parries to make sure that you have all of your bases covered. As, oh my goodness, Moonbane has the floor absolutely covered. Someone just got smashed.
They did indeed. OUG and Wolves able to actually make use of Moonbane here. And for once, it seems like, because we don't really see it doing all that well at times with teams trying to get the Moonbane down and lock down players. They do get some value, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if they're actually going to be able to close out these eliminations. OUG is doing a good job of kiting. Wolves still trying to chase them down. Jinyu with that golden weapon does not want to lose this. ZK investing all 4 dashes to chase them. Insanity. Who needs the actual dashes to freeze? Let's just jump in, and he gets the tap dodge roll parry as well onto SS. The Takeda ultimate does come through to try and peel Baby U. 1 HP in a dream. ZK with these parries just left and right, dominating this fight, just fully sending it without a care in the world. Fully conscious, fully engaging, full gas. ZK, he's on a tear. The Justina dash is certainly an indication of this confidence, ready to parry all of these, but unfortunately not ready for this one. The focus attack comes through, right through the Ferrier mech, doesn't spot it out, but dropping down now over to this body is going to be able to heal himself up with that Soul Bloom and with that quick healing berry, and stabilize completely, winning the fight for his team.
Yeah, legendary weapon passes the hands. I mean, it had already passed the hands because Wolves were able to parry it out of OUGs as TE's Youth comes on through with the Kylan V2 dashes, tries to break LOS, but does get chased down by the Viper as the V1 enters the CC stun, and now down the Kylan. TE is able to find a double slam, but he's denied the follow-up that he was looking for with the Witch and Teleport carrying them out of his hands before he can hit the ground. behind and go for a reverb. Tessa Enchantment has also been able to grab onto the Tianhai too. So with the mash of the struggle button, GG are able to worm their way out of the palm without taking one of those punch-up damages. Jaren are now outside of that state. Unfortunately, they've lost the Kylan, even though with the Witch and Teleport, they were able to pick him up originally. The third party comes on out from SR, and they're able to catch on to GG and potentially clean up onto TE2.
Very nice from SR coming in. We've got that purple pulse sword on the side of Zhao. Justina's doing very well today. Justina certainly has been overperforming. I think that she's been performing extremely well in solos. It looks as though these teams and these players have been clocking and actually like investing time into learning Justina and investing time into getting the most value they can out of this character, because it does just come down to that. Justina, when it's played in trios especially, and even in solos of course, it comes down to whether or not the player is actually able to pilot it to a very high level. If you're not just on point with everything Justina, you're not going to have that much success. It takes a lot of precise execution and game knowledge, matchup knowledge to be able to succeed with it. So it's definitely not an easy character to pick up. And so because of that, that's possibly the reason why we haven't seen it all that much, because a lot of time investment is sometimes better spent on other team compositions, other characters that could still very well net you the same result, if not better, with less investment. You know, when it comes to pro play in general, you know, across all esports, the less room for error there is on the, you know, a weapon, a character, whatever it might be, the better, ideally, because then it means that you're inherently going to make fewer mistakes overall. Less room for error, less mistakes. It's better. Even if you're the GOAT, you know, you can still make a mistake. We're all human after all. So you can't just expect to do well regardless. And if you minimize that room for error, it's the optimal choice. But hey, perhaps they've put that little bit of time in. Perhaps they're seeing the value and recognizing that it's actually outweighing the sort of the optimal nature of this less room for error dynamic. But here we are in the realm of Yang. YZG, take it away, Moxie, up against SRT posing.
Yeah, this is the ultimate test, because this is the new YZG composition. It is the cannonball with that Justina. Can YZG expose a weakness of this composition? Being the ones that created it, they know inherently how it has to play. TXJ goes in with the nunchucks, putting the pressure, forcing on out now that Syra ultimate and Temi ultimate both being utilized, blocking off access to the Feria V2. And if a player gets too close, the stun dazzle comes on out before they can get into the mech. Jun is getting put under a lot of pressure. TXJ making sure to keep up the stun dazzles onto the opposing Cyrus, that Rico doesn't get to try and find an isolation onto the Takeda now that the Temi ultimate has run its course. There's SR Zhao on the outskirts, looks for the Justina dash into follow-up horizontal swing from that pole sword. Is going to get interrupted by the Fear and Shoves coming on through. QGG having to turn target of focus because of that Justina F2. Going lower and lower, finds the parry into the fan R&B, double jumps into the activation of the F1. Will be able to keep up the pressure. In the interim, his teammates have been able to take down Jun, and now it's just a matter of 3 versus 2. TXJ hounding down the Syra, also closing up the space, but TXJ going dangerously low. QGG with the fan R&B threatening the space. The Temi Whisper's able to grab onto one. The CC is there. The grapple onto SR's Rico mid-air into fan R&B as he's grappled into submission. And YZG go from 6 eliminations to 9 with Vermilion Bird's Might. They're not going to be slowing down anytime soon.
No, they're not, Moxie. That was amazing. That was beautifully done. Min-max to the moon, actually. Like, the dipping in and out, QGG played that absurdly well with that Takeda ultimate, timing those Fury Blast perfectly. You know, he got really low for a second there. I thought it was almost over. The Justina dropping down out of the air with that pulse sword R&B chunked both him and his teammate extremely low. But they're able to turn it around with that well-placed Tumult Wisp that just caught the Justina at the very last second of that Tumult Wisp, and they're able to take full advantage, positioning themselves, holding and applying pressure in the right places, turning their attention backwards as well, and the unsuspecting players trying to take advantage of those flank opportunities. Beautifully done. But enough about that. We're going over to this fight between SS1 and Wolves. ZK diving into that Farrier mech, able to mitigate the Tessa charm coming through. Wolves with that Vermilion Bird's Might, gonna try and fully send it here onto SS1, who don't have Vermilion Bird's Might, but instead they have that White Tiger's Prowess, which, although it is very, very useful, you do die if you get taken down. You're not rezzing for free, but they do have that Wuchen teleport is going to come through and save them for the moment, save them from losing their life and giving a kill over to this team. Alliance now diving in, looking for that third party, not able to lock these players down. Unfortunately, the Justina dash coming through to take him to safety, but GG and YZG are fighting it out in the deserty region over here, and it looks as though they're on the front foot. Moxie, QGG, he's diving in with that fan.
Yeah, CXE was able to find a really good Tamu Wisp, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to be able to convert it into a kill. But GG feeling the pressure. Wuchen teleport. Oh no, they Wuchen teleported when the Wuchen was so low. He goes down to the zone, and YZG just backwards turn and see where GG have squirreled themselves off to. QGG with the Furon shoves just being able to keep CJS on the ropes, and YZG off of that little bit of a blunder on the Wuchen teleport placement pick up a 12th elimination. This is not good news for ASC or SS1, who are still on 0 eliminations.
Absolutely insane. ASE and SS1 putting in so much effort, getting so unbelievably close in the previous game, and they're just not able to find their footing at all in this one. Rico has gone down, having cleansed that Yang depletion, so he's not fully dead just yet. But is SR going to be able to actually cleanse the remaining Yang depletion? Because it doesn't look as though they're in a position to continue fighting. The risk of the third party comes through. OA diving in, trying to chase these players down. Zhao Zhao is going to get picked up by One Feng, as OA has turned their attention to this fleeing SS1. A YZG though, oh my goodness, gonna be able to come in and pick up this kill onto the Monk. One Feng, the old teammate, he got nowhere to go, my friend. YZG are cutting you down. Pole Sword Stone Form is not going to save you, unfortunately, and he gets fully eliminated. JL fully out of the lobby. YZG, it might be it. It might be it, Moxie. Can any team actually contest them at this point? They're on 13 eliminations.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually don't let that revive go through, because potentially they could have been on 14, but they do take the immediate hit onto the Tianhai. They know that there's going to be teams with Yang depletion still rolling around the place, and they don't want to get third-partied by another team, given how the last situation lobby went for YZG. But returning back to that previous point that I wanted to bring up, right? YZG never were this aggressive. Like, yes, when they got Vermilion Bird's Might, they were aggressive when they were able to find that inside the realm of Yang, but at the beginning of the game they were much more aggressive. So if teams were keeping on the kill feed, they would have seen this composition showing up on it, and if they see that composition showing up aggressively at the beginning, they're probably going to discount the possibility that it's YZG, believing that they're going for that slow scaling composition playstyle yet again. So they've sort of given a little bit of a smokescreen. You don't expect a Sand Siphon composition to be YZG, because the Sand Siphon composition at the beginning was playing aggressive and picking up these eliminations, and you can actually see that a lot of the Sand Siphon comps have not been turned on to by the other teams when they see them.
It's a very interesting mix-up, to say the least, and we're going to be going into the realm of Yang yet again. Moxie, YZG and Alliance going head-to-head, and this is new Transformers versus new Sand Siphon. QGG flying up to the sky, popping that F1. The Tumult ultimate immediately gets committed on top of Yumar, but the Tianhai coming in, jumping into that Tumult ult and catching QGG, immediately sending him flying in the opposite direction, taking him out of that Tumult ultimate. The Kylin ultimate has not yet been burned either. YZG are definitely at a disadvantage right now, as... Oh, wait a minute! out of nowhere, the grab onto CXZ. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The missed time on the dash from Yuma, it does not net them any true follow-up. Unfortunately, Alliance may have blundered their advantage. The Revenge is now forced to use that ultimate. CXZ is getting juggled a little bit by this Kylan, but healed up by TXJ. The orbs coming through, just barely keeping him alive. The juggle, can he reach him? No, the second dash coming through does not connect. The parry comes through. Alliance Revenge goes down. TXJ coming in with these golden halberds, chasing down Yuma. They might be trading out the life of their Tumult right now. CXZ extremely low, trying to consolidate onto one player, but no, they turn it back around. They're trying to keep him alive. NY7 popping that bell is going to keep himself on his feet. YZG all have no armor, but it's a 3 versus 1. The F1 grab comes through. NY7 tries to go for the jump parry, but it's YZG, my friend. They're not sending a bad blue. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. YZG, another 3 eliminations, golden flying knives, and a gold armor to boot. They are unstoppable with Dracosaurm now, Moxie. I have to say, it might be cooked.
I need to see that fight from CXZ's POV, because like we were following TXJ and QGG, but you could see the Temmie's health bar. It was so low, it was practically blinking on 0. But he was able to survive, and not just that, live, kite out of the fight, get an armor power off. We're gonna get a replay. This isn't from the Temmie's POV, this is Wolves versus OA ZK with the Justina looking for the slam downs on that spear. Has to go for the F2, knows that he was taking a fight outnumbered 1 versus 2. Has provided the opportunity for NiHQ to get some pressure and zoning onto OA's Meng, who's now the one under a 2 versus 1 scenario. But it was just bait for the Temmie ultimate to lock down the Justina, because now every single time ZK dashes, he's gonna hit a wall. Literally, he's got another dash. He will be able to put himself behind the pillar. Has another F2. Is getting his Syra, spamming the orbs to be able to keep him healed up. And Wolves have been able to find a recovery point as the Tumult ultimate has now gone down. And off of the back of this one, I'm pretty sure that Wolves get PP out of the mix and then get 2-tick out of the mix. What a recovery for Wolves, because the bait of that Justina being stuck at the dead center of the Tumult ultimate could have been the absolute undoing.
It really could have. Wolves, ZK there. I'm not sure why he dropped those Jades. He was just showing off to his teammates, perhaps. Look what I got. He's got that Mortal Defiance. Oh, and some flying knives as well. Oh, and the golden armor. They're heading over to TE, who seemingly are trying to feign like weakness and just show, hey guys, we don't want to fight you, it's not worth it, I don't know what's going on over there, but we're heading over to a fight between Alliance and OA. The parry comes through from Yuma onto 2-tick, gets grabbed up immediately by the Tianhai. No follow-up, unfortunately, coming through from the Kylan as he gets knocked back by the Furin Blast. Very nicely done by 2-tick, holding on to that Furin Blast until that one moment where he expects the Kylan's going to come through with the dash. Yuma constantly being held at bay by this Takeda. NY7 trying his best to hop, skip, and jump up this wall, but unfortunately not really able to. Comes out of that ultimate, now grappling up to try and catch up with his team. But look at what's happening on the map. We've got loads of teams coming in to attempt to vulture this situation. NY7 not having ultimate with Yang depletion. This could be very bad for Alliance with OA, ASE, TE, all of these players, all of these teams lurking around waiting for their moment to strike.
Yeah, ASE think that this is their opportunity to come in for that Lonnie V2 and potentially grab the last elimination needed to bag themselves MVP eligibility. Meng is going lower and lower and lower. Can ASE get the damage necessary to claim the elimination? Yes, they can. Unfortunately for them, though, whether or not they get to continue the day with that MVP eligibility coming into play, all rests on the shoulders of YZG, who are up to 16 eliminations. Wolves on 11, also making a gambit for the MVP. And it's all going to come down to this next part of the map. Who is going to be able to get their hands on Spiritwell, given the fact that YZG might might have a Sand Siphon composition with that Tumult ultimate being able to block off point of interest, but with Sire in play, the box composition is not as strong as it used to be. We can see Tumult ultimate has been invested for OUG's end right on the outskirts of that zone just to give themselves a little bit of space. They saw that TE had that transformer. They did not want to give an opening to Xiaonan on the mid rotation, and instead the Spirit Wall is going to be contested first by FPX, but you can see YZG, TE all waiting for their turn, wanting to see if FPX in the space of this Tianhai ultimate are going to be able to carve out that space. Are they going to be contested? Wolves jump into the dome, the Farrier crossing into the space so that the cannonball shots can actually start putting the pressure onto the Tianhai, and FPX went for the ultimate first, but they might have got a little bit too close to the sun on this one because the dome drops and FPX's health bar drops alongside it.
It does, but we get the buff, Moxie. FPX come in clutch. They weren't able, the teams trying to contest just weren't able to get their foot in the door. YZG lurking on the outside, CXZ biting off a little bit more than he could chew, I think. Forced to use that Tumult ultimate in the opposite direction of this fight to try and get that reset for himself and his teammates. FPX now have full agency to dictate the pace right now. They're trying to chase down all of these players. SS1 Water has been spotted out, no armor to speak of, having managed to get at least one heal off. He's trying to break away. The combo break comes through, but he's gonna get taken down nonetheless. The fan coming through from Xiaonan, and in the kill feed we can see that I think SR and OUG are also scrapping it out. YZG, we're heading over to them, sort of running by Wolves, not interested in fighting them just yet. They know that if they want to fight, they probably head over to where the third-party opportunities are. SS1 trying desperately to fend off FPX with their White Tiger's prowess, and I think FPX might actually be in a bit of danger here. Their health is going extremely low. The grapple comes through onto Zhuan. OUG coming in with the Great Zhuan. He's not going to be able to heal up. He is going to get taken down by OA's PP. FPX trying desperately to claw their way up the cliffside into the safe zone. They just barely managed to make it through. OUG might be hot on their heels though, but can they even dream of contesting him at this point, as they do still have that White Tiger's prowess for the better part of a minute. YZG now rotating further into this safe zone. Perhaps their intention is to try and secure this upcoming Spirit Well, or perhaps just simply to obliterate this poor, lonely member of OA who just gets blown to pieces by that Cloud Weaver and Heartstopper kick.
Oh my goodness, Cloudweaver and Heartstopper. Heartstopper with that silence effect too is gonna be horrible work to navigate through. Why did he have the means of grabbing people in with Cloudweaver and silencing them with Heartstopper as a finisher? That is a truly brutal combination. Phantom Step as well on QGG so that he can avoid any Viper ultimate. He doesn't have to worry about that though. There are no Viper teams left in play. ASC just the one Farrier, but they've been able to do that job, as have SS1. Both of those teams, if we go another game, will be MVP eligible, but that is a big old if. YZG 17 eliminations, Wolves on 12. SR potentially also able to grieve out that finish line alongside FPX, all of them potentially hitting double digits in the next couple of moments. And Draco Storm is the buff attached to the final Spirit Well, a truly sought after prize. YZG, what are they going to put on the line? Are they going to try and grab it, or are they going to try and play around another team picking it up and scavenge off of the chaos that it provides? QGG puts themselves into prime position on the top of the rooftops to get a good angle, showcasing the Cloudweaver. Wolves already in there. ZK inside the Farrier mech, starting to take a little bit of pressure though from TE. Xiaonan has to turn around the 180 to make sure that the monk doesn't grab them out of the mech and end the V too early, and ring around the Rosies, around the Spirit Well we go. Where will we stop? Who knows? It's going to be a matter of Wolves now without that Farrier mech giving ground, giving space to TE, accepting the fact that that Tianhai is a little bit too scary, but another Farrier mech steps up to the plate, and this Spirit Well is far from captured. Not even a quarter has been able to be picked up. Wolves now just inching it almost to the 50% frame with the help of the Dreadful Whale, as it looks like YZG are playing full defensive positions right now. They fortified their position behind the building. They're going to let Wolves pick up the Spirit Well.
They may indeed, but that could be their downfall if they allow this to happen, as Wolves is probably the only team who could even think of contesting them on this scoreline that they currently have. 12 eliminations under their belt. ZK, he's dashing through all around, trying his best to keep these players off the Spirit Well, but it's not to be. FPX are going to find their way in regardless. The Tianhai in that Vajra state coming through, throwing hands, trying to catch at least just somebody, but at the very least is going to deny entry for this team. Now YZG, they've been constantly able to win these Spirit Well situations. They're coming in the last second after these teams have already invested so much of their resources. ZK is gone down as well. ZK having used that Justina ultimate to try and hold the Spirit Well, ill-advised perhaps. TXJ jumping in with this Heartstopper kick. YZG may be able to hold this down, but QGG taking a lot of damage. The Tumulk ultimate is in play. The Takeda ultimate as well, sending out that LMB focus. Does he find the kill? No. Goes into the mech. He's trying to survive now. TXJ, having popped that Syra ultimate, is going to be able to throw those orbs down and keep him on his feet. But will any team be able to secure this Spirit Well? TE now trying their hand at holding this down. They do have their ultimates, or at least they're about to. Xiaonan just barely catching that ultimate, taking a little bit of damage. But there's so much progression they need to actually secure it, Moxie. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it in time.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Wolves might grief them, just hurling one of their bodies onto it. And that's exactly what they try to do. Youth comes on for the Kylan V2. They still have to stop another player. Jun does get grabbed out by Xiaonan and sent outside of the zone. Riku now is going to be the next one, but Jun hops into the Fairy mech. And still, TE have not been able to get that last little bit of percentage to pick it up. And now out of their ultimates, SR have moved into position. The Spirit Well's about to despawn if these teams aren't careful. YZG kept themselves entirely safe, absent from the fray the second that Syra ultimate has worn on out. And Spirit Well is gone. Now it's just a matter of YZG playing on the outskirts. We can see them on the left side. CXE throwing in a couple of those Temi Wisps, fishing to see if he can set up a bow shot follow-through combination as YZG's TXJ gets to play off of the back of the Moonshroud Storm opening, coming on through from those throwing knives, and YZG are one away from a 20 bomb and one potential win away from finishing off the day early. Wolves still on 12 eliminations. SR also able to creep up to 10. Unfortunately for Wolves and SR, they're not a full team currently, and it very much is YZG in the full driving seat at this moment in time.
Absolutely, they have the full agency. They're three-man strong. CXZ has that Tumulk ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice, and I think TXJ is just a couple percent off of getting that Syra ultimate, so at the very least, if he holds on to this one, he's gonna be able to survive until those last few moments, and they can't be sure that they are fully secured. But I think at this point, considering how well they've managed to stay together, stabilize, deny any of their players from getting taken down in the fray, in the chaos, they may have secured this one. They may have secured it, ladies and gentlemen, the third bi-weekly final. It could be in their hands at the moment. I don't believe any of these players are going to be able to contest them. FPX gets another kill, but it's not going to net them the victory. They're only on 10. It's nothing in comparison to the 19 that YZG has. CXZ now popping down that ultimate, trying to split the safe zone, just barely missing it though, unfortunately not able to separate it completely. QGG jumping in, TXJ getting another kill with that Syra ultimate, and another one. 22-23, ladies and gentlemen. YZG jumping in, 24 eliminations. YZG take it all. Our third bi-weekly champions. Oh my goodness, what a day.
1胜2， 2胜3， 3胜万物。让我们恭喜第3双周的3排周决冠军，有请 YZG。 YCG 战队斩获了第3双周的3排的周决冠军。同样的话，他们也用着统治级的表现，今天从第1场开始战至今天最终夺冠，获得了本次的冠军，同样也收获了第3座的周决冠军。来，有请我们的3兄弟来到我们的台上。首先呢，问一下谭许杰，开场的时候说尽量去达成今天的目标，现在做到了，有什么话对身边的2位兄弟们讲？
You said you will try your best to reach the target today. What do you want to say to your teammate?
我相信
I
明
think we are
天
the
接
best
下来
today.
也会是最棒最强的。问一下陈先知，今天的话呢，其实中间是
Okay,
遇到了
so
一
for
些小的
C
插曲
at Z,
当时自己一个人呢
maybe
也
for
是经历了一个
today's
小的困难时刻，
other
怎
games
么样调整过
there
来，迎接了最后的关键一
were
把？
some problems.
就是我们是
How did you like take
我觉得这是一把失利也没什么嘛，因为后面机会还很多。
而且的话呢，
I
今天
think
最后
it's
一场比赛，
just
大
not a
家
big deal
熟
because
悉
we
的
still have
天
a
下
lot of
无敌
chance
钱
for the
滚滚
following game.
他回来
So
了。台下
I
今天
think
最后一
it's
场
just
比赛
fine.
自己的一个发挥吧，拿了这么多的击败。
So for QGG, how do you think about like for yourself? You got so many kills.
很正常嘛。
机操物六是吧
I think it's just
来
normal
来到我们卡教这边
operations.
卡教又见面了，兑现了昨天的承诺，
Okay,
并
so
且是首个在
we saw
NBPL
their coach
的单
again.
三都是拿下了周决冠军。有什
Yesterday
么
you
话对
said
支持
you
YCG 的粉丝
will
说？
got the champion today, and
大家永远可以
the
支
wish come
持
true. What do you
8
want
点
to
的
say?
YDG， 8点的杀鬼 YDG。
Okay,
8点
everybody,
的那
you
个男
can
人接
always
下来是要
believe
加入俱乐部
in
了，开个玩
YCG
笑啊。那么
at
同样的话，我们也请我们的
8
工作人员送上我们本周的3排的冠军卷轴。那接下来的话，我们 YCG 战队将会去在我们的冠军卷轴上挂上属于他们的烛龙印章。那么
Also,
这一周的话，该
let
轮到谁了？
YCG to print the logo on the
第1双
champions
周
scroll for
YCG
this time's the
表现了
third
自己这个
biweekly
赛季非
champion
常好
of
的一个状
Trolls.
态。来，有请第2双周鏖战至最后一场比赛，拿下了属于自己的冠军。第3双周，
So
他
for
们通
the
过3兄弟
last
的表现，
biweekly
再
final
次
of
站上
Trolls,
了
the
最高的
second
领奖台。
biweekly
接下来
final,
派一个代表
we
去展示
fight
冠军烛龙印
until
章，
the last
同样
game.
盖上
But
属于
for
你们
this
的
time, for
冠军烛龙
today,
印。
you
这
got
周
this
派出
champion
的选
so
手是
quickly.
陈玄之。好的，同样有请我们的所有的选手和教练一起来到我们的冠军卷轴前。这个流程非常熟悉了，因为已经第3次站在了这个最高的荣耀时
So
刻。
let's take the
一起看一下
picture
前面，让我们
for
恭
the
喜
third
2025
biweekly
NBPL 第
final
3双周3排周
champion
决冠
of
军
Trolls. They are
YCG。
YCG.
好，有请我们的所有的选手来到我们的台前。好，谢谢。来，话筒给到我们的谭旭杰。
挥爽了，
那确实啊，刚才在进行了我们的颁奖之后的话呢，T 神啊也是从
So
加入到了
for
NBPL 到
TXJ,
双
after
神
you
到来到了现
took
在的
part in
YCG，
NBPL at
是不是
the
要换
very
一个称号了？
beginning
双神时代感觉已经过去了，接下
and
来
we
就是
call you the
你们3
god.
位有没有新的称号？
But for now,
三神，
what's
三
the
神也
first
有了，三
the
神
new
今天
name
需要加
for
油。
you
那么
guys?
给到
I
陈天
think
之，
we're
那开发一下你的这个想
three
法。
gods.
3兄弟有没有新的一个称呼？
How do you think about this name?
这个你应该得问钱滚。
啊，钱滚滚。
Maybe
答案
you
给到
can
你了
ask QGG.
我还没有想好啊，
下周感觉要4大全收才可以吧
I think maybe after we got the fourth biweekly
这个
champion
赛
of
季陈友
Trolls.
杰的到来，包括是第1、第2双周的时候，在整个的采访的时候，你也提到过，他跟队伍啊很快的就融合在了一起，包括是还有很多
Okay,
更高
so
的目
we
标。
gonna ask
现在
the coach
春季赛
of YCG. You said at first when
还有一个双
TXJ
周
came
自己
to
的
YCG and they trained
给
together
我一次
and
印
then
印
they
章的机会吧。
became friends very
好，下
quickly.
一周该你了是吧？昨天啊，咱们的卡教
So
也在
how
台
do you
上说
think
过了，
about
咱们
like
队伍有个人
this
啊，
time his performance?
不酸，酸转甜了。今天面对镜头，我相信这个时候他也在看直播，
And
是不是还
uh,
得酸啊？
also, what do you want to say
应
to
该不会
T225?
应该不会，那就
他成长了很多了，已经应该。
I think maybe next
应该不会酸了。不过
he
同样
also
的话
can
呢
be the
我相信啊
champion.
通过
and
了
I
3连
think
周决啊
he
YCG 也在
improved a
我们的
lot
决赛
for
开
this
始
time
自己
a
的统治
biweekly
力的
final.
时代
This time
那
NBPL
究竟
Spring
能不能
Split.
按照卡教所说啊，做到我们真正的第4双周，让教练去盖上烛龙印章，也让我们共同期待。同样的话呢，也
Okay,
面对直播间
so
的你啊，也给
YCG
YCG 的赛季
YCG
有一个什么
maybe
新的称号，
will
我们
make
也可
the
以一起来
wish
争取卡
come true for the fourth bi-weekly final, and we will let the coach to print the logo on the school.
三姐妹过分了吧？那么同样的话，我们还是让我们所有支持 YZG、支持 Nbpl 的粉丝们，给他们起一个新的名字吧。希望 YZG 可以在接下来通过
Also, maybe for this time, YZG has such a good performance for our split. Maybe our fans can give them a new nickname.
YZG.
But we will say congratulations again to YZG to be the third bi-weekly champion of Trios.
I mean, at this point, they're just gonna start leaving the same scroll up for the next bi-weekly final, Dunk. YZG back to back, not only able to pick up the three-peat on trios, but also chaining it together with T225's win yesterday in solos. It very much is the era of YZG in 2025. This team is looking unstoppable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It made me laugh when they said, well, how do you feel? You got so many kills. You know, it's just like, that's just normal. Just another day in the office, you know, and I'm just vibing, just doing my job, you know. What? Really? Okay, fair enough. I didn't know you just like that, bro. He's just, I mean, it's contributing to the fact that they're not really looking to give anything away. And it's also, I think it's somewhat of a cultural thing not to be like overly in the modesty. It's very, I mean, it's a little bit different at times when you compare it to esports elsewhere. But it's the modesty. They know they're the GOATs. We all know they're the GOATs at this point. They did say though, you know, what do you think about that new nickname, the Three Gods, as TXJ put it? His teammate said, maybe after we win the fourth bi-weekly. I think that's fair enough. They're
looking just so strong, and they keep getting better and better and better, which is insane. Like the fact that this roster, their coach was saying, like they became friends so quickly. It really is like an absolute pleasure to get to see the roster mania that we have in between, you know, Jacob, the end of Jacob, into the new beginning of Nbpl. A lot of teams, when they change their rosters, like everything falls entirely out of balance. It takes a couple of weeks to be able to balance things out, but YZG never had that problem, and it is absolutely wonderful to get to see that TXJ has been able to find really good teammates and a team that will be able to support him in terms of cooking up new metas, new strategies, and even with the same compositions we've seen before, playing them in an entirely different way.
Yeah, hey, TXJ, buddy, cook me up a Taka comp with the upcoming changes, buddy. I want to see it. I mean, I have ideas. It's still early days. We only got to see what the changes were yesterday, but that's for the future. It's for future. It's for days to come. For now, we're still going to be on this patch, and YZG seems to have it down pat. They seem to just completely understand it to a point where no other team is able to contest them. Looking at this game, 25 eliminations, 30 kill points because of the multiplier, netting them a 34-point game. 34 points is insane. Actually astronomical, their performance today. Wolves in second, 16.5. If they hadn't gotten a little bit too aggressive, because I think ZK popped his Justina ultimate towards the end, just as they were about to capture the Spirit Well. I think if he'd, I don't know, I'm not sure if it was necessarily a bad idea. I feel like saying that is just, it's ignorant of the fact that if he hadn't, perhaps, then they wouldn't have had the pressure to continue standing there. But it just came down to the fact that the other teams just had too much going for them, too many tools, and just pushed them all out. But here we are taking a look at the highlights off the back of that game, the monstrous game from YZG, brought to you by China Unica. Moxie, take it away. Look at them. You're exactly right. You hit it right on the nose.
Yeah. Denying the Ferrier mech. That's the way that you dismantle this cannibal composition. The Syra beam the Temi standing there to wisp anyone who gets too close, and QGG just throwing out back-to-back on repeat fan R&B so that no one gains access to the Farrier mech and they can keep putting on the pressure, forcing that Justina into burning out the ultimate. Then they're the only ones with the crowd control coming on through. And I mean, that fan R&B off of the Furin jump stagger into the jump quick swap to repeat a crossbow. Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful weaving of both the close and far range weaponry.
That grapple there, right there at the end, was a flick. He flicked that grapple into the air and caught him. They're the 3 off right now. I don't think they need to wait until Biweek Please 4. I feel like most people will agree. Let's be honest. QGG just running this game with the Takeda. The Takeda that has been for a while now sort of designated as the punching bag of the team. Listen to them as well. Go. Let's go. Look at them. Oh,
they're so happy. They're so happy. Like, that's the thing as well. Like, whenever they get a win, they always react like it's the first time that they're winning. It's so lovely to see. Just like that innocence surrounding them. So we get to have a look and see the standings, because so many of these teams, like, they were still performing the way that you would in a bi-weekly final. They just never got the chance to go further because YZG finished it right then and there. That's one of the shortest trios days we've seen since Wolves with the White Tigers buff.
Yeah, it's been a while. It wasn't a 4-game finish, but still 5 games.
And 110 points almost in 5 games. Granted, 21.2 pre-purpose points, so we said it could be a short day off of the back of that, but 109.7 when the team in second, that is literally the team out of everybody else closest to you, is on 64.9. YZG are built diff.
Yep, and that's the thing as well. We talked about the pre-post points. If they had 0 pre-post points, they still would have won. That's the thing. 109 minus 20 something. You know, it's still enough.
Is this the first time we're seeing all 3 teammates do the most damage and get the most kills?
I think
TXJ,
you might be right.
CXZ, and QGG are all first, second, and third in terms of overall damage and kills that they were able to contribute. Well, there's your answer. That's how they were so far ahead of the rest of the teams. They were the ones getting all of the kills and doing all of the damage.
100,000 damage for TXJ. 100,000 in 5 games. That's 20,000 average per game.
Yeah.
Bro's playing ranked right now. He's just gaming. Look at them. Look at them, the boys, the goats. Oh, I think there's nothing more that needs to be said. They're just insanely good. They've leveled up, and they're going to force all of these teams. That's another interesting thing. They're going to force all these other teams to really put in the effort to figure out what exactly they're doing that's making them do so well. Because it's not that they're just getting really lucky. They're bound to be doing certain things that are just allowing them to min-max to the moon and get the most possible value. It's some kind of line in neutral. It's certain like calls, or it just comes down to the pure synergy between them. It's hard to say without truly spending a considerable amount of time reviewing it all, but they're gonna have to. They're elevating the competitive, level of everybody else in the league, which is gonna be cool because that means that everyone else is gonna have to level up. And then YZG is going to have to level up even further if they want to keep winning.
Yeah, I mean, they very much are the unstoppable force of Nbpl for 2025. The question now remains, who is going to be the immovable object? Who is going to be the rivalry? Who is going to be the team that looks at how YZG plays and goes, oh, okay, I understand this. My estimation would be JL when VVV is able to recover purely because, like, he spent so long with TXJ. He knows how he works. He knows how he comes up with those compositions. Unfortunately for JL right now, I believe that VVV is still sadly recovering from the medical condition that he's found himself in, and is therefore going to be waiting a little bit longer to be able to return to the mix. But I feel like when he does, he's probably going to be the reason that we see another team get elevated to the point of being able to stand up to YZG, because I mean, GG, a powerhouse that we were talking about, who actually retained their full roster from last year so that they didn't break up that synergy, have not been performing well this season at all.
I mean, Wolves, I think they've definitely been watching them though. I think they Wolves is because we saw them pick up the Justina Cannonball variation composition, the same game that YZG picked it up. You know, we see them doing pretty well here and there. I think they've definitely been keeping an eye on YZG, but they haven't figured it out just yet. I think one of the big things that YZG has definitely has going for them is that they're able to navigate the Spirit Well scenarios in endgame extremely well. Like it's almost every single game that we see them in those end games that they're able to navigate around the Spirit Well and find themselves either denying the Spirit Well from any other team or taking it for themselves. Because it's interesting because we never see them really jump in first unless they've already got buff. So they're almost always going in fourth or fifth, and I think they have to play it by ear somewhat as well, though, because sometimes teams just don't contest it.
And I mean, Wolves, on the other hand, they will be the team that immediately yeet themselves into the fray. But we're going to have a look and see how exactly the points that all of these teams are working towards throughout the bi-weeklies are going to be affecting the overall standings. This is going to affect who is going to immediately qualify into the grand finals of the season and who is going to have to navigate the choppy waters that is the last chance qualifiers. YZG, I'm sure, are going to be #1 position, absolutely ahead of everybody else by, a fair margin. 27 total points for YZG. Absolutely insane, as back to back they come in with the maximum amount of points picked up 3 weeks in a row. OUG, OA, and SR behind them, but all still in a very good position.
Yeah, it's also very true. OUG, surprisingly, this is, they didn't do so well today. Perhaps it was just came down to YZG just playing exceptionally well and denying OUG the opportunities that they have had in the past. But then again, YZG's won every week, so I don't know.
And here's your proof. that Bi-weekly one, YZG.
Yeah, YZG. OA Edward as well for the solos. And then I think the second week was Wufong for TE coming through in solos, YZG, and then the double YZG for bi-weekly 3, T225 and the YZG trios, TXJ, and the goats, the three gods. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be all
I picked
cyan
the right
blue.
day to wear blue. I definitely picked the right day to wear blue.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. But here we are taking a look at the calendar for the upcoming bi-weekly 4. We've got the upcoming bi-weekly 4 starting next week, of course, next Thursday, this upcoming Thursday. And then the following week after that, we've got the bi-weekly final again, as per usual. But then the following week after that, we are finished with the bi-weeklies, and then we go into the last chance qualifiers for the grand finals. The last chance qualifier for solos on the Thursday, and then trios on the Friday, and then the pre-finals, which will be on the Saturday and Sunday for solos and trios, which essentially gives them the opportunity to get those pre-post points for the grand finals.
And then it will be the grand finals. I can't believe it. It feels like this season has just been gone in the blink of an eye. As we can see, the group overview for bi-weekly 4, all of the teams have been shuffled. We're going to have YZG, GG, JL, SS1, WBG, and BBE in A, OUG, OA, ASC, Wolves, DRG, and I didn't catch the icon of the last one. In B, as we can have a look and see the day and nighttime cycle, solos is going to be kicking on off with groups A and B over on Predoria Midnight. on the 1st of May, which is going to be that next Thursday. And you're absolutely going to be wanting to tune into the bi-weekly finals 4, because that is when you're going to be able to get your hands in terms of those exclusive Twitch drops on the banner background card, which I know everyone in chat has been waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody wants to get their hands on those juicy drops. And if you want to get it done in advance, if you didn't manage to do it for today, you need to get your accounts linked. You need to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. And you can go into the top right of your screen on Twitch, go to your inventory, to drops and rewards, and you can check as to whether or not you are progressing at those drop campaigns. Make sure to get it done for the I mean, you've got time. You've got plenty of time, so get it done. But yeah, it's you'll be all right. Oh my goodness, it's been a week. It's been a weekend. It's absolutely YZG just again being the impeccable NARAKA goats that they are, and T225 coming in, finally getting himself a bi-weekly final win. Very nice to see. He's won some in the past, I believe. But
He's won one
in the past.
Yeah.
This is his second one in a while coming through. Very nice for him. But it's all going up for YZG. Let's hope that continues on, because we talked about it. They're elevating the competitive nature and the competitive level of everybody else in the lobbies. So if they do step it up by the end of this upcoming week, we could see a change in those score lines. But I don't know if it's going to be that easy to catch up.
I mean, there is some time now for the team to be able to look at the VODs and figure out what exactly YZG is doing differently. But speaking about time, that's it for our time for today. I have been GutMoxie. I have had the absolute pleasure of being joined by Dunkin' Donuts, and we'll catch you with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, which will continue next week. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.